Okay. So hopefully you can hear me now. As per usual, things are a little scuffed. I can't hear my own audio. I don't know if I've stopped this music or not. I can't tell. I don't know why I can't hear my own audio stuff, but I can't. Can you guys hear me at least? Something horrible has happened in StreamYards. Am I at least audible to the chat? Someone give me a check. Your audio is good here. Okay. Well, so hopefully someone panels up, if only to help me test my audio, because we're going through, also if you want to stick around, because we're going through Milo, George Santos, and Tim Pool again to see really what happened and why Tim Pool's house was in fact, or his compound was in fact shot up, which a lot of people blame on this interview, myself included. Went over it with Indian Jesus, a couple of the clips that we haven't got to. The most exciting part of the podcast we have not got to yet. So that's why we're doing a part 2. So if anyone wants to panel up, help me test my audio, because I worry if someone joins, I'm not going to be able to hear you, because I, for some reason, can't hear my own music that's going right now. So maybe I could at least check, by loading the video and seeing if that somehow works, because something has indeed become scuffed on my end. The link, as always, to join is in the top. And I've never had this happen before. Maybe I have to exit the StreamYards and come back in. Not really sure. Gonna just test this audio real quick.
I've met her. I've been.
Okay, I can hear that. So hopefully, if someone joins, hopefully I can hear them. Big Soda waiting to see you. Okay, well we got a lot of people in the chat. We have Ag, of course, Lag Fluence. We have Marilyn in the chat. Hold up, guys. Hold up, it's coming. Marilyn in the chat. Great to see you, Marilyn. Great to see you. Good to see you, Oxycat. Good to see you, Doomerang. Good to see you, Big Freaking Soda. Hope I didn't miss anybody. Marilyn is there. Can you hear me, Marilyn?
Testing, 1, 2.
See, I can't hear you. I knew this would happen. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay,
Hey. Oh, I bet they can hear me.
Okay, I'm gonna let you guys up. I can't hear anybody, so something's wrong. I'm gonna leave the studio. It should keep going. I'm gonna re-enter.
Lokily dokily. Howdy-ho.
Hi, Marilyn. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Right, I can hear you too.
Sweet. Nice. I guess.
What are you doing?
What am I doing right now?
Yeah, I still can't hear anyone. What could possibly cause that? Never had this before.
We can
never had this before.
This is what I'm doing.
You have no clue.
I'm glad you can all hear each other though, which is good. But I will need a second. I'm trying to think. It says it's coming out of the right headset.
I'm sorry, Marilyn. I missed that. What are you doing? What?
Sorry. We got some tech support going on. Okay.
I'm untangling Christmas lights.
Yeah, Boomer Fluence is right. I've never had this happen. Okay. Just like what I tell all the ladies, this has never happened before. Okay, never happened before.
Hey, Soda.
Everyone dropped the first slow they can think of.
Get it to come out of my TV even. Okay, I'm just gonna close the whole thing. Be right back.
How are y'all guys doing today?
Hey, we're good.
Marilyn is surprisingly calm during untangling Christmas lights. That's gorgeously frustrating.
It is a little frustrating. I probably do need a glass of something.
Now, do you leave cookies out for Jesus?
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing a little bit at a time so I don't lose my mind.
I fixed it.
Yay!
It's Boomer Fluence. It's Zoomer Fluence now.
Can you hear me?
Talk to you guys. I can hear you, Doomerang. I can hear you,
hear
Marilyn. I can hear you, Big Motherfucking Soda. I fixed it. I did it.
Okay. Bye, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you for the Doomer check.
Should I go?
Why would you go? What, are you a Doomerang? You only show up together, or what's good?
No, I'll stay. I'll stay.
Yeah, we got
an
an exciting video, Maryland. It's full of feds. Okay, I think
Full of feds.
after watching yesterday with Indian Jesus, I think I'm Maryland pilled now. I think it's all full of feds. I think it's feds all the way down. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay.
Absolutely. 100%.
It's kind of like, is everyone a Fed? Are they all working for the same Fed, or is it like levels to the Feds?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because we're gonna to briefly, I guess, say, I think we've talked about this, but for those who don't know, okay, so this man right here, Tim Pool, okay, so Milo goes on the podcast, right? Milo says some deplorable things about Charlie Kirk, which we're gonna get into. We're gonna hear it. It's not good. It's very bad. Okay. Milo is quoting kind of Candace and says that he knows Candace. This is kind of where he's getting his information from. Then, yeah, like 2 days ago or whatever it was, 3 days ago. Then Tim Pool's compound gets shot up 3 times by someone with a pew-pew. Apparently, Candace challenges this and says, "Where's the ballistics? Show me the bullets and stuff." And then Tim Pool goes on this giant long thing where this is where he started to lose me a bit, where he's like starts talking for like probably 2 hours on the latest thing, which we will not watch. I will save you guys that because it is boring. Of him being like, "Guys, should I cancel the podcast? Should I?" And it's fine to say that, but he just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And it's like he's not going to cancel the podcast. He's going to keep doing it. You know, he's got a lot of money. He can get security. You know, there's answers. I don't know. Anyone have immediate thoughts on that, on the situation presented?
It's kind of tough because I don't think Tim Pool's lying about the gunshots. I mean, he may be embellishing it, but I definitely don't think he's lying about it. He could be.
I don't think he's lying. I think he is milking it a little bit. And I almost feel bad saying that, but the longer he waxed poetic about it, the more I'm like, okay, this is too much. This is too much. And I will say this, I am worried. I said this on Indian Jesus' channel yesterday. My biggest fear is that this will end up being like a BB gun. That's my biggest fear. And that he's like saying that it was this, but it's like, because I just said, and maybe I'm asking too much, but I get he says he had cameras, right? And he doesn't want to release the footage for safety. I get that.
Well, technically, I don't think, like, would he be able to if they're still investigating it?
Yeah, because I think so, because didn't Nick Fuentes release his stuff like immediately? I mean, I can't remember if that guy was killed actually but
I'm pretty sure that came to an ending like in that same like span. So in this one they're still investigating who it is. In the other one, I'm pretty sure that guy was on a police chase leading up and after.
Yeah, and that guy maybe was also he might have been, murked in by the cops. I can't remember if that guy was captured or if he was. So maybe, but then but Tim's thing, Tim gave reasoning. He didn't quote that, although maybe that's in his mind too. He said he doesn't want people to know the location of the cameras. Okay, but then it's like what I'm thinking is like, why not just go to quell everyone and take like photos of the bullet holes, right? Someone shot 3 times, pew 3 times. Like, just go. I mean, you have the cameras, so you know where the bullets hit. I mean, just go. That wouldn't dox yourself. Like, just go and take photos of it. I mean, I don't want to. No one's a perfect victim, so I'm not trying to like blame Tip, but I'm just saying it would. If Candace is spouting shit and you have easy things to stop it, just take photos of the bullet holes. Done. Right?
I mean, to be fair though, especially if I'm arguing with Candace about it, I'm going to provide the same type of evidence that she does with her claims.
Oh, that's a fair point, actually. Yeah.
And so it's like, why are you demanding I provide all this evidence if the only thing you've really provided is the text messages and the fact that it seems like you have a potential source. Outside of that, what about all the French stuff? Like the French are trying to assassinate her. Like, what's all that about? What's the evidence for that?
Right.
Yeah.
That's a wild fucking statement.
That is. So that's actually fair. That is fair. From the he owes nothing to Candace.
Yeah.
In fact, I think Candace has probably been, I hate to use the lefty term, stochastic terrorism, but Candace has probably been stoking this. I mean, it seems coincidental that the thing we're watching right now, I think this was 1 day before this happens, and it involves Milo bringing up all this stuff about Charlie Kirk and about what Candace has the real truth, and Tim's getting kind of mad, and George Santos is getting kind of mad. The clip I saw, which we're gonna get to, made me agree with George Santos, which I feel frankly disgusted by Milo for making me agree with George Santos. That's something I never wanted to do in my whole life. And he made me do it. So,
Damn. So
Yeah.
Santos based?
oh God, no. You ain't gonna catch me. Not yet. Not there. Santos would need a whole character arc. Not Santos fluence. Disavow
Now,
is coming.
I will say with Santos, some of the statements he's made and what we've seen so far, I don't think he, especially with the Epstein stuff, especially with the Donald Trump defense, it kind of seems he's going out of his way to be, I guess, supportive of Donald Trump by defending him. But I think Milo does bring up a good point here and there, especially about the resistance that people have against Donald Trump and how Donald Trump's kind of destroying his own credibility. But I don't think it kind of snowballed to where it starts getting really bad.
Yeah, no, we haven't got. I mean, there's most of what happens is directed at Kirk, and which
And that's fucking wild.
Yeah, it's to go after a dead man and to go after a grieving widow is like, I know Milo likes to do his shenanigans, but there's a level where I can tolerate it, and he crosses over the line. So that's what's happening in part 2 of what we're watching.
And not just any dead man. We're talking about someone who's probably done more for our political side than damn near anybody. Maybe outside of Donald Trump himself.
Certainly more than 1 million Milos combined, because I don't know if Milo has actually helped anything. I mean, he's funny, but I don't know if he's actually, really helped at all. So, and George Santos has certainly heard. So between the two of them, at least, but George Santos didn't say anything bad about Kirk. In fact, he calls him out. I don't want to spoiler it if y'all haven't seen it, but George Santos actually being the one with the morally correct opinion. Like I said, I feel like I'm in fucking the worst possible timeline right now. Okay, but
the fucking fraudster.
I know. Yeah, the guy who just got released from prison, who is a disgrace of the Republican Party. Oh, we got Frankie.
Hey, everybody.
Frankie.
Hey,
Hold up,
Frankie.
Frankie. Hold up. We got Frankie in the studio.
Oh, I fucking love that. Oh, dude, I fucking love that, dude. Hey,
So when you start doing some accents,
dude, send it to me.
pull it out.
Dude, send that to me, man. Send it to me on Messenger.
I can. Oh yeah, I don't have you on Discord. Okay, I have to send it later because the Messenger is on my
How's
phone.
everybody?
But yeah,
How's
it going, Franks?
Oh, we're doing good.
I'm doing all right, y'all.
We're chilling.
So I'm going to be with you guys, and I'm going to be gaming at the same time because I want to do some Conan Exiles.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, I don't know if did I see thumping in the chat.
She is in the
thumping.
chat right now. She is in the chat right now. It just,
I think I
she's
missed her.
blow drying her wig.
Blow drying her wig. Okay.
Yeah, blow drying her wig. Oh,
I need to get a thumping emote too. I've been thinking maybe just some bread. Same with all y'all. I mean, some of you are easier than others, like Pharmacat. It's probably going to be a big pail of Oxycontin or something. And Marilyn's writes herself, right? Frankie with the sock puppets.
Let's sock puppet. Let's fucking go, dude.
Big soda is kind of hard. Is it just a big thing of soda? Is it Pickle Rick? Probably, because that's what his thing looks like. I don't know. I'll keep you all guessing. Okay, one PNG overlay at a time. But yeah, Frankie, glad you're here. We're gonna dive into this and start enjoying some chaos.
So what did I miss with Milo and George Santos? Because we got to be honest, man. I didn't know much about George until you put him on, and just hearing this dude, I could he's like one of those little sniveling fucking conniving New York sales dudes. You know what I'm saying?
Greg, are you gonna pop up on the panel? But he was terrible. So you haven't missed anything yet. I was on Indian Jesus's panel and we looked at just brief snippets of what's to come from this. And George Santos ends up having the moral high ground against Milo in a big way.
Let me ask you this question: What was he like? What was he like? A governor or a senator or something?
Yeah. He was a senator or a or was he in the House?
Congressman?
He's
He was
in
a
the house.
congressman of some kind. Yeah,
He was in the house.
and he was the first openly gay being the important part. Openly gay
Yeah, but, like,
Republican
Yeah, but
congressperson.
that doesn't tell me anything because it's like, okay, what state or what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't even know. All I know is that he got into office and then he was like almost immediately disgraced based on like his like 12 counts of wire fraud. Let's see, where was he?
I'm looking it up now.
Okay.
New York.
That figures.
Yeah, and
Fucking
he served for less than a year, and then he was like expelled from Congress because of his multiple felony charges, went to prison, and now for some reason is being brought on podcasts like this. And if any of you really want to see George Santos get fucked, not in that kind of way, in a normal way,
No,
you should watch
he's
his
gay. So
podcast. No,
yeah,
but
he's
this
gay.
guy's
So
not
he
gay.
probably got really fucked in prison.
Perhaps, probably consensually, but
If I'm not
Matan Evans, I'm getting.
Confluence, you're muted. Confluence, nobody can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't close my little VoIP app, and then someone called, and yeah, it just kills my whole audio. Maybe that's what happened before. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Matan Evans, and George Santos. If you ever want to see George Santos get his actual ass handed to him by a literal troll who is good at trolling, that's the thing to watch. Just saying. Shout out Matan Evans.
If I'm not mistaken, his charges all had to do with campaign finance fraud, right?
Well, of course, that's like fucking what was it called? That's like fucking water to the fucking politicians, like campaign frauds and shit. That's like academic to them. But he just got caught.
Well, it's not that he just got caught. It's the fact that he was on the side that they were like, you know what, we're going after him. Because, I mean, other people have been caught in similar situations. It's just the DOJ just didn't come and press charges.
Yeah, I mean,
This one we got 7 counts of wire fraud,
trading.
3 counts of money laundering, 1 count of theft of public funds, and 2 counts of making material false statements to the House of Representatives. I mean, that's probably the least of all of it. But stealing public funds. Look, and I agree. I mean, Pelosi. Pelosi is.
Yeah, she got caught. How many times with fucking insider trading? And
do you know what her net worth is? Do you know what her fucking net worth is?
She's almost $1 billion, right? Almost $1 billion, right?
I think so. From what I'm looking at on Open Secret, if this is right, if Open Secrets is right, she is worth
$50 million.
No, this one says 114 million, but that's in 2018.
That doesn't matter.
Gemini summary is saying $250 million. How do you accumulate that much wealth? Because I guess Paul Pelosi is like a hedge fund manager or something.
Yeah, he's a hedge fund.
I was going to say,
hedge funds manager.
From what I've heard, like most of, if we were to track most of her deals, it would probably be done through Paul Pelosi because there would be a little bit, there'd be a little bit more secrecy to it.
Yeah, of course. But it's like, she's a Democrat, so nobody bats an eye.
Well, that's a little different than campaign finance fraud. So, like, once you start getting into campaign finance fraud and you start having leftover money, or you start spending that money on, I guess, stuff that's not allowed in the campaign, that's where
like going on a fucking vacation to Mali, going on a vacation to the Bahamas,
or buying a house, or writing something off a tax document, or something. Or
buying a private jet full of prostitutes and cocaine. There you go.
That's another. Well, I think that's allowed.
That one's probably allowed. That one's probably allowed. But yes, the only person who maybe is more corrupt than George Santos is in fact Nancy Pelosi. Well, and of course all the Clintons. But
I disagree. I disagree. I would probably say that there's probably a good 45% who's more corrupt than George Santos. George Santos was just dumb enough to get caught, which tells me he's probably not as corrupt as everyone else.
Well,
perhaps, that's true. George Santos is an actual idiot. So
he's just a fucking dumbass. He didn't have a legal team around him. He obviously wasn't taking advice from his campaign, and he was just being an idiot,
Yeah.
a
Okay.
gay
Yeah, I
idiot.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well.
gay idiot.
Yep. Can't disavow that, unfortunately. So we will dive into this, and I hope everyone's ready to get a little bit more angry. Okay. Is everyone ready to get a little bit more angry?
I could not get
Are you-
more angry.
Good to see you, Brandon. Are you a fellow Zinner? Yeah, I always playing with the Zin. I am a fellow Zinner.
Man.
I'm a Zin Fidel. That's what the
One
Muslims call me.
mouth.
No, he's not a Zenner. What's it called? Confluence.
A simp.
What?
What's the name of the thing you're playing with? Those aren't Zen.
You're gonna call me out like that? Fine. In Canada, fine. If y'all have to know, you can't buy Zins. Okay, it's a knockoff Zin. It's
Why?
called Zonic. I can't even get Zins in this godforsaken
Why?
hellhole.
The
Okay.
Zons. My man's on the
Zons.
Zon.
I'm on the Zons.
Wait.
Yeah,
Why
that's the
can you
Zins.
get spitless tobacco in Canada?
For some reason, the Canadian government has only approved one brand of spitless nicotine, a non-tobacco product, and they are specific about the content. So this can only be 4 milligrams, and it can only be mint flavored. So they can sell different kinds of mint, but it can only be mint. And apparently,
Can you
doesn't-
buy any online and have it shipped to you?
I
Or is
don't
it or tariff?
I don't. Yeah, I think you might be able to legally, but then you get tariffed on it because it counts as like a nicotine, so it ends up being like insane amounts of money. But yeah, I think I can physically bring them in. It's the same with menthols. I can't buy menthols in Canada, but if I go to America, I can buy them and then bring them back, or I don't know if I get them shipped, but I know I can. I physically brought back menthols, and yeah, they've banned menthols. Apparently, they appeal to kids. I thought they just appeal to, to people who like mint,
To the blacks.
Hey, disavow. That's not where I was going at all.
We all know.
Absolutely
That
not.
was where you were
Disavow.
going, dude. That was where you were going.
Zonfluence. Yeah, Zonfluence. Yeah, the knockoff.
What was that again? Zonic?
Yeah, Zonic.
Zonic.
I'm on that Zonic grind set, okay?
It's kind of weird because Zenzer is a Swedish company, so I didn't think there would be a lot of resistance from Canada
Well, I
just
think
because it's a
also-
It's
European
not a, no,
good.
yeah, it's
Like
not a
you said,
tariff thing.
confluence,
It's
you
not.
can
This
only
happened
get up to,
before
like-
tariffs.
You can only get up to how many milligrams, and Zin
4?
makes more. So
Yeah, but then why don't they allow the 4 milligram Zins in? Because you can also get 4 milligram Zins.
because then at that
mint.
point, it's like a lot of regulation.
I guess so. It's the
And
same when they
maybe
ban menthols. It just makes me mad. It's just like ugh.
Confluence.
I mean,
Like menthol cigarettes?
The biggest thing that made me mad. I used to. So the reason I use this is because I used to use dip, like Copenhagen and Skull. And
Yeah.
Frank, you're in the military. You know that shit,
Yeah,
right?
I know all about that, man.
I was all about that wintergreen, and then Canada banned wintergreen. And their argument was that it appeals to kids. I'm like, what fucking child
appeals to
is
kids?
using dipping tobacco? Like, you ever seen like a 15-year-old with like a dip in their fucking
I
mouth?
saw that before. I saw
Yeah,
that
in high
before.
school, when
Okay,
I used to
that's
smoke
gotta
cigarettes,
be
I used to
rare,
get
though.
during school.
But
All
I
right,
mean,
it's
but you can
awful.
buy flavored, Nick juice online in Canada and get it shipped, like bubble gum and shit. So it's like,
So with me, right? I am 5, almost. I'm about
Holy
4,
fuck.
almost 5 years tobacco free. I smoked since I was like 15, 16, and then I quit around 2021, around there. So that I've been mulling over my mind that should I, just take some spitless tobacco again, because I used to do that too. I just don't know how my body's gonna react to that. You know what I'm saying?
so you don't use any Nick right now.
Nothing.
See, Ag uses Elp, he says, and they have other flavors, non-mint. They come in 3, 6, or 9. 9 is crazy. And
Yeah.
Ag, fun story about Ag, when he started using them, he thought it was totally cool to chew and swallow the nicotine
Yeah, don't swallow
pouches,
the pouch.
which I told him you were not supposed to do. And when I talked to him, he's like, I've swallowed like 12 of them today or whatever it was. And I'm like,
Oh my
brother,
God.
you that's dangerous. That is
That
not.
is dangerous shit.
And
That's the
Confluence.
cat with the Mary Zin mist, the Mary Zon mist, you mean?
These are some of the most milligram per pouches. We've got Cuba Ninja or Iceberg Black, cited at 150 milligrams per pouch. We've got Cuba Black,
No,
42 milligrams per pouch.
150. That can't be right.
It says often cited. It hasn't confirmed it.
Okay, because I
Cuba-
feel like that would be a nicotine overdose.
You know,
like I feel like that'd be
then-
way too much.
Zen does have a 12 milligram.
They do.
They do.
A 12. Jeez,
There's
that's like
also
popping
black.
3 of these in my mouth at once. That'd be
The company Rogue has, I think, 18 milligrams that you can buy at
Yeah,
QT.
it's too much.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if I've double deckered this shit before, right? And already 8 is like a lot. I'm like fucking buzzing out of my chair. Okay,
Oh,
so
wait, hold on. Puffle, I got a question for you. It's kind of an off-topic question, but let me ask you this: do you like cold desserts?
I don't know if I'm being like tricked, but yes.
No.
Unless-
What I mean like this.
This is
what-
a
what I mean
euphemism
like
or
this.
something.
No, what I mean like this. You got a box of Oreos, right?
Mhm.
Will you put it in the fridge or will you leave it out in the counter?
Oh God, no! I wouldn't put it in the fridge. I'm not a
What the fuck is
psychopath.
wrong with you?
Yeah, that's fucking psychotic.
You put Oreos in the fridge? That's
Like, okay,
Frankie,
I
that's
tell him.
Frankie, that's some PTSD from your tours, okay? That something's
tell
going on
Frankie
and
all the
something's
time.
scrambled in your head.
There's
No.
things that are room temp, like it's room temperature dessert.
No, it's not. Like Oreos taste fucking good in the fucking fridge when it's fucking cold. Like,
I mean, I
why
guess
is
I've
nobody
never
doing it?
tried it. I guess I've never put cookies in the freezer or fridge before, but so I don't know.
Maryland
I've
will
seen
agree with me. Maryland, do you agree with me?
She gonna call you a fed.
That is Fed posting. Oreos
I'll
in the
try
fucking
it.
fridge.
I'll try it.
I'm gonna be honest. I've seen people get put on a watch list for less.
I think we all have to accept we're all on a watch list right now. Okay, there's been
It's
too
all
much
definitely.
stuff said on panel, and one of us has to be a Fed. Just process of elimination, right? Or just no odds, more likely, right? One of us in this very panel is probably a Fed. It's probably Marilyn, because Marilyn's the one
is.
who always calls everyone else a Fed, and that's what a Fed would do, right? They'd be like, "Oh, everyone else, y'all
I
are
have the
Feds."
most. There's a difference. I have the most feds watching me.
Oh, okay. Well, so you're surrounded by the most federal
your little
agents.
Fed buddies. It's your
Yeah,
friends watching.
exactly. Yeah, your
Every-
friends.
Every time Marilyn looks in the mirror, the FBI headquarters is looking back.
Yeah, for real, right?
Every time.
Maryland's like a super top rated. Can you imagine? She's like actually just infiltrating all these spaces to watch. For,
That-
like,
That's
Like,
James Comey.
If you put like even like in one of those small cakes from like Walmart and shit, right? One of those, like small cakes with like sprinkles on it, you put it in the fridge, it tastes so much. The icing tastes so much better.
Don't listen to him.
yeah, I'm worried. I'm
Or room
worried.
temperature or right out of the oven. Or
Egg, good
you
to
wanna
see
get-
you.
if you want
Hey,
to
how's it
get
going?
fancy with it, you're gonna take a hot cookie or hot brownie and put ice cream on it. That's good.
You
See,
put
that's-
it,
see,
the
that's
brownie,
good.
brownies
that's
in the
good.
fridge taste so amazing. Brownies in the fridge taste so amazing. I'm telling you, like
Frankie's a Fed.
no, like
Yeah,
Yeah.
Frankie is the
something
Fed.
hates this,
I think
but
you're married
something
to a
hates this
Fed.
about me. Okay, hey,
Definitely
look,
fed.
something really hates this about me. I only eat the icing off a cake. I don't eat the rest of it.
I fucking hate it.
That's depraved. That's depraved. That is the,
How's
that's
that depraved?
the definition of debauchery.
Because he
It's
does it to my cake. When I buy a single slice of cake, he eats the frosting off of my cake.
That ain't
Yeah,
right.
that's debauchery, Frankie. Almost definitionally, right? Like,
No, it's like, do you eat the icing and it's fucking great? Duh.
That's like somebody just eating the skin off a chicken.
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
There's something that's like very
yeah.
like
You gotta add a little bit of
what's the
meat.
deadly sin about like eating too much? Gluttony.
Gluttony.
It seems like gluttony, where it's like, yeah, if you just eat the icing and nothing else, it's it is
Like-
goblin
like,
behavior,
you will
as
buy-
Boomerang says.
You
Goblin
can buy a
behavior.
whole six pack of cupcakes and just eat the frosting and just like throw away the cake. And it's like, ugh,
Because there's no point in the cake. It's there for the frosting. There's no point in the cake because there's no
it's
frosting
not.
inside the cake.
frosting is there.
That's
for
a wild
frosting
statement.
in the cake.
That's insane. That's the most insane thing anyone said on my entire channel, which is saying a
Probably.
Now you see
fucking
what
lie.
I deal with on a daily basis.
You see
Yeah.
what I do with it on a daily basis. My God.
You want to put Oreos in the fucking fridge, Frankie? Okay, crazy,
Yeah.
psychopath behavior.
Look, look,
Okay,
look. There's Chips Ahoy right now in the fucking counter. I'm about to put those in the fridge.
No, you're not. Don't fucking touch those cookies.
there'll be
They have
another
to separate
live
their
fight.
cookies.
Okay, well, at least you have one Fed supporter in the chat, Oxycat. She's down to put the Chips Ahoy in the fridge. Crazy.
Oh,
times.
good. Thank you. Thanks,
She
Ox.
did say she was on a watch list.
She did say that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
So these
but
are the
it's
back-to-back
confirmed.
messages. So I
Yep.
mean, if you want to take advice from that, I mean, I don't know.
Frankie, you're a fucking Fed.
No.
Fed too sweet. Fed too sweet.
That's too
okay.
sweet.
We're going into Tim Pool. We're about to get crazy, okay? It's time to get a little wild. It's time. We've been edging for too long with cookie talk. It's time to get wild. It's time to listen to some real Feds talk, okay?
Ugh, my cock rage is on.
What the
Joe, she's a genius.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. She is quick-witted and well-read. Yeah. So when she sees someone make a
Terrible time to start. I don't know who they're talking about. Let's go back just a little bit. I don't know if they're talking about Candace.
The first is
Yeah, we've seen this part. It's not my
You have
Candace.
to reach inside her head and see what her thought process was. You can
Candace Martin.
You cannot. Can you seriously doubt it?
Oh, yeah, this is where he
Can you
paused.
seriously doubt?
Let me
brilliant?
tell you
Only
why
that-
I default to
I'm gonna be
liar.
really honest with you.
Dog.
I didn't think she was brilliant.
I'll tell you why I default to liar. I've met her. I've been on her show. She's been on my show. She's a genius.
07 Oxy.
She is quick-witted
She is.
and well-read.
Yeah.
So when she sees someone make a stupid statement like tax forms mysteriously disappeared, there's no way I believe
You
she
think geniuses don't
ignorantly
make
just
mistakes?
posted
Have you
false
heard about the
information.
atom bomb? I mean, like geniuses can make moral mistakes. Geniuses can make research mistakes. In fact,
Okay, let's try this.
Most
She
of the
thought
businesses-
UTC meant Utah time.
Most of
She
the
posted her own lawyer's address. In
She
fact,
thought-
how about this?
Is that true?
The feds
Did she think UTC is Utah time?
Yeah, you remember
What?
she
Really?
talked about a plane that
Oh,
took off from it was like Saudi Arabia connected, like it was something to do with Saudi Arabia, and she thought that the plane was UT, I think H standing for like Utah time, but it stands for like I don't fucking know some time zone.
Look, UTC is universal timeline. It's a
Yeah.
universal time.
Yeah.
It's universal time. I don't know what section of the longitude latitude it falls under, but it's just usually like it's universal. So if it's like 1730 UTC, it's 1730 UTC.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a bit of a side question, but is it Matt? Because there's like the Greenwich Mean Time and everything's based on,
Yeah.
or Greenwich, or I don't know how to say that word.
I think
But
it's
I
Greenwich.
don't know if that's the same as UTC, but yeah, they're both like international
You're muted.
standards where it's plus minus. Wait, I'm muted?
No, he's not muted.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, I thought
Must be my
Okay.
must be my
Sorry,
internet.
I thought I heard Frankie say I'm muted, and then Frankie's
Whoa.
like, "No, he's not muted." And I was about to pull out the sock puppets, so I'm like, "Frankie's
Wait,
telling me
have
I'm
you-
muted and not muted at the
Have
same
you guys
time."
seen have you seen Big Soda's new name?
Oh, Frankie is a Fed. That is
Oh
a
my
very
God.
apt name,
Oh my
very
God.
apt name, and that's why he's at the top. That's why he's right below Confluence, because it's the truth.
Work in a
True.
lawyer's office
it is perfectly normal
for her feds to be working in the same office.
for a big office building to contain multiple companies, and when they do so,
You
lawyers
didn't vet that
and when they
the truck
and
cars
when they-
actually went to the airport.
And when they do so, it is extremely normal for lawyers to share offices with government
She
departments.
did not vet
for the security
that the planes
for all
at the
kinds of other obvious
airports
reasons.
actually loaded up cars and went to that building. She made that up.
You're not going to hear from me that she's got everything right. I'm not here to say that.
Endless, just
clearly,
bullshit.
Marilyn,
that's
come
not the
back.
case. But first of all, I believe that she is motivated by a sincere desire to find out what happened to Charlie Kirk. Second, we don't know. We still don't know because they are telling untruths about it. I know for a fact, for an absolute fact, that Charlie has not been buried yet. I know for an absolute.
What do you mean he's not been
he's
buried yet?
Why? When there's no.
This is what me and Jesus were saying this so many times when we were listening to Milo. What's the proof? Like, if you know that, how do you know that? Tell us how. Milo
so
and
he's
Candace
still
both
more.
do this. They just say stuff, and it's like, explain how. Does someone, like, who told you this? Is there evidence? Or if you don't have evidence, just say, oh, this is how I know. Don't just say a fact and be like, I know for a fact, but I'm not going to tell you how I know the fact, or like what the evidence of that fact is, or how that makes any sense, or why he wouldn't be buried yet.
No, because my follow-up question would be, oh, so he's still on ice? Is he still in the morgue?
That's what I mean.
Like, what's up?
There was people. I mean, the conspiracies run wild. There was a few people in India Jesus' chat last night that have the theory, and I've heard it before, but it's depressing to talk to these people in real life, that think that Charlie Kirk is still alive, that it was like a blood pack. And I'm just like, oh my God.
It's like saying Tupac is still alive. You know what I'm
I was
saying?
gonna say, are they both in Cuba?
Huh?
Were they what?
I was making the joke. Are they both in Cuba? Because isn't that what Tupac's supposed to be?
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's like there's like a degree of conspiracies that I will entertain, and then there's the Charlie Kirk is still alive, even though we all saw him exsanguinate out of his neck horrifically, and we're gonna like and everyone is covering. It's like, okay, there's a fucking line. There's a line.
The problem is just saying Charlie Kirk hasn't been buried yet is disingenuous. Because usually, if you know something that most people don't know, the two things you do is you make the statement and then you provide where someone could find that statement to be true.
Exactly.
So if you're just saying the statement, then everyone else is like, oh, really? Well, okay, how do I find that? And then you're like, I can't talk about it. People that are close to us, Turning Point USA, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh, okay, so this is a claim that I can never verify. You just know it to be true.
Right. And he's not even going to say what, even if it's like a personal source, at least like say that. And it's like, and especially when something contradicts from what I know, right? It's like, why Charlie Kirk died months ago now, right? So like,
like 2 months ago, almost like I think 2 months or so ago.
Right. So it's like, what's the possible, like, why is Milo even saying, what are you hinting at? Did they not do enough autopsy stuff? Like, what do you think is happening that they're just keeping him on ice for 2 months now? Like, or is Milo hinting that Charlie is still alive? I don't know. Like, I don't even know with Milo. I don't even know what he's punting toward. You know what I mean? Because it's like I can't even come up with a possible explanation on why he wouldn't be buried yet. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because if you're saying that he's still alive, then where the fuck is he, right? Is he on ice or is he in a closet somewhere? Or is he in the basement? Like, where is he, Milo? And let me guess. Oh, I'm not going to say it. I was sworn to secrecy because NDA and et cetera, et cetera.
And it also doesn't even make sense with Milo is like sourcing Candace for so much of this. Candace thinks that Charlie was betrayed and he was like killed, unalived, or I guess I already said the word, but yeah, he was unalived by people close to him. He was betrayed. So then if he's alive, then in what sense is he like being held in like some dark site? Like, what the fuck? How is he betrayed?
But we can't rule out the fact that maybe Candace was kind of in love with him or something.
It's possible. It's possible.
It's possible because I do not want to get in that menage a trois kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that sounds like some menage a trois.
This is some big rabbit hole that people are trying to dig up.
Yeah.
Or think about it. If you feel like everyone's doing, I guess, if you had a good friend that died and everyone around you believe them to be, I guess, hiding something that you can't prove. It's like she's gone down this crazy rabbit hole to where she can't climb out of now. She keeps going deeper and deeper because everyone she talks to just dismisses her outright or tells her she's crazy. And so she gets more and more crazy. She starts taking in more and more crazy information. And then now she's lost in the rabbit hole with no way out.
See, and I was more convinced of the Candace grieving angle, and it's still possible. And it like maybe she's become like so like schizo-pilled from all this, and it's a conceivable thing. But I'm starting to just notice more and more that it matches up with Candace gaining so much, right? Gaining so much attention, gaining fiscally, right? And it's like if you're fucking so grief stricken that you're like schizo posting all the time, then it's like it's coincidental to me that lines up with so much financial and attention gain, right, in the marketplace. That it just seems a little too convenient,
Yeah, but then you got to ask the question, right? Well, what about Candace's husband? What's he doing? Where he's at? Because evidently he ain't nowhere to be found. Well, they're married, of course, but we're talking about like, was he friends with Charlie Kirk? Did he know Charlie Kirk? Did he know Erica? That's another question there too.
You know, a year ago, Milo was calling him a fruitcake and how he loved, I guess, gay men and stuff like that. When,
Milo sucks dick on
y-
a daily basis. We
Yeah,
know this.
well-
He didn't call anybody a
but
well,
it's funny, the flip flop. So I wonder what
Yeah.
led to the flip flop.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, funny you mentioned that, Big Soda. I don't know if you've seen the clip, but we're heading in that direction, unfortunately, with Milo.
Well, let's
We
see
are-
it.
We are heading it, yeah.
Well, let's
And if
play it.
wait, let me briefly do this just so you know. Does this work? Yeah, everyone who hasn't liked, it also says subscribe. Also subscribe. But yeah, everyone hit that like button. You know, YouTube loves it. You know, and so does Confluence.
No good reason for it. I know for a fact. I'm going to tell you. You know that my faith is sincere. I hope.
Oh,
Right. You know that I
don't know. I don't
thanks
know
for leaving the
that.
silence there. No. I hope that you understand that I'm a sincere person. I swear on my Lord boy I lost. I swear, cat, not person, but I swear on God.
I can believe that,
on
Astro
the Blessed
Boy.
Mother. I swear on Jesus Christ. I know for an incontrovertible fact that Charlie has not been buried yet. There's no good reason for that. None whatsoever, unless some trickery is afoot. Because they're telling people, oh, it's because we're planning to build a giant mausoleum. Well, you put together the biggest political event in the last 100 years in 3 days. Where's the mausoleum, girl? Sorry, no. I know for a fact he has not been
Who's the?
buried.
I don't mean to pause briefly. Whose girl is he again?
I think he's
It's
talking
like-
about Erica. I think he's talking
That's
about
what
Erica.
I mean. He is, and I think that I didn't even hear this part, and it gets way more worse. It gets way worse than this, but that is already disgusting. That's already disgusting because he's like, yeah, saying that like, oh, you have the money to do it. He's casting aspersions on the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk. I think that's just like deplorable. This is deplorable.
Has not been buried.
Okay.
Why? Because people are asking them. They're saying, I want to go pay my respects to Charlie Kirk. I can go visit Nietzsche. I can visit Karl Marx. Why can't I visit Charlie Kirk? Where is he buried? Where is his gravestone? And you better have a damn good reason why he's not buried yet.
Do you have
And
a
I
theory?
genuinely mean it
is
when I
it-
say that
or-
I would appreciate it and I would prefer it if you were
Well,
the face of
hold on,
skepticism
pause that real
towards
quick.
Turning Point USA.
Yeah,
but
but
Okay,
nobody
good frame to pause it on. I forgot about this girl.
Hold on.
I'm happy
or,
again.
or Erica wants it privately.
Yeah,
Like they don't have they're not beholden to us. All right, they're not. If she wants to bury him in the backyard of their house, she has a right to do that.
exactly, and
Or she
especially
doesn't
with
want to vandalize. Because think about
Yes.
if they had a big,
yes,
if they had a big mausoleum
Mausoleum.
form or whatever, a crypt or anything, it would get vandalized so quickly and
Or-
probably daily.
Matter of fact, or even this, she had him cremated.
yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so many options, and I think there's a sensible thing, which is what Topanga said, that it's like this has happened with other people that are controversial, right? Where they don't publicly release where they're buried because people will do disgusting things, right? We saw what
Well,
happened in
yeah.
the wake of Charlie
Well,
Kirk's
you've
death, so it's
seen-
like
you've
I don't
seen
know if
all
I'd
of
want that to
his-
be public too.
You've seen all of his memorials and stuff like that all around like different cities and towns, and they've been vandalized and just
Yeah,
kicked
they've been
to the dirt.
yeah. So then
Right.
what if Erica literally cremated his body and she has his remains in the bedroom because she
Yeah.
did because
And how is that our business?
how is
I
that our
agree with
yeah
you.
how is that
it's
our
not.
business? How is that Milo's fucking business? Like Milo, go away, go suck some dick, Milo. It's like fuck off.
No, Frankie doesn't do that anymore. You have to understand.
He's gay.
he's a
He can shut the fuck up. He's
he's a
gay.
changed
She's the
man.
only one. So how dare anybody give her a shit for this? Like,
What
how
do you
dare
mean?
anybody give her
She's
shit for
the
this?
only one.
She's the
it's
only-
endless.
Yeah.
She is the only one with a massive platform who has devoted. I mean,
The Bridget McCrone being a man and Blake Lively drama.
absolutely agree
Yeah.
with Bridget.
No, they're
McCrone.
talking about Candace right there.
No.
Wait, you're saying
Yeah.
Bridget McCrone's a man?
100%. They can have me.
I am
They can
just-
have. They can have me.
I'm not interested in
Wait,
this.
Okay.
George Santos has been in prison too long. If he hasn't heard that, okay, was this guy just like recently released? He hasn't heard that theory yet.
I'm not interested
I don't
in
give a
any of
shit.
where this is
Guys,
going.
let's change the subject.
I am not
because
interested
there's
in
an
these
active
people.
lawsuit on that
I am not
subject, so
interested in
let's
this
change it. Let's change it.
industry. I am not interested. I am not interested. And the issue is this: you said before, if I'm not winning, why am I here? That's my point. My point is, if I am not wanted, I don't want to be here.
But you are wanted, and you're more than wanted. You're necessary, but you're getting pissed off because people don't agree with you, and that's not okay.
That's not why I'm pissed off.
Yeah, it is.
No. My motivation for going against Jack Dorsey was not that people didn't agree with me.
I
on
didn't
Jack
say that.
Dorsey.
I said no. I
In
said-
fact,
I
everybody
said-
agreed with me.
I said that I admired what you did with him, and I admired what you did with Liquid Death.
This is my point.
I don't love what
And-
happened here. So
And now,
I think there's a mistake here.
as there's been an increase in the questions around what Candace is doing, and I have increasingly been critical of what she's doing over the past few months, and she crossed the line with these vague. Listen, I'll put it like this: most of my life, I grew up around the hacking community and computer nerds. And the thing that I focused on was called social engineering. Are you familiar with hackers?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So I used to hang out at hacker spaces.
I run security for EA, so yes.
And so I ended up working for nonprofits,
Shut the
fundraising,
fuck up, Milo.
communications, manipulation is the principal function of hacking in general.
Yeah.
Most times, someone's breaking into a computer; they're not actually doing code.
No, they persuaded somebody to give them.
Right. I'm watching Candace do all of the
hi, this
basic
is tech
components
support.
of social engineering.
Hi,
to
this is
manipulate
tech support. Would you mind click on this link so I can share your
Right.
screen and fix your problem? Yeah.
And Candace Owens is doing the lowest grade, but well done, social assumptive reasoning, manipulation, and it is evil. It's evil.
Okay, so I think it's ridiculous for you earlier on to claim that you're not saying what she's doing is morally wrong, and then to call what she's doing evil. I think it's.
I think it is morally. What do you mean? I didn't say
You said earlier that you said
no. When I said she talks about her texts with Charlie, I didn't call that evil. I said she's allowed to share text with Charlie, and I said this is an example of a show that's female coded, and a lot of women want to watch.
People will rewind and make their own judgments about that.
And that's what I've consistently said. But I'll tell you what, when I bump into some young men who are Gen Z, and the first thing, so here's what happens. These three young guys, one guy says to me, "Oh, hey, you're the podcast, you're Tim Pool." And then his buddy goes, "Who's he?" And he's like, "He's got a big podcast." And he's like, Trump interviewed Trump. The guy then says, "Do you know, what do you think about Candace?" And I said, "What about her?" And he goes, "She went into hiding because they're trying to kill her." And I said, "You mean she took Thanksgiving off?" But she makes these tweets that resulted in viral posts. She knows she's doing it when she says, "Our show is off the air as an update. The White House has confirmed receipt of the plot against me."
You keep claiming interior knowledge of her mental state, which you do not possess and cannot possess.
I am not going to play this game. I am not going to play this game where you're.
Okay, but Milo can claim internal knowledge of like Erica's internal state, right? He has private knowledge of everything, but Tim Pool,
Exactly.
Tim Pool can't know anything, Only Milo can make insane predictions about other people's internal states. No one else allowed.
Well, she's insinuating.
Yeah, Tim don't have the gay intuition.
Some nefarious bullshit, but she didn't explicitly say it. So I'm too stupid. I'm not going to believe it.
I'm not playing. I'm not playing a game with you. I'm really not. But I am saying that I have heard you tell people on this show that they cannot have knowledge of somebody else's interior mental state. I've heard you say it. Why do you claim you have it?
That point is specifically about Donald Trump. And my point was, in certain areas, Trump lies about really stupid things.
He does, yeah.
And then when it comes to, high-level foreign policy stuff, he'll get something wrong, but they'll always default to a lie. It might be a lie. It might not be. But the media defaulting to it. Now, the issue is...
You are making my point for me.
No, I'm making the point that when
Candace now.
When Candace makes a tweet,
Mr.
that
good to see you.
intentionally,
you can't say that,
right? Because if she referenced a tweet that was a lie, but
that's the thing. This is totally different, right? The Trump stuff, right? Is sure. It's like, yeah, you can't read someone's mind, but if someone is like repeatedly telling you what they think over and over again, you can make some guesses on what they might be thinking. Okay, with Candace, it's not insane to do this there, because Candace, the difference between Candace and Erica is Candace, she's putting all this stuff out there publicly. We can all look at it and make interpretive judgments, right? With Erica, that's not happening. So Milo is literally claiming to be reading Erica's mind and the people at TPUSA, and so is Candace, right? But yeah,
I bet you alone, Erica alone is probably crying in a bathroom alone because she misses her husband. You know what I'm saying? Like she's probably, she like I said, like when she did that press conference in the Trump rally, right? She was in another fucking planet, dude. Like she was in another planet, dude. She wasn't here on Earth. She was in another fucking planet, grieving as a widow grieves.
Yeah, I agree. And Milo and everyone casting aspersions on like how someone's gonna act in these cases.
Who the fuck Milo thinks he is? Who the fuck Milo thinks he is? Thinking he knows. It's like, no, you don't. You fuckboy. You fuckboy.
And something that was brought up yesterday with Indian Jesus that he said that I really agreed with was he said so many people think they know how they'll act in like one of these insane situations, and it wasn't about Erica, but it was about like
in general.
It was about after an immediate, like once the assassination happened of Kirk, right? What certain Turning Point USA employees did and people are like, well, that seems like weird behavior, and it's like, no one knows what they're gonna do. No one's expecting that. These employees, right? They've done like, you know, hundreds, if not thousands, of TPUSA events, and then all of a sudden, Charlie Kirk is like dying / dead in front of you. I mean, it's all fun and games to like use logic and be like, oh, I know what I would do in that. It's like no one knows what they would do in that situation unless you've been in that. Maybe Frankie, with you're like at least military. At least if you have been in those situations, then it's like at least I could see that. But for the average person, it's like that hasn't been around this stuff. Like myself, it's like I have no fucking idea what I would do if I saw someone get fucking pew-pewed in front of me. I have absolutely no idea, right? You can make best guesses, but so many people are like doing the Monday morning quarterbacking where they're like, oh, this doesn't make sense. And, you know, Erica would do something different. The employees would do something. It's like, you don't know that unless you've been in that situation.
Yeah, it's the whole thing, right? It's the whole thing of, you know, you go like government employees watching videos and on, you know, like what to do if an active pew pewer comes by. You know, this is what you do. But then when it actually happens, they don't know what the fuck to do. It's the whole fight or flight syndrome, right? The fight or flight syndrome. And, you know, I guarantee you Milo would have been like his whole head up his own ass, you know, saying, help me, save me, kind of thing.
Yeah,
he probably wouldn't even rush to Charlie Kirk's aid. Like
one thing I want to say that I watched. There's this channel I like a lot, Armchair Violence, and he reviewed. I think I've said this on the channel before. He reviewed like 200 knife attack videos. Yeah, and he categorized them on like how the average person responds. Or do they grab an object? Do they start fighting? Do they start grappling? And one of the most common responses was for the person to run for about 5 seconds and then stop and then let the person stab them. Now, no person thinks they're going to do that, but most people aren't being chased by some lunatic with a knife. So, like, everyone wants to believe that, oh, this is what I would do in that situation. It's like, if you're not in that situation, it's really hard to like guess exactly what you would do unless pressure tested this over and over.
Yeah, it's a whole notion of like, oh my God, is this really happening to me? Am I dreaming? And like, am I in a different world right now? That's like, that what goes on through the head. You know what I'm saying? So then, you know, somebody who's getting, you know, stabbed was like, is this really happening now? That's what he was saying. The guy you were referring to, that's psychology.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I will, like, again, and I'm not trying to glaze you, Frankie, but I get if someone who has been in military or someone who's been in these, then it's like, at least I get it. It's like, you have some idea of what you might do because you've been in those situations, right? Like, so but like for people who haven't, I think everyone has to understand that you don't know until it happens.
But see, this is where also psychology comes in, because we as humans have such a propensity and a affiliation and an affinity towards violence that it becomes a part of our psyche. That it literally is a part of our psyche. Now, any person can be violent given the right circumstances. I don't care if you're a priest or a child. It's innate in us. It's in our innate
weird
physiology and psychology. Okay. But you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the whole notion of like, somebody's getting stabbed and I realize, because they're like, am I dreaming? Until they're like, oh shit, no, this is real.
That's what I would say. And I don't know if you would disagree with me. Everyone has the capacity for violence. It is in our DNA. But I think in the modern world, we are not exposed to real life violence much as we were back in the day.
Yes, I agree with that. Because in the modern world today, we are not exposed to violence, and let's say Myanmar. Myanmar or Burma.
Yeah, Burma. That's what I like to call it, because I'm not a commie. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Burma is a fucking war zone. It's been a war zone since the 50s.
Yeah,
so
it's been a bad country for a long time.
Yeah. So then you can't tell me that the average person here in the United States is more inclined to violence than a person from Burma.
No, yeah. I mean, yeah, if you grow up seeing all this stuff, you're gonna,
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta address this chat. I will say, I mean, I can't speak for everyone in this group. I don't think there's a possibility that Kirk wasn't shot. Like, unless you mean like a epsilon chance, like is it a 1 in a trillion chance that there could be some like, if that's what you mean. But no, in like real talk, I don't think there is any realistic possibility that Kirk wasn't shot. I don't think that.
The only way to answer that question is by asking, I guess, that person, what amount of possibility are you willing to entertain to say that Charlie Kirk wasn't shot?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like,
Because I mean, aliens could have come down and did something in his neck and made it look like he got shot. I guess that's a possibility that I can never rule out, just because I can never have that answer. But I'm not gonna say that that's a possibility of what happened.
I can't tell if this means 100%, as in he means 100%. He wasn't shot, or if he means 100%. Like, I agree with what you're saying, Big Soda, 100%. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the cat zone. So feel free to clarify, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure which direction at 100%. Do you think there's a 100% chance that Kirk was not shot? If so, say more. I'm afraid to ask, but do say more. Do say more.
Another example. It's possible for the sun to swallow up the Earth tomorrow, but am I going to think that's a possible scenario of what's going to happen tomorrow? No, I probably wouldn't name it in the possibilities. I probably would just assume that the percentage is so low that the odds of it being possible are unsurmountable. It's just something that can never happen. Because.
Sorry,
I guess I was just going to say it can never happen, just because the possibility is so low that we're talking 0.00000 like 1%.
Yeah. And Cat Zone, I mean, if you're inclined, you could hop on panel and, like, because I guess I do want to hear. I don't want to, it's something I disagree with, but I do want to hear from someone that actually thinks 100% he wasn't shot. I'm not sure where you're coming from. So there's a link at the top. You can join. You don't have to cam up, but you have to cam up in the back, just so I know you're not a crazy person. And just gonna say that Marilyn doesn't want to. Marilyn. It's not politics. Marilyn, this is a. If I could turn this magnet upside down, I would, Marilyn, because you have to understand, Marilyn. This is not politics. This is like This is real life. This is real life, Marilyn. This is stuff that's happening. It's not about politics. It's about morality. And Marilyn,
you just explained politics.
To be fair,
sometimes.
To be fair, the whole argument of magnets is a political topic, and the reason why it's political, because if you use just the general understanding of politics, then pretty much any disagreement or any difference of opinion could be defined as, I guess, politics.
In the sense of like that politics is downstream and upstream of culture. In some way, in the same way that everything, and Marilyn, you will like this, everything is religious, I would say. That's what Ben Shapiro taught me, Shout outs, my mandatory shout out to subscribe, sponsored by the Daily Wire, Facts and Logic. Okay, so go sub. Where's
your mug tonight?
The mug. Oh yeah. Well, I'm really, they don't like when I plug two things close together, but they kind of overlap because it actually is using the code Confluence, but you have to go to the dailywire.com/shop/Confluence mug and use the code the Cat Zone. Crazy enough. That's a weird coincidence. That was set up like days ago. The Cat Zone is the code to get 20% off, which is actually wild. So that's a weird coincidence. I don't know what to make of that.
Confluence, put yourself in Frankie's position and move Frankie up and me up. You want to be in the middle of the screen. You're being covered by the live.
On your end, but
not on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't. At least I hope that. Yeah, it shouldn't be.
Nah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is crazy. And yes, I am the ever welcoming host. And I will gladly have you on my panel, okay? Even if I disagree, I'm like a free speech kind of guy, you know what I mean? I'm kind of cool like that, just saying. And as Doomerang said about this guy, why is Led Zeppelin on the screen right now? And fair enough. So we will keep playing to get Led Zeppelin off the screen.
He thinks it's true.
Tim,
She's not lying.
I'm gonna
Tim,
go ahead and say
I do respect your judgment.
I actually
to a point on this. But
if
you, as a literal matter of objective reality, you cannot know that.
if Donald Trump sometimes
Cannot know
lies and sometimes doesn't, my point is we try to parse out when we think he's lying and when we think he's not. And if Candace is doing what is considered to be a basic social
You're going
engineering,
a bit further than that, though, with Candace, though, aren't you?
no,
You are. You're saying what she's doing is evil.
what I think is evil,
It is evil.
the big picture.
I think it's evil.
That somebody.
I'm not talking about a singular action.
Somebody heard a man who look when she put Charlie Kirk's Spotify playlist up. My first thought was,
Well, okay, brief. I don't know if she intends to be evil. I think the result is evil. I should say that because I'm okay thinking about the grieving and maybe Kansas's schizo. That's possible.
that is not the Spotify
Just saying
playlist
that.
of a
Just saying
heterosexual
that.
man.
Just a
My second
correction.
thought was, why would
myself.
It's just not. It's not. It's Nicki Minaj and Lord. It's just not. Straight men don't listen to that shit. They just don't.
Let me put it
We're waiting to see if anyone's like, hey, I like
Straight
Nicki
men are
Minaj.
not bopping along to Monster. I'm
Let
just
me
saying that.
put
Lord
I
has-
bopped a monster. So right. So let me say this.
The
Her-
second thing that occurred to me was Candace having the intimate purchase on him that she obviously feels and feels at a threat and at risk. Like it's, I know I've stayed with her down in I've been there down with in Tennessee. We didn't get on. I have no reason to be nice about Candace. None. She tried to get me fired from Yeezy when she didn't know that I was doing I was working in the boss's best interest. Okay, she went in hard trying to get Kanye West to fire me, and it was over the course of months. I have no reason to be nice
You're
about
killing
her.
me,
Zero.
Cat
No.
Zone.
me ask you a question.
You're
But
killing
on this
me.
issue.
You're
I have more
literally
sympathy
killing
with
me.
her than I do with the other side because I see someone, since in my view,
He's trolling.
sincerely searching for the truth. Is everything she says correct? No. Is she carpet bombing the world with lies? Absolutely not.
when she said this feels like an inside job.
It does.
What does?
It does.
What does?
The conspiracy of silence.
No.
That's my trick on this show. Okay, that's my thing.
What's
And
conspiracy?
someone
of
else is like
silence?
getting to a good point. That's my thing.
Again, like let me point this out.
The astronomically inadequate explanations given, in my view, for the actions before, at, and after Charlie's death, and the behavior afterwards from both the federal government and Turning Point executives.
You think
say
they're not
nothing.
saying-
I don't know if I don't know if I'm missing a chat, Cat Zone. I don't see the reason. I don't see a reason that you gave. I don't know if I missed it. Oh wait. Oh, this one. Okay, fine. How do you get shot in a major artery and not get any blood on anyone carrying him or on the ground, not a drop, not physically possible? I mean, I can't play the video, but there you see blood land on the ground. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, you have the video from there's multiple videos of it. There is you literally see blood go onto the ground. I mean, I don't know if you're thinking. I don't know if you're. That's why I want you to panel up. I don't know if you think the video is like AI, because even if you thought it's a blood pack, which is what people were saying yesterday, then there would still be droplets of blood on the ground. So are you saying all the videos are fake? Everyone in there is a paid actor. All the 1,000 people watching, they're all paid off. What? Again, I can't even steel man a theory.
That sounds ridiculous.
And plus, it's kind of like, how many people have you shot in the neck?
Wally.
It's like, has anything weird happened? It's kind of like anomalies do happen when it comes to stuff like this.
But also bullets do weird fucking things too.
That's true.
Things. And I'll put it like this, right? How we're taught to shoot, right? In 25 meters, you aim center mass. 50 meters center mass. 100 meters, a little above center mass. 200 meters, a little bit more above towards the neck. You're hitting center mass because the arc of the bullet. So that at 300 meters, you're literally aiming at the top of dude's head. At 500 meters, you're aiming above his head.
Because the bullet drop is what you're saying?
The arc of the round, because everything that goes up must come down. That's gravity. And gravity and bullets are subject to gravity. That's called ballistics. So then how far was the shot? Where was the shot taken? From a high vantage point, correct?
think it was like, it was 200 meters. I think.
Okay, so a 200-meter shot.
Something around there. I could be off.
Okay, so a 200-meter shot from a high vantage point. He was aiming probably at Charlie Kirk's, either at Charlie Kirk's head, in the middle of his forehead, or in his belly button. Because of the arc of the bullet. So then it also comes down to this. So the shooter, did he breathe wrong? Did he squeeze the trigger wrong? Did he have his finger in the wrong spot? There's a lot of variables to this. So,
he was using an old as fuck rifle, right? Like I think it was well calibrated, but it was an old as fuck. It was like a Springfield from like 100 years ago.
So that rifle probably had a lot of miles on it, and it probably wasn't the best in terms of kind of like stability.
Yeah, he probably overcalculated the fact that gravity would, drop the bullet. So he was probably trying to adjust for that. But him being inexperienced with that type of, I guess, shot, it probably makes sense. He was probably trying to aim high. He was probably trying to hit him in the chest.
Okay, so for Cat Zone, you understand that blood can leave the body in 30 seconds.
That's what I was going to say.
A person could literally die within 30 seconds of blood loss.
He exsanguinated on stage, right? Like if you hit a major artery, you will bleed out insanely fast. That at least addresses your comment about why other people don't have blood on them.
Stop right here. Look, I'm certified in combat life saving. It's called MARCH. All right, the acronym is called MARCH. MARCH, in the M stands for massive hemorrhaging, which is blood loss. That's what you have to address first, because if you do not address that first, they die instantly. And I'll put it even further. When a person loses blood, they get cold real fast. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they get cold real fast, real quick. And the fact of the matter is, they'll die of hypothermia as well as blood loss because of the loss of blood.
But there's an easy way. There's an easy way to tackle this question. How would you know? It could, because he's saying a definitive statement. Blood would keep coming out though, and it's kind of like, well, based on the video, like how would you know from the short clip that you've seen that blood would have come out and you would have been able to observe it? It's like that's something you need experience with. It's like someone like Frankie. He's seen that. People that's been in the military, they've seen that. They've seen all these anomalies. They've seen things that happen that they couldn't describe. And it's like for someone who hasn't seen that or isn't familiar with shooting people in the neck or being shot in the neck, how would you know this is out of the realm of possibilities?
Yeah, it's like the only thing I can entertain, which is absolutely not what the Cat Zone would agree with me on, but the question of was he wearing a bulletproof vest? Was he wearing Kevlar? Did it bounce off and hit his neck? It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. But like just from that point of view, I don't know. Because I've seen people talk about that. I'm not sure. Maybe it bounced off and hit his neck. Maybe it just hit his neck cleanly. I don't know.
Okay, so let's do this, right? Let's dispel some shit real quick. A bulletproof vest, that's only marketing. That's only marketing. It's bullet resistance.
Right, but that's what I mean. I know there's like the levels of it, but there is a level he could be wearing where it would have deflected the bullet, right? But we just don't know if he had plates in it. We don't know what he had.
Probably not a 308.
Hold on.
And this is just theoretical. I don't think it probably would have stopped it the way you think.
I got you right here. A level 4 plate stopped at 30-06. 30-06. That doesn't mean anything. The reason why that doesn't mean anything, it stops it from entering the body. But the shock is there. The shock wave, the impact is there. That kills.
Right, but when we're talking about Kirk, we are talking about where we saw him bleed out. So it did. But that's the theory is that it ricocheted, or that's one of the theories, or he wasn't wearing one at all. I've seen different things.
This is the thing, right? So this thing, if he was shot in the neck, the body armor wouldn't have done anything. There was no point in it. The body armor is only designed to protect vital organs, which is your heart, your lungs, your liver, and your esophagus, and your diaphragm. Okay? It only protects the top. All right, not your neck. Your neck is open season, and your head is open season.
Well,
Okay?
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why the theory is either it hit him in the neck directly or it ricocheted off
Now, with
the
the whole
very
ricochet-
edge of
with
the
the whole-
armor, right?
With the whole ricochet thing, it's called spalding. Spalding is if he was wearing steel plates, steel on steel, what that causes is shrapnel and causes spalding, where the armor itself breaks apart and launches out like shrapnel. So that's what he's talking about. But the problem with that theory is this: spalding does not cause a massive hemorrhaging like that. All right.
See, okay, look. I've seen the clip of them carrying him to the SUV too. I've seen that clip. I don't know what you mean by that. I advise you guys to watch people outside the mega zone. Instead of, I've seen all the videos. I've heard all the theories. I don't find them compelling. I don't find any of it compelling that he was not shot. That I could entertain. If you want to talk about if there was a government that did it, then that's like, okay, maybe, right? Like maybe Tyler Robinson was a patsy. Maybe he was paid by somebody. That's at least more plausible. The theory that Charlie Kirk was not shot is, again, if you want to panel up, it would be a lot easier to kind of pick your brain. And I'm not, no one's going to bully you, I just to hear what you have to say, because it's really disavow.
A Confluence. If you wouldn't mind, could you pull up our Discord messages and put the picture that I sent you on screen?
Sure. This is okay.
Well, decide if you think it's allowable, and then put it on screen.
I think it's allowed because it's like censored and stuff. So
I want you to look at the arm that's in between the people that are carrying him, and you can see, severe amounts of blood. And this would be probably, I don't know, they reacted fast, so this is probably anywhere from 15 to 25 seconds after he was shot in the neck.
Yeah, time is really of the essence when it comes to a bullet wound. Time is.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this briefly on. I think it's fine because it's censored, but I will put it briefly. So everyone who wants to watch, get ready, because it's only gonna be up there for a hot second. Okay.
And then if you look at the arm that is in the background, you can see the blood coming off the arm that's not blurred out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me give you this. What just happened?
He took it down.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
All right. Let me explain something.
You do things fast. Yeah.
Let me explain something to you guys. Right. A junctional wound, meaning armpits, groin area, even your neck. That's called a junctional wound. You can't put a tourniquet on that. Okay, you can't. You have to get a junctional tourniquet for that, and those are like expensive. They're almost like $400. If somebody's shot in the neck and you're there to provide aid, what you have to do is you have to apply pressure with your hand for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay, that's a long time.
And the security guard, like the head security guard in the video that you see to his right, which is like, I guess, the chief over that staff, explained how it's not something you can put a tourniquet on. He literally had to stick his whole hand in that bullet hole and try and compact it and keep pressing cotton in there or bandages and just keep doing it back and back and over and over.
I'll explain more. All right. There is a compression bandages and the Z bandages. They're clotted. They're clotted bandages that you put in the neck, that you put in the junction wound, and you go until it's all done, and there's a little bit left that leaves on the top of the wound. All right, that it coagulates the wound from the inside.
Yeah,
like Thumpy could literally grab it right now from our medical drawer in the room, and. Like I said, time is of the essence. They didn't have time, and he lost.
And you also to think they have to carry him to the car, and then Charlie Kirk, being the size that he is, the security guard went on record saying we couldn't close the doors. Like I was in an awkward position trying to keep my hand over the gauze over his neck, and it's just something that I think I think that he went on record and said the doctor told him even if he was shot in the OR room, there's nothing they could have done.
That was it.
Yeah. I mean, Frankie obviously can speak more than me. I'm just commenting as someone who watched the videos and has heard other people talk. But from my understanding, they don't pronounce people dead at the scene ever.
They don't. They don't. The reason why
they don't. Charlie Kirk was probably dead within like a very short. Like by the time they're carrying him, I think they're probably carrying a corpse.
Right.
I don't know if Frankie.
I know this is going to sound weird. This is going to sound weird, right? When I was back in active duty and doing, military police, how we're taught when it comes to an active assailant or active pure, if we neutralize the active pure, we handcuff them. They can have maybe riddled with holes. We still handcuff them. It's a safety measure, a safety precaution.
Yep. It's for that like 0.001% chance
of him coming back.
And Cat Zone, yes. I mean, you can, if you have videos, sure. What I would prefer is, again, if you have an opinion, if you've watched the videos, just again hop up on panel. Again, you don't have to show your face. You have to show your face to me in the back chat, but it won't show on YouTube at all. And I'm not going to show it. I promise you. You just have to show it to me so I know you're like a real person.
Fools, I farted.
Thank you for that knowledge. And I'm just saying, Catson. So you can send the videos, and that's fine, and I'll watch them. But I think the better thing, if you have an argument, is to just come up again. You don't have to show your face. You can just be the Cat Zone. Saying that. Good night, to Astro Boy. Yeah, good. Thanks for stopping by.
Astro Boy.
Good to see you.
Astro Boy. That's it. Astro. I was like, wait, Astro's in the chat? The fuck?
Guys, why does Milo have his mouth open like this? Like
he's ready to put a dick in it.
Is he expecting
ready for that hat?
Dick in it.
Is he he looks like he's in the ready position. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. He does look like that.
Of his deeply, deeply sinister wife. What?
Erica?
Oh, that's a wow.
That's oh no. What the fuck? He just
hold on.
He really did say that?
Please explain to me.
It gets worse. It gets fucking worse. And this is why I said I used to like Milo. After this, I'm like, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Unless he can punt into his brain tumor, which he has. I believe him on that. If that's if that's what's causing this.
They look good, babe.
Fine.
They look good.
Everything else is disgusting morality. If this is Milo speaking his mind, disgusting.
How is Erica Kirk sinister?
Have you seen the difference in the size of her hands with Charlie's in the wedding pictures, and then compared it to him in his casket?
Are you saying she's a man?
No, I'm saying that wasn't Charlie in there.
What are you talking?
I'm saying there's something up. There's something.
This is where I'm George Santos pilled, which is a phrase I never thought I'd say.
Alive somewhere. I don't know, but his body hasn't been buried. Did they lose it? Yeah.
Okay, so he does think he's still alive.
Do you think there's a possibility that Charlie is alive?
Yeah. No.
I think it's very slight. I think it's probably the most.
So you even give it a slight?
Of course, it's possible. And
no, it's not.
Wait. So okay, but Milo just said it's like. Didn't Milo just say it's like super slight? Didn't he just let me go back? Didn't he? So then it's like, so then why? What do you mean by? What are you implying when you say he hasn't been buried yet? What do you mean when you're talking about the hand size? If you compare it to the casket, like what are you? If you're not saying he's alive, at least shout out the Cat Zone. At least the Cat Zone is willing to say what he actually thinks. And Milo is fucking dancing on this gay precipice, not in a gay way, but like in the normal way. In a gay way. He is gaily dancing on the precipice instead of just fucking saying it. Okay, fair enough. Catzone says I'm at home with my daughter. I want her here. Maybe another time. Give me a minute. I'll get your name. That's fine. Okay, that's fine, Catzone. That's God bless you. And if you give me a video name, I will watch it. Not live, but I will watch it.
Yeah, it's all good.
And if you come back, we'll get back to you. Yeah.
Possibility that Charlie is alive?
I think it's vanishingly slight. I think it's probably the most.
So you even give it a slight?
Vanishingly slight. So what are you saying, Milo?
And the behavior of some of the Turning Point people makes me wonder. I tweeted today.
See, okay, I'm sorry. This is a brief thing. Just want to shout out Big Soda because that is the right question. If it's vanishingly small, What percent before you believe it? Are you talking 0.00001? Because like that's insane. Are you talking like 1%? Like be more specific. Because yes, maybe what Big Soda said. Maybe aliens came down. Maybe what I said about like maybe the whole crowd is paid and they're all owned by some government. It's like
maybe it was struck by a meteor.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
it's
he,
like
or maybe he went to Atlantis and met with the
Maybe it's Maybelline.
maybe it is Maybelline. Maybe it is Maybelline.
For the first time ever. I didn't name him, but just thinking aloud, do you think he's still alive?
But you think there's a possibility they faked his death?
Yes.
But
No.
then why wouldn't Candace say something more to that degree?
It's
I
probably the
just
most
don't feel like he's a high-ranking
And
person
so
to fake
why
his
won't
death
Candace
like
call
that.
out Erica?
I know.
Like Tupac is
She
more
has. She's-
believable
she's
in
not-
faking his
she-
death than
she
anything
mentioned-
else.
Yeah.
Even then, no.
Candace is
We at least didn't see from multiple angles Tupac die, and there wasn't a crowd of like 1,000 people that saw him die. Like this would be the biggest fucking heist of of the American political landscape. Like this would be like bigger than like
It's
faking
AI.
the moon landing.
AI.
Yeah,
Did you
it's like
hear the theory about somebody saying there's like there was a shield in front of the booth that he was sitting at, and it was a projection. There's people out there saying that all that happened with him and even the security guards, it was all projected to the crowd, and that's
my
like
It was a
God.
movie. Like it was a movie.
yeah, people will stop at nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
look, if like so actually to mention the Cat Zone, if you're still here, Cat Zone, if your motive is that you want Charlie to be alive, I empathize with you. I wish Charlie Kirk was still alive. So like I wish in some weird way, I hope what you're saying is true, right? If your motive is some like other thing, then then we probably disagree on that. But at least I can empathize with that. If you want to believe he's still alive, I want to believe he's still alive too. I wish it didn't happen. I wish that's I think back to that video and it's like it still like sits with me. I don't like it. I fucking hate it. If that's the motive, I agree. And if that's Milo's motive and wanting to think there's a possibility, sure. The motive is more sinister, as Milo is claiming Erica is sinister, right? So I don't trust Milo. I don't think Milo has good motives.
He has no evidence at all.
Yeah. And it doesn't seem, in my opinion, I can't, as Milo said, I can't comment on someone's internal state, but from hearing Milo talk and him impinging Erica,
That's
and
exactly
as
what
we
he's
will see,
doing.
he's going to impinge Charlie Kirk as well, then I don't think his motive is in a good place. But I won't cast those aspersions on the Cat Zone because I don't know what the Cat Zone's motives are. And again, if your motive is you want Kirk to be alive, then I can fully empathize with that. Wish he was alive too.
the ultimate master of the tease, right? Now you will say,
Oh, so you're agreeing with me now?
you will say, no. You will say that tease is entirely dishonest, fraudulent, and manipulative, and wicked.
You're being
I think she
dishonest.
just is the master storyteller. The truth perhaps is in the middle.
Agreed.
Maybe the truth is in the middle.
We agree.
But
She's telling stories.
stories is a news term.
And I know about
and that stories
storytelling.
is a news term, and that's the manner in which I meant it.
So when Ben Shapiro said that she implied Erica killed Charlie, was he wrong?
I think at that time she had not done so. I think later.
The fact you have to fucking hesitate, Milo. The actual fuck. That you have to be like, I was asked if I think there, if Erica might have killed him. I'm gonna think about this and nuance my answer. Fuck off, Milo.
There were comments that I would have to check the chronology, but I think that later there were comments where I'm like, and I read today and I did not check it out.
yourself
I'm
into a
always 2 or
corner.
3 days late catching up her show, although I do watch her religiously. That's the queen. I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show
Wow.
because I've got stuff going on. But
Wow, Milo, you watch her religiously. Who would I would have never guessed based
Who'da
on the
thunk it?
nonsense you're spewing. I would have never thought. I would have never
Who'd have
thought.
thunk it?
Crazy.
somebody tweeted
crazy.
today that Candace said that she believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay.
It's-
Here we go.
Come on.
Of course
That's
he
what I
does.
mean. There we go.
Of course he fucking does.
That's the two
Oh my
things
God.
that made me so angry. He says that Charlie was about to divorce Erica and that Charlie is gay. And to fucking say those things in the aftermath of what
Where's
happened
his
is
evidence
just
with any of this?
deplorable. There's no evidence. There's nothing.
Except like what
It's
he's just
just
talking out of his
disgusting.
fucking ass.
And it's
to be
disgusting
relevant.
because exactly. To be relevant. I don't think Milo even with his fucking brain tumor, which I do wish him all the best luck in that, you know, I'm not that black-pilled, but even with all the excuses he can muster, I don't believe he believes this himself. I think it is just he wants attention, he wants engagement, he wants to be dramatic, which is fine if you're talking about
recently. Like he likes all these interviews, he likes the attention, and he'll say anything he can.
And he's
little 15 minutes of fame because his fame was over so long ago, and he's trying to make a comeback, and he's doing it in such a wrong way.
I know, to make a comeback. When Milo says crazy stuff, it's like it's okay. There's a line. There's a fucking line, and like this is not how you do it.
I listen to him, and I've agreed with him on not like this subject, but like other things. That I'm like, you know, listening to this guy, and I'm like, yeah, he's saying some fucking facts, but now listening to this, it's ridiculous, and I think he's just talking out of his ass to stay in the picture.
He's talking out of his fuckhole. He's talking out of his fuckhole.
If he believed it, I could at least maybe understand my analysis. I don't think Milo believes anything he's saying, and that makes him, I think, one of the worst type of people. Because if you're gonna make those allegations and you're just doing it to get clout and to get attention and to revitalize your dead career, then like fuck you, Milo. Fuck you.
Well, remember, he said he swears to his creator, Jesus Christ. And it's like, that's a wild fucking statement.
Yeah. So it's like, I mean, that is crazy. I don't know. I don't even know what to make of that, because if assuming, which I do believe, that he has a brain tumor and stuff. So, you know, you would think you'd be thinking of like meeting the Lord. And then if you're going to swear on Christ, like, I don't know. I mean, I hope he's being honest. It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like that. And okay. So the cat's on. I just want to say, that's what I mean. The brain tumor maybe is like is you know, maybe that's the best thing. Is maybe he's being fucked by it.
Well, no, I was going to say this: if he has a fucking brain tumor, then why the fuck is he on TV? Why not be at home and deal with your fucking problem instead of trying to your 15 minutes of clout fame from your fuckhole?
But if I'm trying, the best steel man I could give of Milo is that the brain tumor is fucking his mind. So then he's not. So he's going on because he's like, oh, I think what I'm saying is true, and he's actually, that's like the best steel man I could possibly give. Okay. Oh, thank you, Doomerang. I was okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, because I was trying to like type it in a notepad. So I appreciate that. So yeah, it is sent. And Catson, if you tune back in next time, I'll happily engage. I will have watched your video, unless it's like 8 hours long, in which case, you know, fuck that shit. But assuming it's like a reasonable length, I will.
See, there's already some things that I'm already skeptical about this video name. One, physics expert. How do we define physics expert? Is this someone who went to college and got a bachelor's in physics? Is this someone who
you would think you would want someone who's probably more like someone that's more like a, I don't know, like a
ballistic
doctor or something, or either of those things. Yeah, the ballistic, but like a physics, like, do I want Neil deGrasse Tyson? He's a physics expert. Do I want his take on this? Absolutely not. I don't give a fuck what he says. It has nothing to do with any of this. So it depends what we mean by physics expert. Yes.
Confluence, I got a question. Confluence.
Okay, I will watch it, Catson. I promise you.
No, Confluence, I got a question. Would you watch a video of me and Thumping copulating?
No, what the fuck?
I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, if you want to put that in our private Facebook chat, I mean, I'll as long as it's not 8 hours. Same thing I said to Cat Zone. If it's like 30 minutes, I'll watch it. I'll give you my kind of critique of it and stuff. But 8 hours is just too long. If you guys are into the Tantra stuff,
stop entertaining him on his stupid ass questions.
And I guess the second part of the thing is the new proof. See, that's a wild statement, because now we're talking about the difference between evidence and proof.
And there has to be a concise with evidence.
Proof is undeniable.
Hey, well, Cat Zone, never be snowflaking, okay? Never be snow. I'll tell you. I will watch the video. I will watch it. So I might be nagging it. I might be nagging the title. but I will watch it. I will watch it.
Oh no,
I'll
yeah,
give
I'm
it the
gonna watch it.
honest college try. I will sincerely. And if you're at some point, if you join Cat Zone and you can talk freely, you're always welcome on panel. And not no bullying, just honest conversation. And Doomrank says ban Frankie. You know, ban Frankie.
No, I'm gonna watch it the moment this stream is over, and I'll start compiling some notes, and then I'll have some questions for, I guess, you, Confluence, and then if the Cat Zone, if he comes in the next stream, then I'll ask him my questions and see if we can't figure out, an agreement or some type of agreement.
K2. Oh god. Okay. I realize I need a special emote for so many people. Right now, I only had time to make one for Frankie with the sock puppets was obvious, and Marilyn. Of course, I'm gonna make a emote for fucking Marilyn, obviously. But yeah, K2 definitely. I have to come up with something for him. Okay, so good to see you, K2. Good to see you.
What's mine, Confluence? You fuck.
Well, I don't know if you were. I think Frankie said you were. What was it? Blow drying a wig or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, you were blow drying your wig, babe.
I think
I
Frankie
don't
said
wear
that.
wigs. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not sure what Frankie meant by that.
That was code for something.
Yeah, I don't know if that was code. I don't know if Frankie was like on the sock puppet grind set. Oh, my chat's covered.
I was literally blow drying my hair because I don't like to go to bed with my hair wet, and it stays wet for hours. So.
There we go.
Yeah,
there's
never,
Frankie with the sock puppets.
Never go to bed with your hair wet. It fucks my hair up so bad.
My hair is so wild. It's hard to maintain. That's why I just blow dry it and straighten it and then it's okay for a while.
Section 230. First time I've ever seen him in chat, so I'm so glad Section 230 has stopped by to grace with his presence. I appreciate it. And that probably is what it should be. That probably is what it legit should be. So yeah, that's probably a good idea. But yeah, okay, let's keep getting more angry. I guess we're in the thick of it.
You do know that I've criticized.
What? Like I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why would you even go there? Like to say something like that?
Oh, I'll tell you why.
No. The man's dead. You're calling now. You think he's gay.
That's when people can talk. That's when people can tell the truth.
I know. I disagree.
That's when people can tell the truth because
07's Cat Zone.
Okay. And if you want to read in a vindictive crusade on my part for everything I've just said, you are entitled to do so, and so are the viewers. But I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what Charlie Kirk did to me. Charlie was a very brilliant, very, very brilliant organizer, fundraiser.
But he was cruel and vindictive. Is that what you're gonna say? Fucking
not gay.
Fuck off.
Okay. Let me just make one statement. I don't think Tim and Alex Santos are handling this, I guess, correctly. They need to challenge him on what he knows instead of saying, "Oh, you're so disgraceful. Why would you say this?" No, challenge him. You got him in the studio. Fucking challenge him. Nail him to the cross.
I agree. From what you should do, I agree, and I feel like this weirdly, in some ways, this is maybe a bad analogy, but it ties back to what we were talking about before with what you ought to do and what you actually will do. I think if I was sitting down with someone like this and they said this, I think my main instinct, unfortunately, might be to pearl clutch, but not in like a performative way. But like I would be like when I heard this, I'm just filled with moral outrage. So it's like, when I have time to process, then I'm like, okay, why do you think this? And those are the better questions to ask. But it's such a fucking insane, immoral thing that I do understand both of their reactions, because I would just be like, what? Like, why? So like,
why are you saying this? It's just you have him in the studio, nail him. It's like this guy keeps just saying stuff the same way Candace says stuff, and no one can get Candace in a room to actually go through what she knows. But you can Milo because he's right there.
Yeah, and I've seen just this clip because of Indian Jesus. So, I mean, there is like Tim and George Santos, although not much hope for Santos. But yeah, there is like an hour left of this. So that should be enough time, hopefully, to take in the moral outrage, which I think is legitimate, in my opinion. I think that's legit. And then, but there's enough time where it's like, they should. So I hope they do. I actually don't know because, don't pre-watch. So, I hope they do pin him down.
Maybe. Certainly one of the top 2-3. Amazing at those things, but he was also very ruthless. He was a very ruthless person who spent a long time excising and excommunicating all of the most interesting people in politics from the right wing. He did it for a decade. Everybody knows it. Nobody said it because it's not polite in the aftermath of his death.
Charlie gave a platform.
Let me finish. He gave a platform to lily-livered, centrist, weak frauds, faggots, and prostitutes, and drag queens.
He said it.
Whoa.
He also did
He said it.
Milo, he's always doing this to me. Milo's always doing this to me. I go on Tucker, I go here.
Systematically extinguish the light of anybody who could not be controlled, and I'm one of them. And I'm going to tell you what happened.
Yeah,
When
make it about you, Milo. Make it
rumors
about you.
Sexual impropriety about me now. Most people are like, yeah, probably true. There's a reason for that. Charlie, when I was at the height of my fame.
See, I will be repeating myself because I said this was the clip we watched on Indian Jesus, and I said the same thing because he's saying the reason when you think of Milo now, you think of sexual impropriety, and he blames that on Charlie Kirk. And let me tell you, Milo, I never heard that from Charlie Kirk. I look at you, I listen to you, and I think sexual impropriety just by what you say and how you act and what you do and everything that's about you. I don't need to. I've never heard Charlie Kirk say anything about Milo, and I think Milo is sexually improprietous. So what then, Milo? What then? I think that's probably most of our panel, right? Probably all of you, probably all of us, right? Think that Milo is probably doing some sexual impropriety still, right?
Probably.
Right, probably. And did any of us hear that from Charlie Kirk? No. It's such a nonsense thing to say. It's like it's not like there's some secret agitprop that makes me think that Milo is still engaged in some like untoward behavior. Milo does that all by himself. I've never heard Charlie talk or even mention the name Milo. Maybe he has. I haven't heard it. The only time I've heard about Milo is when Milo talks. So Milo, you were giving this impression to people, right? I mean, I don't think I'm crazy in saying that. This is the impression Milo gives off, So I don't know.
Charlie made up a rumor that I was having sex with children on campuses, underage boys on college campuses, and I was selling them drugs. And he did that because there was no other.
I don't know. I gotta believe it.
A monopoly on college campuses because I was just.
Yeah, I both believe that, but I don't disbelieve it. I'm not saying it happened, but I'm saying it. Oh, there we go. Indian Jesus.
Speak of. I can't say the devil. But...
Speak of the Jesus. Speak of the
Speak
Indian
of the
Jesus. I wish I had that stream board. Thanks for a dope stream yesterday. New show in the works. Yes, there will be. Me and Indian Jesus will be collaborating more with a secret third party to be revealed. Okay, to be revealed. Okay, because yesterday was such a fun time. Such a fun time.
You also need to invite Indian Jesus, and you and Indian Jesus need to go watch that debate so we can show you why you're wrong.
Yes, and I might be the Douglas Murray, the Dave Smith. I might be because I hate that I get accused of the vibes based thing, but it's not about the vibes. It's that at the time I just have a bad memory. So at the time I think I could have given really good reasons. But now it's been like so many months ago that I just can't remember anymore. So, maybe it would change. So I am excited to do that. And that will be set up as well. And again, thank you, IJ, for the $10. Okay. Again, where's my fucking I wish Indian Jesus, you were here so you could play your soundboard for me, or I have to buy one of the stream decks or whatever you said it was called, where I just hit the little buttons and the sounds come out. That's what I need.
I won't be honest. That's my favorite part about Indian Jesus. Is you just randomly be talking about some dialogue, and then all of a sudden you'll hear like a clip sound.
I know he's got like the sad violin. He's got the bum. He's got he has Greta Thunberg saying what's her famous thing? The how dare you? Yeah, he has that. He's got it all. I'm like, that's what I need. I don't care how much this device costs. I need to have it. Okay. I think it is expensive though. I think it's like $200, but it's worth it. It's fucking worth it. Okay, it's worth. Maybe that'll be a new stream goal at some point because that's just.
Let's focus on the chair first.
The squeaky. Yeah, look. I tried to. I actually had my whole chair side tangent upside down. I was trying to tighten various things, nuts and bolts, and it still be squeaking. So the next step is the WD-40. Okay, so okay, it's the Stream Deck. That's what I need. Yeah, the Stream Deck. Okay, so I did have it right. And yes, me, Big Soda, and IJ, Douglas Murray, Dave Smith. I might get cooked. My opinions on Israel have changed. It depends on how many war crimes they're doing on any given day. It kind of it ebbs and flows. It ebbs and flows. So I could be convinced otherwise.
So totally dominant, and they didn't have anybody in the influencer line because at that time Charlie was a really shitty speaker. He got a lot better towards the end. I think he got a lot better man towards the end. Honestly, I think having kids really changed him, if I'm honest. But at that time, very ruthless person, and they had nobody that could go up against me.
I need a dumpster chair so it doesn't do this.
He forced every Turning Point chapter, and everybody has heard 20 instances where Turning Point has canceled somebody. Everybody knows 20 times it's happened. All right, happened to Ashley Sinclair, for God's sake. Happened to most of us. Okay, most of us. Most
of who, Milo?
You have walked a very fine line, and because of the boldness and because of the
most of the people like Milo.
Okay, the wrath of Turning Point. But if
I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Well, oh, no.
They disinvited us.
Little recently. Oh, well.
Yeah.
That's the DNA of the organization. That's what it is. That's what it does. It is a thermostat. A thermostat is a control device. A thermostat's job is to monitor the temperature.
Me and IJ talked about this yesterday. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to converse with somebody, okay? Charlie Kirk to converse with someone like Milo, that probably would have been bad for the Trump campaign at the time. Maybe not now. We're in a weird, different world. At the time, I could see why TPUSA would see that as like, yeah, I don't want to talk to this person. Not wanting to talk to, both Milo, Fuentes, all the other kind of people who are like on it. That's not blacklisting somebody if you don't, and especially with Fuentes, Fuentes on Crowder. I mean, we watched this video on my stream where Fuentes admitted to Crowder that he had a calendar to go and send people to Crowder's events, which if I was Charlie and I'm in that situation, I'm like, this guy, do I want to be associated with that? Do I want to risk the movement that we're doing right now? Like, this isn't even hate against Fuentes, but Fuentes has to know he's a brand risk, and Milo has to know he's a fucking brand risk as well. That's just that's just like, you can choose. You have freedom of association, motherfucker, Milo. You can choose who you want to deal with.
It's not even like that. It's kind of like Charlie Kirk's thing is he's trying to preach conservatism to a younger audience, college age, maybe just out of high school. And it's like with Milo doesn't help that. Nick Fuentes, there may be an argument he helps that, but it's kind of like you don't need Nick Fuentes. You don't need to talk to these people to accomplish that goal. And it's like Charlie, that was his biggest goal
until he disavowed Trump and until he said it'd be better for people. Then it's like, then you're not helping the movement anymore. So why before that? Sure. It's like, because the side tangent. I wish India Jesus has a cool overlay where he pulls up like side quests. I need to learn how to do this stuff because a brief side quest. Just today, you guys know Philip DeFranco. Unfortunately, you probably all do, right? Philip DeFranco today did a little segment on how the Nick Fuentes' audience is probably botted and stuff.
Oh yeah, I've seen that on Twitter.
And I was like, okay, look, I'm not a Fuentes fan, but like, I think the Groypers are, if nothing, passionate. If they are passionate people, okay. Yep. So I don't see any evidence. He's like, and some of his evidence was like they don't use real names and they don't have their face in the. It's like, no fucking shit. It's like that. Yeah, if you're a Groyper, you probably don't want to like be like, hey, this is my name and my location and my my real face. Like, obviously, doesn't mean they're bots.
Well, look what happened to their leader. Look what happened to their leader. The moment we knew Nick Fuentes' name, he got banned from his bank. He got banned from social media. He got banned from any public appearance with any conservative political action committee. It's like, come on, that's a dumb question.
Yeah, it is. And this is someone again. I'm not a Fuentes fan. I think I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. I've said it before. I think he is anti-Semitic. I think he's deeply anti-Semitic. I do. That is my assessment. But nevertheless, I would acknowledge if then knowing that let's say I was a Groyper, am I going to put my face and name out there? No, because I know what happens. As you said, Big Soda, we saw what happened to Fuentes. Everyone's going to know what happens to everyone beneath that, right? So like, doesn't mean you're a fucking bot. And I mean, anyone who knows the Groypers knows that I mean, the man had a calendar for a reason. Okay, the Groypers will act, and they do have influence. Okay, and so if Nick Fuentes used that influence, then maybe there's a world where Charlie Kirk could have engaged. I'm not sure, because especially at the time, it's a different world now. At the time, I think, that it probably would have been harmful to the movement. Either way, you have freedom of association. You can decide who you want to be with, who you don't want to be with, right? That's fine. It's not blackballing anyone. If there's evidence that Charlie Kirk is going out there and, like what Milo said, spreading rumors, then again, me and IJ said this yesterday, post the proof. What is the reason you think that that Charlie is spreading false rumors about you, Milo? Like, what is the reason? Post it.
Is that not the same thing that he's doing now and Candace is doing now? So it's kind of like, be careful if you call the kettle black, because you might end up being the pot. Yeah.
And briefly, we have to move into Star Wars slurs, as Confluence has to take a pee real bad. So, everyone express your opinions in a non-TOS way. Thank you very much.
Confluence.
And Pepe. It got real quiet in here.
Yeah.
I haven't been good at the Star Wars slurs. I know one, but after that it kind of dies down.
Let's hear it.
In the, I think it's 4th or 5th movie, when Luke Skywalker is on, I'm pretty sure it's Tatooine, but it could be Dantooine.
Tatooine, not Dantooine.
Tatooine. Okay, yeah. There's a scene where they're in the bar, and there's a fight that breaks out because another person calls someone a nerf herder, and like a nerf herder is just like slang for like a poor farmer.
Yeah, nerf herder, calf herder.
and what a nerf is if you, in the movie where Luke finds Ben and then they go to they meet up, you see Luke with a black bison looking thing that has tusks. I believe those are nerfs.
No, those are banthas.
That's right. Okay, so what is a nerf? Hang on, I'm about to look it up.
A nerf is like a little like bat looking thing. It's a green bat looking thing.
I just looked up Nerf, and it put up Nerf guns.
I know, I just did the same thing. How do you spell it? It's like NURF?
Okay, I'm pulling up something different, Frankie.
Okay.
It's not a bantha, but it's something similar to a bantha.
It just looks like a freaking hairy bowl.
What are we freaking talking about?
Looking up what a nerf is.
Well, we're actually talking about Star Wars slurs. Okay. It's like a 50-50 when I say that, if it actually happens or not,
You're right about the bantha, Frankie, but this is something that looks similar to a bantha. It almost looks like a normal cattle that has like a weird lizard tail and has horn, like 2 sets of horns.
Okay, when Confluence comes back, this is where the Star Wars ends, because even though I want you to talk about Star Wars when I'm gone,
weren't you that kind of nerd?
I hate Star Wars. I hate it so much.
Watch it again.
Do you really hate it?
I don't. Hate's a strong word. I've watched. I've said this before. I watched, I think, 7. I watched the first 6, and I think I watched what, I can't remember the order. I know 4, 5, 6, and then 1, 2, 3, and I think there was another one in there somewhere. I've watched like 7 of them. Don't like them.
Any of them?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I like, and I mean, I'm not someone, the only action movie I've ever liked in my life, basically, is John Wick, the first one, only the first one. So the lightsaber stuff I thought was cool, but my action capacity is like, it needs to be really good.
Movies?
No, only John Wick. John Wick 1, I've watched like an uncountable amount of
times. As a woman,
probably.
I'm taking your man card.
This is, but this isn't
I have John Wick. That has to give me my man
John
card right
Wick
back.
1. You know, I don't
that's
like
the best. That's the best one. What are you talking about?
Well, no shit, but the others were good.
They were okay. They were
Right,
okay.
like
The
other
only
action
other one
movies.
is what's the oh god, I'm gonna embarrass
You know, like
myself.
Die
I can't remember
Hard?
the name. Yeah,
Die
okay,
Hard's
thank
a
you.
fucking
That's
classic.
what Die Hard. I did like Die Hard. Bruce
You
Willis.
talking
I
about
like Bruce
the
Willis.
Christmas movie?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Die
it's a
Hard.
fucking Christmas
Yeah.
movie. It is. It's a fucking Christmas movie.
It is a Christmas
Oh,
movie. It's
Auntie
by
Dearest.
definition
Good
a
to see
Christmas
you.
movie.
Good
Yeah.
to see you, Auntie Dearest.
But yeah, action movies are phenomenal.
I can't
Star Wars
do them.
isn't an action movie.
No,
No,
I know,
it's
no.
not.
My whole point is the only thing I enjoyed about Star Wars was some of the action scenes, and so I'm saying I already don't even like action, and the only thing about Star Wars I found remotely enjoyable was some of the
Star
lightsaber
Wars
battles
had
and stuff.
everything.
So
They had good. It was a good storyline. They had a love story in there. They
I
had
don't like that
they
type of
had-
sci-fi. Like
No.
I hate Star Trek. I hate Stargate. The only thing with Star in it I like is StarCraft. Okay, I'll go proudly on record saying that. Okay, StarCraft is the only good Star. Okay, and I like if it's sci-fi in the style of Black Mirror or Severance. I mean, holy shit! Then yeah, amazing shows. But in the
Did you
weird
like the
Star
Blade
Trekky,
movies?
do I like the who?
The Blade movies.
No, I
Blade?
did. Yeah, unfortunately, I said this on IJ. I don't. I'm not a. Never
You
seen
don't
a
like black superheroes?
Oh my god!
Not
you
saying
racist.
that.
Come on,
No, I'm-
Fluent.
You racist.
No, guys. Black Panther is my favorite movie of all time. Wakanda forever. Okay, so I don't want any of you to get that wrong. Okay, always
That's
be
a-
shouting out.
That is, I mean, Blade's better than Black Panther. Black
Yeah,
Panther
it
is
is.
just pseudo
1000%.
far right politics.
Okay, you know what? Fine. I haven't seen either of them.
Pseudo-nationalism.
I haven't seen either of them. I've seen clips, and I don't like what I've seen from the clips. Okay, I haven't
Oh,
watched
God.
either of those things.
Okay,
I just don't
Michael,
like them.
Seriously, what kind of movies do you watch? Are you like a comedy guy?
Oh no, I'm meaning fluence when it comes to movies.
Are
Okay.
you like romance?
He's a corn guy.
No,
Or you like a
disavow.
romance? Are you like a romance guy?
No, I mean, sometimes there's maybe like 4 romance movies I really like, mainly by Richard Linklater.
Right, but
Okay,
one's the
no one's
Notebook.
gonna know who that is, but it's amazing.
He's a
But no,
Notebook.
Section 230. That is no disavow. No, I like favorite movies. Okay, just briefly, Antichrist. If you ever see it by Lars von Trier, has nothing to do with the actual Antichrist. It's just a naming convention. It's an amazing movie. Amazing. Okay. Second, Requiem for a Dream. Okay. And third, not really sure, but things that are meaningful. And so even popular movies like Interstellar, I thought was an amazing movie, but it has to, if a movie doesn't change me after I'm done watching it, then I'm like, I wasted my fucking time. With the exception of maybe some like comedy, if it's really funny, like Superbad back in the day, of course, hilarious,
What about Shutter Island?
21 Jump Street. Yeah, Shutter Island, fucking amazing. That actually one of the best movies I think I've ever seen.
Yeah,
that actually might be number 3. That actually
It's
might be number
my
3.
number one movie. It's my number one movie because, in my opinion, I think he's a real officer. I don't think he's part of the psych ward.
Have y'all watched the movie?
I
Sinners?
think-
Okay,
Here?
that's crazy. Crazy.
Oh yeah,
Have you guys seen Sinners?
The show?
that sounds familiar.
No,
It's
the
a
movie. It came out this year. Sinners.
Oh,
pretty
okay.
good.
No.
It's about the 2 twin black brothers and like the whole.
Well, they're not.
vampire-
Well, it's just one dude. It's Michael Johnson.
Okay, no
He did a-
spoilers if it's good. No spoilers, everybody. If it's good, no spoilers. 'Cause I
No,
wanna watch
dude,
it then.
you have to watch it. It's really good. It's not like an act. Like it has action in it, of course, but it's a really fucking good movie. It's like based out of what the 1930s.
1930s.
Okay, Sinners. Okay, I was thinking of The Sinner, I think, which is like a
No, it's
Netflix
like
thing,
Sinners.
which I've
It's
seen.
really fun. I think it's on HBO Max.
Okay, I'll check it out. Because I like if it's
Like,
if
that's the type of movie I
if you
watched
thought of it
and
from
I
Shutter
immediately-
Island, sounds
I
good.
immediately wanted to watch that movie again after it ended. I liked it.
I've also kind of weirdly, I used to hate horror movies, kind of gotten into them if they're really well done. Like Talk to Me. Have you ever seen that? It was apparently made by a couple of YouTubers, but it's like
I tried to watch that. It's about
You
that
didn't like
family,
it?
right? No, I
The
can't
Hand.
find it. I had to pay for it. I'm like, I pay for so many subscriptions. If I can't find it on the subscriptions I pay for, I'll wait till it comes out in one. But
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's
it's about
fair.
the hand, right? They grab
Yeah.
the hand. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it's very well done. And same with like Hereditary, even though Hereditary I think is one of the second scariest movie I've ever seen in my life is Nightmare Fuel, but Hereditary super well done. If any of you have seen
what
that.
about those there's this fucked up one. What the fuck is it called? It's like a bunch of hippies go out to this like
That could apply to Midsummer, which is a great horror movie.
Yeah, Midsummer.
Oh,
I think that's
Midsummer
what it
is great. Midsummer is great.
Midsummer, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That type of like
Yes.
I used to when I thought of horror before, I would just think of like Friday the 13th and like Scream and stuff. So I hated horror. But then seeing like some actual like high quality horror movies, I'm like, okay, this is like, yeah, it's a genre that I've been sleeping on a little bit.
Watched and I was like, what the fuck is
Anti-Dearest, yes, yeah, Mr. Nobody. I did really enjoy that. You know, maybe because I also really like, I can't remember his name, but the guy, the Saul Goodman guy, whatever his fucking name is. I just know.
Yeah,
Nobody. Saul Goodman.
Nobody. I watched 1 and 2. That movie is fucking phenomenal. I love it.
I haven't seen the second one, but I've been meaning to.
The second one's good. The second one is just as good. It's, oh my gosh. I did like those ones.
Okay, Jared Leto, though, in Requiem for a Dream, Jared Leto now is insane. But Jared Leto, I don't know if any of you have seen Requiem for a Dream. But yeah,
is it that drug movie?
Yeah, the drug movie. Yeah. That's my second favorite movie of all time. And if none of y'all have seen Antichrist, that's the one thing I can impose on my audience is to watch the movie Antichrist, okay?
Okay, there's
by Lars Van Trier, not like the Antichrist that's about the actual Antichrist, not about that. No, Lars Van Trier, Antichrist, okay? Watch that fucking movie. Best movie I've ever seen. Watched it probably like 7 times. It's incredible. Every moment's incredible. It's great. Very disturbing, but it's in a good way.
There is one movie I really want to fucking watch, but apparently it's not in the States yet. It's not even in, it's like in other countries and theaters or on their streaming, but it's supposed to come out next year here in the theaters. It's called Dracula, A Love Tale. I've been seeing it all over
I haven't
my
heard that.
Facebook. Like, look it up. It's a beautiful.
Sounds a bit vampire coded to me, so I'm not sure.
No, I guess it's really good. From what the clips I've seen, it's just like a big love story, but you know, Dracula himself. It seems really beautiful. Honestly.
I mean, Dracula is a love story, though.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like a really good movie, but it's out in Europe, but it's supposed to come here. It's supposed to go to theaters here.
There is. I haven't really explored too many foreign films, but there is 2. I will say one is the scariest movie I've ever seen ever. If you want to really horrify yourself, like truly, Incantation. It's on Netflix. It's a Taiwanese movie. It is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Nothing even comes close. It's incredible. And of course, Parasite, which is the more normal choice. Most people have at least heard of that movie, the South Korean movie. Great movie. Well,
you've seen the Rob Zombie films, haven't you?
Parasite's not meant to be scary, I don't think. But wait, are you talking about Incantation? Are you saying Incantation's not scary?
No. I was saying Parasite.
Oh yeah, no. Parasite, yeah, not even Parasite's not a horror movie, I don't think.
You know what's funny? I'm assuming Parasite's been out for a while. Do you remember when the dog runs up to all the ice people or the people that are in the Antarctic? There's a dog that runs up to them and is like barking.
Wait, I think we're talking about 2 different movies. Are you talking about Sadness by any chance?
No, I'm talking about Parasite. Like the little fucking thing that takes over the humans as host, and they're on the base in Antarctica.
We're talking about very different movies.
Are we? Let me look up.
Parasite's the one about like the South Korea, and it like deals with like some like, not to be like Hassan coded, but like wealth discrepancies and stuff like that. It's like a drama.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
I mean, Parasite's a common enough name that there could be 2 things. I'm not sure, because the one I'm talking about really the parasite is like in a metaphorical sense. It's like that kind of like the poors are the parasites is what I take from the title.
You've seen the Rob Zombie films, haven't you?
No.
No, you haven't seen like House of a Thousand Corpse, Devil's
No, see,
Rejects.
yeah, that's the kind of horror I don't like. I don't vibe with it. Don't fuck with it.
What do you mean? Like, what's wrong with it?
There's nothing wrong. It's just like with horror, it's like I want it to like mean something. Like Talk to Me means something. And if you watch it, then I think you'll agree with me. Or like Incantation, it's like it's one of those movies that like sits with you. Same with Hereditary. It's not just about like some cheap thrills here and there. Yeah, I guess maybe I should say it's not always, but like the psychological horror where it like there's a movie called Birth/Rebirth, which kind of like does that well. It's like it's not really, there's no jump scares. It's just like unnerving. It's deeply unnerving. And so it's like psychological horror. It's on Netflix as well. That's also a good movie, Birth/Rebirth. But yeah, that's the kind of like the only time I can tolerate it is I have recently discovered I do love some found footage horror. There's one movie on Netflix called Creep. It is incredible. It's just found footage, single camera, right? And it is amazing. It is so good. And it doesn't really like stick with you, but it's like, it's so immersive that it's like, there is a line where I can still appreciate it, I guess. Like same with, I guess, The Conjuring, where that's a very popular one, right? Where it's like, yeah, like it doesn't really like, it's not really meaningful beyond when you're watching it, but it's like immersive enough that it like, yeah, feels like
it's a good
time well spent.
storyline.
Yeah.
It's gotta have like a decent storyline to it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a movie
like
Thing.
people running away from their death type shit.
So there's a movie called The Thing, which is a parasite that's up in the Antarctic.
Is that? Yeah, I know The Thing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just found out in the beginning of the movie, I forget the dialect in which they're speaking, but if you speak that dialect, it ruins the movie the entire way because, they say, hey, there's something in that dog. That dog's not a dog. And the only way you can pick it up is if you speak that language.
Yep.
It's been a long time. The Thing is one of those things I watched so long ago.
It's an 80s movie. It's like a mid 80s
so
movie.
I watched probably at the same time I watched Jurassic Park, the first one. So, Anti-Dearest, which one? Which movie are you talking about? There could be 100 movies named that if you include forgotten B movies. Curious to know because if there was a movie, I want to clarify. Okay.
The B movie is a good movie. Jerry Seinfeld played a good.
Famously, the B movie is cinema.
A little weird. There was some bestiality going on in that movie, but you
look like some bestiality going on there.
Anti-Dearest, if you're talking about Parasite, that should be easy enough to find. If you're talking about Creep, I'm talking about the 2014 movie. 2014 found footage movie, Creep. It's on Netflix. It's amazing. And it kind of gave me a new love of found footage, because it is actually, I think it's one of those movies, and I'm a sucker for these minimalist things. It's like, I think there's only 2 actors, I think, in the whole movie. Like, I think it's literally I don't think anyone else is ever on screen besides 2 people. And I kind of love those constraints, and they build such a good movie. Okay, you mean Parasite? Oh, no, Parasite. I mean, it's won awards. I mean, yeah, Parasite. I mean, the main one, I guess. Yeah, there's probably a lot of movies that have that title, but the main one.
Actually, Confluence, I don't think there is. From the way I was looking at it, it seemed like that's the only movie that popped up when I checked IMB or IMDb.
Yeah.
The only thing that popped up was that Korean movie.
Yeah, it seems like a common enough name that you think would show up more, but yeah, but I guess not. But no, has no one seen Parasite? None of us on the panel.
No.
That's a classic. Well, it's new, but it's a new classic.
I don't like watching Chinese movies.
It's not Chinese. It's South Korean, brother.
Well, when I ask China, they say it's theirs.
Yeah, it is wild. It is a basic horror trope. And yes, China would probably claim Parasite as their own,
Yeah, they're like, that's our movie.
Incantation is their own too. The Taiwanese horror film I mentioned earlier. Yeah,
that one's ours too.
Yeah. China be China. Okay, okay. Enough movie talk. That was good though.
Back to the gays.
Back to the gays. Yeah, we took a little gay break, or I guess a straight break from the male gaze, which that's where me and feminists align. We both don't like the male gaze. Okay, we both don't like that.
And if it gets too hot or too cold, to make an adjustment, to do something to force the temperature.
And why are they losing?
Back where it should be, because it worked for a very long time, but it did not work in the wake of their most audacious misstep, which is what we don't know about Charlie Kirk's death. There's something, I don't know what it is. I don't know if Candace is right.
Why can't we just accept?
But there's something. And now let me tell you this. I have Charlie on tape telling chapter presidents that if they book me, and this is 2016, 2017, okay? If they book me, he will dissolve their chapters. And he did it on the basis of an outrageous, utterly untrue lie. I was married by then. I was like so stupid. I was completely in
Play
love
the audio
with that guy. I have a completely faithful marriage. It was utterly untrue.
I know. If you have it, show it. Fucking show it.
Fucking play it, man.
Everything Milo says is just like, again, I don't want to be like the source bro guy, but with Milo, I do want to be that guy. Fucking source bro. Like everything you say.
And he used it to extinguish me on campuses. I was cancelled immediately after Berkeley. So it looks like
disavow the latter two, section 230.
There's a lag, right?
Always be plug in the first one. Okay.
But for 9 months prior to that, I couldn't get booked anywhere. I was, because the smart thing to do when you're like that is to book next year now, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't book anywhere. And I found out, and I have evidence.
Disavow, big
I have to take
disavow. Just the first
he
one.
Made up
just
that
the
lie
first one.
to seize a monopoly on college campuses, and it worked. And he told people that I was having sex with underage students, and that I was selling them drugs. Now, I can understand why I might buy drugs from a student, so it was a particularly stupid lie, although I didn't. I can understand why, I'm not going to tell you I didn't have a line of Adderall at a frat party. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm sure I did. I know I did. I remember I did. I remember doing it. But never in a million years I did any money change or anything like that.
That was a rapid fire from disavow to confession.
Wow, all right.
You can't produce one. Nobody's ever been able to. But Charlie told everybody that that's what I was doing on my bus tour. And so
I would never. Sometimes,
we talk about this. When we lie,
Actually, I have a key memory of doing
Charlie
this.
Kirk was very effective for Trump, no question. And the reason I didn't go after Charlie, and you know what I'm like, the reason I didn't go after Charlie, to tell you the truth, is that I thought he was a net positive for the country, and I thought he was valuable to Trump. I didn't think it was in anybody's interest to do so, and I was like, I guess you would say I was biding my time, right? And I said,
nobody has heard the name Milo for years. Okay, that's why you didn't do anything. Nobody gave a fuck about Milo until now. He's like popping up recently, like, and this is coming from someone who, until seeing him on Timcast IRL, I enjoy Milo. But Milo was disintegrated after his Joe Rogan appearance, right? Where we talked about this, I think, on one of the streams, right? Where he said that a priest had done something untoward, Father Bill, and he said, and Milo was like, well, I liked it. And I don't think he should have been canceled over that, because I think that maybe it's just him kind of rationalizing things in his mind. I don't think he was like supporting pederasty or anything. I actually wouldn't put that on Milo, even though I'm really mad at him right now. But no one has ever since then. Milo has been in the background, right? He's been in the background. He shows up once in a blue moon to do that like one Destiny debate where he was like super drunk and high and like failed miserably at his position, which was Christian nationalism, which he was utterly unprepared, probably because his mental intoxication at the time. And then I haven't seen anything from Milo. So Milo's acting like, I've been quiet. I've been biding my time. It's like, no, bitch, you haven't been. Just no one has listened to you until now. And now, like the opportunist you are, you come out of the woodworks and you say this. And Milo, he could have just come on Timcast and just said normal stuff, and I would be fine with it. I like Milo. I like him. I don't know. I don't know, not in a gay way, in like a normal way, but like Milo to me, I do in the same way I like Alex Stein. I think Topanga made that analogy before, and I agree with that. I like Milo in the same way I like Stein. I think that was you, Topanga. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like I like Milo in that way, and so it's like I'd listen to him on Tim. You could just sound off, Milo. Okay, go do your normal stuff. You don't have to do all this stuff. I just realized that Topanga's name is Fed above me, and above Topanga is in fact the actual Fed. So that's true. And I just realized also that Big Soda's account is named Frankie's Burner. Just realizing this all at once, everything, everywhere, all at once, which is also a okay movie.
And I tweeted once, "Don't ever stop being useful, Charlie." But that lie fed into the lie they told later, or the mischievous or malicious like edit of whatever, and started what became my excision from public life. It cost me hundreds of millions of dollars.
Have you heard what I've said?
From Charlie, not from the Joe Rogan thing,
not from your bullshit.
That was what caused it. How can you blame that on Charlie? You went on and you said some insane shit about being. Yeah, that's what I mean. He goes on and he says stuff about being molested and how it was actually a good time and it was actually super good and stuff. It's like, and again, I don't think he was implying that it's a good thing to do. I think he was just coping, but like that is obviously what caused it. I don't know who on earth could possibly deny that. To put that on Charlie Kirk is like, Charlie Kirk, I guess, is master of the universe, can cancel anyone at any given moment. He just snaps his fingers like a fucking, the conservatives to that Thanos. And just like everyone just fucking disappears from who Charlie doesn't like. Like, Jesus Christ. Have you heard what I've said about insanity?
Yes, they've come for you now too.
No, hold on.
Well, just a moment ago, but
specifically,
I don't recall your whole.
And I've done this it's probably appeared in Axios and the Washington Post and maybe the Daily Mail at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They are attempting to reorient around Bush-era republicanism.
True.
Neoconservative.
True.
And this means they have to excise coalition members on the right.
True.
And let me
now you're getting to the good stuff, because now you're seeing that.
And let me go on. I went to I got a call.
How's that Patriot Act treating you, Confluent?
And he asked me if I could come out and co-host Charlie's show.
Sometimes based.
And I said it's really hard to do. The only way we can do it is if we do Timcast from Turning Point like we've done before.
They had to zip tie his chair to the desk so none of the people left would sit in his chair. Did you know that?
Wow. Let me tell you this.
Because every fuck Milo. Shut the fuck up.
Was trying to
desperate to leap into his chair. They zip tied his chair to the table.
Let me tell you what happened.
Because Andrew Colvett would have been in that chair faster than you can say.
Let me tell you what happened. All right. So
ask him right now.
Literally. So let me
go ask everybody at Turning Point. Go to that desk and take a photo of it right now.
Maybe they zip tied it in the last month or something.
Maybe the zip tie is going to come off any second, but they zip tied it the week he died, within 48 hours of his death.
I have also heard the same thing.
I was standing there.
I don't remember. So let me tell you, Milo. Let me finish.
You've heard it too.
Yeah, from several people.
Right, me too.
Let me tell you what happened. So we went down. And I did my morning show in Arizona. We did Timcast IRL from Turning Point, and we did I did Charlie's show, and then we combined Thought Crime with Timcast. And when we were there, I asked Colvett and another guy, "What's the plan for AmFest?" Right? We've done the same slot for 3 years in a row. They bring us out.
I assume that you paid them quite a lot of money.
No.
It was they invite you?
Yeah.
I'm not
paid. I've never paid to be there.
I don't mean to say that to cast aspersions.
Right.
With Turning Point, usually money is changing hands one way.
You pay to be on stage for a lot of these people.
And yeah, it's I don't know if Tim, I think Tim is in some ways cucking himself, because like this might be a deep cut. I don't know if y'all remember this, but the last time, I think it was last time that Milo was on Tim's show, Milo started sounding off about these conservatives that were paid by a group called Tenet Media that ended up being backed by Russia. And then Tim was like, wait, I was a part of that. And then Milo was like, I'm sorry. I didn't know. That was a mistake. And then he tried to play it. And maybe it was an accident. But if you watch that video, I don't know if any of you, Big Soda, have you seen that video? I feel like you're most likely.
I feel like I've seen a good bit of the Milo podcast with Tim Pool. And I probably did see it, but it's not directly on memory.
Okay, well, yeah, it was Milo. He said a bunch of shit about all the Tenet stuff. Yeah. And when Tim was like, wait, I was a part of that. Then Milo was like, I didn't know. I didn't remember. And it's like, maybe, but I think Milo probably knew.
I guess that does make sense, because I think Milo has been beefing with Benny Johnson for a while, and I know Benny Johnson was one of the people who were also named in the Tenet Media document.
Yeah, he. In fact, I think we're about to get to this. I think he also calls Benny Johnson gay. Milo, weird.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
sometimes the call is coming from inside the house, right? You know, just
Confluence. I
sometimes.
might be gay by Milo's definition.
yeah.
If
That's
you have a
true.
wife and you have 2 kids,
That's pretty gay. That's pretty gay.
I might be gay.
Right.
But
I'm not suggesting you don't need to do that, but I'm just
we were
asking,
considered to be one of their
core media partner or something, right?
Oh, no, a big get, right? For Charlie, the idea was we have a more moderate urban liberal audience that shifted rightward, and he wanted coalition, right?
I would imagine, well, I know that a large slice of your audience comes from the Gamergate metal hinterland, with the music that you both like, and with the kind of online nerd culture and certain pockets
Calypso to gay.
that maybe drifted right over the last 15 years.
Yes, a lot of you. So my understanding from what Charlie said, from what Andrew said, is that Charlie valued the audience we have because it was an audience they couldn't reach.
Correct. Yeah.
So us being on stage.
If you clip it, put it in Confluence
When
with
I asked
Discord.
How would Turning Point ever reach Ian?
Exactly.
They'd thrive every time.
And so let me finish. Let me finish. 'Cause I'm curious your thoughts on all this. I'll tell you where we're at.
I'm interrupting
and
for free,
I'll give a little bit of the more nitty gritty details on everything that's going on because I'm kind of just a little jaded. But so while we were there, this is the beginning of October. I asked them what the plan was for AmFest, and they said nothing's changed. The plan is the same. Oh. And I said, okay, fantastic. Andrew said it is rough. Because you guys are on stage for a long time. I said, anything you need from us to accommodate, we can shorten the show. Mm-hmm. I understand it's rough now with Charlie. It's a bit chaotic.
Who would say anything else?
So 2 weeks go by. My booker, Lisa's reaching out to them, and I'm texting.
Shout out, Brabunis.
And we're told we'll get back to you. Mm-hmm. I texted Jack Posobiec and Colvett, and Colvett doesn't respond. And Jack texts back saying, I talked with Andrew. He says, give him a bit. He's working on it. Mm-hmm. And then finally, it was 3. I think it was 3. What was it? On Tuesday, I put up the video saying we're not going. So it was the Friday before then when I had made a video saying what Candace is doing is I had said on IRL.
It's okay.
What this is part of the story. I said what she has been doing is demoralizing because right now the focus is.
I don't completely disagree with that.
The focus that I'm looking at for news is there's this coalition. I don't consider myself to be anyone's leader or anything. I'm a guy who complains on the internet. But how are we going to win these midterms? And the Virginia defeat, all of these stuff, people are getting blackpilled. People are turning out of politics. And then she starts doing this mystery style, true crime-ish show. I call it demoralizing that she's making insinuations of Turning Point because Turning Point united these coalitions. I get a message from Colvett and I guess we'll go full bore and I'll just spill all of the beans.
Actually, I probably shouldn't have said the zip tie thing, so let's do it.
Yeah, he basically said he hits me up saying it's a rock and a hard place. I'm paraphrasing. If they could
book one of their longest term supporters.
No, that's not what he's talking about. I got a text about if Turning Point decides.
Okay, brief pause. This is where I am, big soda coated right now. Okay, because now everyone's relaxed a little bit. And Milo made some insane claims. So, will Tim push him on that?
I'm out on it.
Because now, yeah, exactly. Yeah, now Tim is not, I get you have the moral outrage at the time. Now Tim is talking about something else. Is he going to push him on that? Why does Milo think that Charlie was going to divorce Erica? Why does he think Charlie's gay? Is there any pushback? I fucking hope so. I hope so. Because if not, again, like you said, Big Soda, you have him in studio. And my argument was okay, you're in the moment, you're morally, appalled. But now that has calmed down now. So and there's 45 minutes of this left. So it's Tim,
he did the
sound
same thing
off.
to Jack Dorsey. I mean, how is this any different situation? I mean, to be honest, you weren't really combative enough with Jack Dorsey, and I feel like there would be more justification to be more combative with Jack Dorsey. So why can't you do it with someone you're more friendlier with, like Milo?
The reason why he wasn't really combative with Jack Dorsey is because of that one lady that was with Jack Dorsey. I forgot her, some Indian lady.
Assange or something, Assange.
Yeah. She was the head of his
legal department.
Yeah, human resource department.
Yeah.
So she'd argue with him a lot.
Jasanya or yes, I know who you're talking about. But yeah, it's kind of like this is a good moment because Tim is an investigative journalist, so he has this element in him to at least be somewhat combative to even people he likes, and now's the time to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, I mean, again, don't pre-watch. So I don't know. I'm like Schrodinger's cat right now. I have no idea because this next bit will kind of affect in some ways to some degree how I feel about Tim Pool. Because again, what you said exactly, Big Soda on the head. You have him in studio now. You can't get Candace. Okay, you got this guy. He's saying some shit. Is there going to be pushback or not?
To actually engage,
I hope so.
Did,
I hope
it
so.
blows up in their face. And so I called him, and I talked to him and said, "Listen, right? I'm not doing this for anybody. My opinions are my opinions. I was like, I don't know what you guys have going on or what you should or shouldn't do, blah, blah, blah."
Mhm.
And the general idea was in the conversation is like, when Candace came out and said, "Here are text messages from Charlie," and he came out the next day immediately and said, "Yes, we gave them to law enforcement," it blew up in their face.
Yes.
The story got 100 times worse.
Yes.
And so they immediately recoiled and said, "Okay, there's nothing we can say to convince anybody of anything, so let's just not say anything." That was the general concept.
Mhm.
At the end of that conversation, I said, "Look, I got to get back to recording. It is what it is." And he goes, "Listen, because of the hurtful things you said, we weren't planning on having you here this year. But if you still wanted to come, would you be open to doing it?" I said, "Of course." And he's like, "Okay, it's a heavy lift. Let me see if I can make it happen."
It's a big undertaking for you.
So let me tell you where we go from here. So I get off the phone with him and I said, so he explicitly just told me that the past months of hold on, we're working on it was literally, actually, we already filled your slot and we weren't going to invite you and we didn't tell you.
Yes.
So
that's how they work.
I was a bit pissed.
They do that to suspend criticism.
So what happens is,
like Fox hires people
come
from
Monday,
nations who might otherwise be
Shut the fuck up, Milo.
So come Monday.
I know. God damn.
I have also at the same time got a request from the World Poker Tour. And they asked if I would like to be involved in one of their promotional influencer streams with a bunch of high-profile personalities.
Yep.
I said, we are going to be at AmFest on the 18th and 19th, so that means I can only be there. I said, it's on the 17th. I said, okay, that works. We'll drive from there. But we have to do Timcast IRL from this place. Do you have a studio? They said, yes, we do. When do you need it? I said, well, we're not confirmed for AmFest yet. Colvet says he's working on it. Let me see if I can get a confirmation from them so I can tell you when we need the studio. Colvet responds to Lisa saying, we are full. That's the issue. We are working on it, though. And he said, that's the answer you get at any point at this time.
Oh,
So here's what I said. Sorry. So immediately, when I get this message midday, I get pissed.
Cool.
Because I'm saying, you're full. Okay, it's Monday. I got to give these guys in Vegas an answer. If they didn't want to have me there, that's fine.
But it
I
costs
don't need
money to lead people on like this. It's
Indeed.
enormously shitty behavior.
And we then and now we're booking late. So at this point, I'm like, I can't even get hotels for my staff. The prices are going to be really high. It's a bitch.
Yep.
So at this point, I said, Lisa, like, what's going on? She's like, here's what he
Tim
said.
less and
They're
less
working on it. And I said,
as the minutes tick by.
So I'm a nice guy.
Yeah,
So
I don't
hit up
listen
Jack
to any of
Silvic.
these people.
I had a Benny Johnson. I had up a couple other people. And I said, guys, I'm not coming. Okay. I don't want to be a dick to any of you. Whatever. You don't need me there. And the general response was, no. Hold on. We're going to figure something out. No. At this point, if this is the managerial decisions that Turning Point had made up to this point, I have no problem not being invited. It's not my party. But understand, for months we've been asking.
Okay, this is I don't know. Am I crazy? This is dog shit behavior, I think, from Tim. Based on what Milo just said, this is not your time to now give your personal minor drama fucking junior high level shit beef with Turning Point, right? Like this is not the time or the place. Just like answer what I mean. I'm Big Soda again. Gonna call you out again in a good way, right? He has Big Soda was right. It's like you have the guy in front of you, and now Tim is taking this time to talk about his petty beef with fucking Turning Point USA. You have Milo in front of you. You have a guy who just said some unhinged shit. Fucking talk to him about it. Don't give your little crybaby shit about how you think Turning Point shafted you at some fucking, like, no one gives a fuck about this, Tim. No one gives a fuck. And actually, yeah, okay. Good to, I've never met you before, but good to see you, Killer Bees. Tim Pool is becoming a big crybaby. I actually agree with that right now. Okay. I don't like the direction of this, especially based on the back of this. If this is a normal conversation, fine. It's not the time. You have such good, if you are an investigative journalist, you have an opportunity in front of you. And instead you're just doing what Milo is dragging you into, which is petty gossip, which I understand. That's what Milo does. But Tim, I expect better from you, Tim, because you're a cis hetero guy, presumably, right? So it's like, Milo can have his excuses, okay? But Tim, do better, Tim, and I hope he brings it around.
I immediately reached out to WPT and said, guys, we're on for the full week, and we've booked some very high-profile guests that are going to be on the show, and we won't be going to AmFest. And then I made a video. And after I do, my phone blows up from Turning Point, people being like, no, why would you do that? And here's what I'll say.
This is what they do.
The only reason they led me on was because they didn't want me to make a video saying we weren't going to be going there.
What I just said, yeah.
So they waited until it was the very last minute.
Yes, yeah.
Then when they come back and say, you know what, Tim, we've changed our mind, you can come. It's putting me in a position where it's too difficult to do and I have prior commitments.
And why should you do that if you spent $1 based on their deliberate admitted lies?
So there's a few things
people
that
that
I have
would
to consider.
never lie about
there's a few things
to Charlie, for instance.
There's a few things I have to consider, and that's I am not going to now.
People. You should trust them over Candace for sure.
I don't trust her either. But I'm not.
Clearly, you should trust them over Candace.
And the funny thing is, I was saying this before.
I hate that Milo is pulling this back into the person territory instead of Tim. Milo's the one that's like, hey, what about Candace? I fucking hate that.
See, this is where I kind of disagree with your last take. I think this is a good. I think this is a good interview tactic for Tim because he's kind of showing the fact that one, he's building the reasons why he doesn't like Turning Point, and if he was smart, he would then use that to be like, just because they have done this to me doesn't mean that I'm going to jump on the first assumption that I hear about Turning Point being involved in Charlie Kirk's murder. And I don't think Tim's going to do this, but I don't think this is I don't think this is as negative a tactic or I don't think this is so bad on Tim just because Tim's describing, okay, this is the reason I don't like Turning Point. If he's smart, he will then turn it to be like, just because I don't like them on a personal level doesn't mean I'm just going to make up a bunch of bullshit about them being connected to blah, blah, blah.
I fully agree. I fully agree with everything you just said. But my question is, do you think Tim is that smart? That's my question.
I mean, he's smarter than me.
Is he going to turn it around? Like, is this or is Tim just now getting lost in his own sauce of like
he may be getting
petty drama? Because if he turns it around, I agree. Then that is, that's a fine strategy. My prediction, I don't know. It feels like Milo is trying to drag him back into the more important discussion. If that is Tim's thing, and so I agree. If I had no preconceived notions about what Tim Pool is going to do, then I would agree with you. And I mean, I haven't watched the rest, so I hope I'm wrong.
I will say the problem is Milo won't shut the fuck up. So if Tim does have a tactic and why he's doing this, if Milo won't shut the fuck up, it's going to make it that much harder because it's going to take even more time to explain this, I guess, sob story by Tim, which now he's got to remember, hey, why am I telling the sob story to begin with? Yeah. And yeah, so I'm going to assume Tim's not going to then use this sob story to then say, hey, just because I feel some type of way about Turning Point doesn't mean that I'm going to make up bullshit about him and say that they're the ones that took out Charlie.
Right, because
I don't think that's where we're going.
If he does go there, then yes.
Yeah.
That would be good. But Unfortunately, I think Tim Pool might be Tim Fool right now. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that. Eric says, "Why do you give a shit?" Well, for many reasons. First of all, I mean, well, not most importantly, but it does give me some dopamine to give a shit. But on a deeper level, no, I do. I mean, yeah, I care about the state of the country, and these political commentators have big sway. So I care if someone like Tim, he has a big audience. I care if he's being smart. I care if he's being honest, and I care if Milo, who's influencing much people, is being smart and honest, and if everyone's like on the up and up. So I do care, and I give a shit in a good way, and also maybe in a dopamine way. So I give a shit in both ways. Okay, I think that's fair.
Can I answer this question?
Yeah,
I give about as much shit about this as that this person gives a shit about. I guess. Typing a message and asking me the same question. So it's like I care as much about this as the same level of care that you give to ask the question.
That's true. Something impelled you, Eric, to write this message, and I would say it's probably the dopamine, and it's probably also that maybe you have some other care in mind.
Yeah. And it's drama. I mean, it's something entertaining. It's something to talk about. It's something that is affecting politics. I mean, this is one of the biggest things between, I guess, the political right that we've seen in a while. The political right has been doing a great job being united, but this is something that is tearing it apart.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna, I mean, this is why I kind of said the dopamine thing. I'm not going to pearl clutch and say the entire reason I care is just about, the political landscape. It's like, yes, it is. I do find Tim Pool and Milo entertaining, I do. And it does. Yeah. It triggers something in my brain where I'm like, yeah, I want to see more of it, but yeah, there is obviously a deeper consideration as well. I mean, but two things can be true at the same time.
That is true.
But Eric, if you want to say more, Eric, you can say more. Eric, you could even paddle up. Okay, I'm just saying. You can tell us why we shouldn't give a shit. It's always an option. Always an option.
That now, what am I going to do? Am I going to take them up on their invite, spend extra money, show up? No. Of course not. Now, I have friends. I think Jack Westhope is a really good guy. He's a good friend. He's a friend of the show.
It's worth saying about Jack also that he is on the periphery of Turning Point. They've never offered him an official position. He doesn't work for them. He's not paid by them. He's one of their. He's close. He's close with them, but he's still classified because I do know Jack as well a little bit, and he's still classified merely.
Okay, actually, Eric. Okay, actually, I do actually agree with you, Eric. Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think Tim is doing that, but I think Milo is 100% doing that. And yeah, maybe Tim is playing along, and Tim is loaded with estrogen. Says some new person, Tilly, Georgia. I mean, Tim might be loaded with estrogen. Okay, he's maybe taking too much Soylent. Similar to Destiny. Hard to say.
But see, the same thing is, I mean, the thing about conspiracy theories is that they're interesting to think about. Because I mean, are you telling me there's no conspiracy theory that you find interesting to talk about? Because I can think of a lot of conspiracy theories that are very interesting to talk about.
Mm-hmm. And even what we're talking about with what was his name, the Cat Zone, where it's like I think that's a far-fledged conspiracy theory about Charlie Kirk that he didn't die, but. Yeah, I mean, there are a shocking amount of people that believe in stuff that I think is untrue. There's some conspiracy theories that are true. There's some that we don't know, and there's some that we're pretty sure are not true. But I think in all cases, in all three of those cases, there's merit in talking about it. Because even if it's not true, then it's like it's good to ask the people for evidence and to give your reasons why you don't think it's true. And if you think it's true, well, then obviously you want to promote that. If it's in the middle, then you want to debate it either way. So. I think in either case, it's like there is merit, and it's also fun at the same time. Again, two things can be true at once. Okay, two things.
He's an influencer of theirs, merely as an ambassador or something, right?
They have since come out and they don't continually
pay
offered
him
to bring us out, make something work, and I've said no.
Absolutely right.
I'm not interested.
Absolutely right.
I
have some dignity. Like no.
Well, I'll tell you my emotional state right now. Mm-hmm. I think that I've had a lot of conversation with high-profile business people in the podcasting space, big CEOs.
Yeah.
And you know what they all say? They say, Tim, if you say what we want you to say, you'll be the biggest show in the country.
I've had those conversations.
You have the work ethic.
A long time ago, but yes.
Like your ability to talk off script and just nail these points.
Temple
Let us
glazing himself.
guide you
Okay.
with
Okay.
guardrails.
Is he wrong, though?
know that what you're saying is
He is wrong. He is
factual.
wrong. And there's
Okay.
nothing Tim. There's nothing
Tell
Tim
me
could
how
say
he's
that-
wrong.
There's nothing Tim could say that would make him like the biggest podcaster ever. Okay,
Oh,
Tim.
I can think of two things he can say.
I don't want you to say probably either of those things, Big Soda. I don't think I want you to say either of those things. Okay.
I can think of some real quick ones, at least 10 off the dome.
Yeah, you probably have a lot off the dome, and and I will disavow probably not all of them. I'll disavow probably 6 of them would be my guess, but I don't want you to say
One would be Israel is the greatest country to ever exist, and we should give all our foreign aid to them.
I think Israel is a pretty goated country. I think we should give some aid to them. Okay, that's why I'm center right. Center right. Eric says, but you're right. These infighting podcast feuds has become a problem as divide the right or independence because they have become the same as the left wing media with misinformation. Exactly. That's the thing. That's what I don't like to see. I don't like what I'm seeing in the post Charlie Kirk world. I don't like that we're seeing division on the right. I don't like Candace because of that, because I think she's mainly responsible right now for like sowing that division amongst the Republican Party. I don't like that. And so that is one of the reasons why I care. So Eric, it seems like you and me, brother, we're on the same page.
You know what's funny? Democrats said the same thing when Trump was saying the stuff about the election. And it's kind of like 2016 Republicans were saying the same thing about Trump. And it's like at a certain point, if Milo has any correct point in this scenario, the infighting on the right, it needs to happen and it needs to be squashed, because if it drags out, it's only going to end up the same way that the left did with Israel and Palestine. The left used to be a big supporter of Israel. Then Palestine started to make a huge push in the progressive movement. And now you have progressives and I guess establishment Democrats that are fucking, they will vote on the same thing, but they believe in two polar opposites. And if you want the right to succeed, this issue needs to be handled.
Yes.
It's like we can't just ignore it.
To the extent that we want the GOP to win the midterms, this has to be quashed, and it has to be. It can't drag on.
Nope.
Forever. If it
You
drags
can't
on,
ignore it either.
Right. You can't ignore it, and it has to be dealt with and hopefully resolved. Because if this goes into the fucking midterms, yeah, you will. Exactly. I mean, it was like there was like, if you look at like the Hassan crowd, right? There was like so many people that. Which I think, from a left point of view, I'm not leftist, but if I was, I mean, holy shit! I mean, to give advice to those people would be so easy, like so retarded to be like to call her like what H cost Harris, right? I don't think I could say that word without getting it, but you know what I mean? It's like that was like a leftist thing that happened. It's like, do you guys have no sensibilities about how it's like a two-party system and you're just gonna recuse yourself? I mean, this is my critique of Fuentes, where it's like, and I mean, I think Big Soda, I think you agreed on me, where it's like Fuentes has a lot of critiques that I think are good, but to the extent that you're telling people to not vote when it's a two-party system, I mean, if you're not voting for your party, you are basically de facto voting for the other party, even if you abstain. You were giving a vote. You were not giving a vote that you could have given otherwise.
If you don't recommend someone that you can vote toward, and you're just saying don't vote for one candidate, it's pretty much an endorsement for the other side.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And so I think the left made a massive mistake, and I think people like Hassan and all. I mean, Hassan, a rare Hassan W, for helping the Democrats fucking lose, because that's what he did by saying all this shit about Kamala and all those other fucking Hassan orbiters that did the same thing. It's like, yeah, please abstain, please. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. All you fucking leftoids, right? Like, yeah, abstain because you can't agree, right? But I don't want to see, at the end of the day, I don't want to see the right be divided in that way. We have to be we have to be unified, right? Even if, look, I disagree about Trump, but I'm a center right. I've said this many times. I've been in many arguments against certain things that Trump has done. Just last night with Gibbs, I was arguing about stuff that Trump is doing. That's fine. Still gonna vote. Still gonna vote Republican because I'm not gonna be divided. I'm not gonna let the leftists win, because at the end of the day, what is the better vision of the country? That's what I always go back to. That's what I always go back to, and that's what everyone should go back to, except the Hassanabi fans. You should actually be polarized, and if you don't like the Democrats' stance on Israel, then you shouldn't vote. You actually shouldn't. All the lefties listening, you should not vote. Okay, yeah,
Well,
just abstain. That's the moral thing to do.
It's okay not to support Trump, but you need someone that you can support. It's kind of like you can't just say don't vote for Trump and just let the other side win. No, you need to have a candidate in which you endorse, in which you're like, no, I don't think Trump is the right answer. This is the person that I think is the right answer. So that way, at least you're attempting to change the process. If you're just like, don't vote for Trump and that's it, then okay, well, the Democrats win and we lose. Either we fix the problems with the establishment Republicans, or the establishment versus the populist movement, or we end up like the Democrats, where they don't know which position to take. They always take the 20 out of the 2080 issue. They don't know what the fuck to do because they don't know who they're appeasing. They're trying to appease both the lobbies and I guess the establishment, or more centrist Democrats, but they also have to kind of put up with these more progressives and how they spaz out on every issue. So they're stuck in between this kind of gray zone to where none of their fucking policies make sense. There's no support for them because you don't know what the fuck they're going to do. And it's like with the right, you generally know, but this has to be fixed. Either we go back to the old establishment guard or the new populist movement is the answer. You can't have both at the same time.
Yeah, and in my, I mean, tell me if you disagree, Big Soda. But my opinion, I think, is that the time to fight this out. I mean, I don't want to self-glaze, but I think I did the right thing. I was pro DeSantis, said this many times, right? And so that's who I wanted to win in the primaries, right?
Yep.
But then Trump wins, and so I pivot. Is it Trump? I would have preferred DeSantis over Trump, but now we're left with, we have to be realistic. We're left now with Trump versus Biden, and it became Trump versus Harris. And it's like, now you're left with those choices. Okay.
Yep.
Any vote for a third party is you're throwing away your vote. We have to be real with that. Any independent vote, I mean, you're not doing anything. So you have to, the time to fight that shit out, if you want to see change in your own party, is in the primaries. And the Dems were unfortunately not awarded that thing because the DNC is corrupt as shit. So, I mean, I like, honestly, L's, and I feel bad
primary or after you win. It's primary or after you win.
Yes.
Because if you do it after you win, what you're hoping to do is that your voice gets enough influence to where you can start saying, hey, Trump, these are the things we thought that were bad. These are the things we want you to change on. Hear us out. You are our voice, but we need you to correct some of these issues. Or you do it in the primaries and you say, no, this is my guy. I trust him more than Trump. And either he wins or we fix it under Trump.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. There's a gap where it's like, it is ineffective to what you believe in, assuming you land on one side or the other, to voice your concerns. And then there is a time period on either side where it's fine to do that. In the primaries, totally fine. After the election, totally fine. Any in between, if you're criticizing the person who is the front runner, you are just going to be carrying water for the other side, even if you don't want to believe that. And this chat, I don't know what WH stands for, but I'm assuming it's talking about the second strike
House.
on
White House
correspondent. Okay, this is about the Venezuelan boat, right? The second strike.
You talking about the Venezuelans? Those poor Venezuelans?
Yeah, those poor, just the fishermen, they're trying to feed their families, I mean, I hope the video is released. I don't know. I'm ambiguous on this. Well, I guess without the video, I don't know for sure. and I don't know what your opinion on its big soda is. First
I
strike,
support- I
obviously
mean,
justified. I don't
I
know. Second
I
strike,
support
I'm
it
not sure.
more than Syria. I mean, we've been bombing Syria for so long. I support Venezuela. Like if I was stuck having to justify one or the other, the Venezuelan wakes is more easily justifiable than bombing Syria.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah,
all the boats. I think it's like 80 something people that have been killed, and it's like
yep.
yeah, and
I think it's been even more that have been intercepted. Because a lot of people, when they think about it, they think, "Oh, he's just dropping bombs on these things," and it's like not necessarily. A lot of them have been intercepted. They've been releasing videos of a lot of the boats that they've intercepted and stuff like that. And the only problem I would say is I'm pretty sure they gave the authority. There's someone under Pete Hegseth that has the authority to approve these drone strikes or these bombs, and I don't know how I feel about that. I would generally like either Pete Hegseth or Trump to have the ultimate responsibility of it, because at least
Trump
that
does have the ultimate responsibility because he's the commander in chief.
true. But I want Trump's name on it. It's like I want Pete Hegseth's name on it. I don't want someone down the chain approving it, because this is a very sensitive thing, and I would at least like to know that it went all the way up the chain, and we can have these verifiable checks.
And if the story, if it depends. 'Cause from what I know, unless there's been a development.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump off.
Heading off?
Frankie.
Okay,
Yeah.
07's Franks.
07's, bro. Later.
See ya.
So we haven't seen the public, unless I'm behind on the times, but the public hasn't seen the second strike. But Republicans have been shown it in Congress, and the Democrats have been shown it, and they apparently come to opposite conclusions. If it really is people you've already blown up everything and they're unarmed, then probably a second strike, probably not justified. You could probably get some boats in there and just intercept them normally, right? Probably. So if you're blowing them up at the same time, if you're like a drug runner, do I feel like a bunch of sympathy? You know what I mean? I don't know, because
really.
the first strike might have killed them anyway, right? So but at the same time, I get it. It will if Trump is being honest about releasing the footage, and it releases, and it's just people clinging to some what do you call that? There's a word, flotsam or something. The debris of a ship. If they're just clinging to that and they blow them up again, then then probably not needed. You probably could have just sent the boats in there. I don't know if it's the biggest deal if they're cartel drug runners. I don't know. When I say it's a war crime, I don't know. Maybe according to the UN, but fuck the UN. Okay.
Now,
never support the UN.
Can you commit a war crime outside of war? Yes, right.
Trump declared war on Venezuela, didn't he, Mr. Mister?
But I think that was after. Was that not the official declaration? Didn't that come after or before the first strike, or it come after the first strike?
No. I'm pretty sure the declaration came before.
Okay.
I think. I could be wrong, Mr. Mister.
No, I could be wrong.
Are you just Mr. Mister? Are you down to just watch, or do you have a correction for the panel? Because you're pretty perspicacious on these issues.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about some facts and some coincidences real quick, right? It's just very interesting how the two biggest MAGA podcasters both almost just got taken out, right? That's a fact. That's not conjecture, right?
Wait,
what's
the two? Wait, what are we talking about?
We're talking
I think
about
you meant
Tim
Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool, right?
But
Yeah.
Kirk was. Well, you said almost.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But Tim almost got taken out too.
Yeah.
Tim wasn't even there, though. To be clear, Tim was not at that location.
So do you think that guy knew that he wasn't there? Like he was just, trying. He would risk his own life being ruined on a scare tactic. I'm not buying that. So here's the other thing, right? It's very interesting how the people that aren't under attack seem to be very much in line with either the neocon narrative or their numbers seem to be propped up very non-organically, right? You have one who, Candace, who magically jumps from like 10K live to like 50 almost in a week, which doesn't seem very organic to me. Doesn't say a word about is very doesn't attack what's going on in Somalia, none of that stuff. Every day this woman wakes up, it's always like, I had a vision and I have this big bombshell, and it's like, oh, my cat took a shit and I fucking, that's the bombshell.
Didn't she actually? You just awakened a hidden memory. I think I repressed. Didn't she say Charlie Kirk spoke to her in a dream?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's like a real thing, right? Am I crazy?
She was on with
that's fucking.
Russell.
Okay, that's wild.
She was on Russell. She was on Russell Brand, and she's like, I had this dream, and I was praying, and they told me I was praying for a bombshell. I looked in my email, and I magically found it. I'm like, this is the biggest horse shit. And then let's go to the other one, right? The other guy we talking about. This is a kid who was at J6, a well-known Republican, right? Who's considered a racist by many, on a bullhorn saying storm the Capitol, and nothing happens to him.
That's true.
Now,
wait,
also,
wait. Who are we talking about?
Fuentes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wait.
So you're telling me?
I forgot Fuentes was at J6. I forgot about that.
He was on a bullhorn saying, "Guys, go and storm the Capitol, bridge the barrier," but he didn't go. Right? And it's very convenient.
Do you think Fuentes is a Fed?
That's what Elon said. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying it's very convenient how his rise follows the same pattern as Candace, like almost to a T. It's like he was very low on the totem, then seemingly within a week, it's like blast off, and it's only the people that are against Israel, right? It's like they're trying to foment this narrative, and he barely talks about, he did say stuff about the Somali stuff, but it's more like he equivocates it to a racism thing. It's not really about what's going on, and he's always like, Trump's a failure in this stuff and that, and I'm like, interesting.
The only thing I would say is I think from just, this is my perception, I think Fuentes has always had kind of a silent, large group of anonymous people supporting him. So I think it kind of makes sense that maybe now that we're getting more okay, like I talked about the cinnamon bun girl that K2 shared, right? The person who was calling the Somalis the N-word, and she raised, I think it's at $140,000 on Give, Send, Go right now. So I think Fuentes, is making hay while the sun is shining, but I think he's always had that. I think Candace has experienced a meteoric rise in a way that feels more inauthentic. And I'm not a Nick fan, but I'm just like, that's just I think Nick, he was always kind of like lurching, waiting to kind of go into that. And Candace to me feels less organic.
I mean, Nick was pulling 35,000 live viewers back in, I don't know, like 2019 after he had been deplatformed by YouTube.
Right.
I'm just saying, it just seems very convenient how all this happens. And people are just like, oh, it's fine. The guy had magically someone sent him a buttload of Bitcoin, right? And then supposedly, they went and talked to him. And this is what he said in his own words. He said, oh, there was a guy in France that unalived himself, and he sent him a bunch of Bitcoin. And then once they investigated it, it's like, they gave it back to him. And so, it's like they reverse spun this narrative that he was somehow tied into all the J6 stuff in a precarious way. But we're just going to throw out that little,
I haven't heard about this, but Bitcoin
a quarter $1 million.
Right, but how do you backtrace Bitcoin? That's the whole point of Bitcoin, is that it's like insanely difficult to do.
Well, apparently this is what he said in his own words. He said that they went and investigated and found a guy randomly in France that unalived himself on that day and sent Bitcoin. So that's the end of that. That's what his words were.
Well, I was going to say the government can track these individual transfers from one account to another. They can also freeze Bitcoin accounts. Or wallet accounts.
No, wait, no, that's not true. Big Soda, that's
You,
not
you
true.
want me to give you? You want me to give you evidence of them doing it?
That the government can freeze if it's tied
can,
to like
can freeze wallets.
Only if the wallet is stored on something like Mount Gox or something, then sure, but not a wallet can be. I can store a wallet on a fucking thumb drive. The government can't fucking do anything to that.
But that's
Section
you
230.
can.
Okay,
But
apparently, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. The government cannot freeze my Bitcoin wallet. That's literally not possible.
well,
That
it's
is
not just a
impossible.
Bitcoin wallet. It's just a wallet, and then you put the Bitcoin in there. It wouldn't be specifically a Bitcoin wallet.
I'm just
Well, no,
going
but
off
what I'm
of what
saying is,
he
so
said.
a wallet can be offline. I could store a Bitcoin wallet in my fucking head, right? Like a Bitcoin wallet is just a bunch of like data that there's no unless you're like putting your crypto in a specific place. Then yes, if it's on a site, then yeah, the government could go after that. Otherwise, they can't. So that's why this story. I don't know how would they track that. I mean, Bitcoin. That's why Bitcoin is used for all this black market stuff. You know.
I'm just going off of what he said. He said they froze his bank account, his exact words, and they later released the funds once they proved that there was a French guy that sent it that unalived himself, which is very weird considering, Candace and her little French connection, right? Much later, and then all of a sudden, again, with this narrative, I just checked, by the way. That's the reason why I came up, because, you have Tucker who's buying land in Doha, right? In bed with the Qataris, which he doesn't want anyone to know about. And then I look and I see, looks like Tucker is going to Amfest. That's kind of weird. So it just seems very strange. Very strange how these coincidences are happening. And everyone's like, oh, Tim Pool's a little overreacting little bitch. I'm like, he seems like the only one to me that's looking around with his arms in the air going, what the fuck is going on? Because it seems like everything around him is getting this, pushed in a certain direction. And that direction seems to be, we're going to attack each other. And, apparently on the right now, we're going to be okay with these Islam people, like buying up shit and fucking, I don't know. It's not good. Not good.
Okay, you guys keep talking about this. I have to take a little pee break. Okay.
Oh my god.
It's been a while. I feel like it's been a while. Okay?
It's been an hour and 10 minutes.
Are you timing me? Do you got a fucking timer going? Okay, so an hour 10 is not that bad. Okay.
Good, because you can read this article when you're back.
Okay, I will. Don't say anything bad about me. I'm listening still somehow.
Nah, but Mr. Mister, you're right. They do have the ability to freeze both the wallet, and they can track the private keys. They can track the individual transactions from one wallet to another. Like there are ways.
I laugh when people tell me, they're like, oh, Bitcoin's safe. And I'm like, China literally banned it. Like, what's to stop them from doing that? They could do it at any time.
Well, you know what's interesting? Bitcoin's got a weird, or the owner of Bitcoin has his name, when you translate it to English, has a very weird meaning, and it involves something intelligence, or like centralized intelligence, like when you translate it from Japanese to English. Not saying those two things are related. I'm just saying it's quite interesting that this guy, the creator of Bitcoin, his name has a weird translation to English.
Look, it's very simple to me. We got to get rid of these Muslims that invaded our country. That's number one. We got to pass the stupid voting legislation that they tried 3 times to pass, but somehow don't. And if people don't vote on it, we got to get their damn names. We got to find out who these people are that's stopping it from getting into law, because supposedly we're in charge, but we can't get this passed. And I sent a message to him, right? Because I have Mike Johnson's DC number, so I'm like leaving him answering machine messages and shit at his office, and I'm like, why is this not getting passed? Okay, I understand there's lobbyists, I understand all this shit. This costs nothing to them.
Oh, yep.
Right? Unless they want it, and you know, it's like, we got to find out who's doing this. We have to find out why they refuse to pass this shit.
Well, think about it. I mean, we have till I think the next census is 2030, and like we have to eliminate a lot of the votes that the Democrats are trying to legally allow. Like, I mean, they're trying to make sure anybody can vote, and if we don't fix this by the 2030 census, then there could be a good chance that they start legalizing these people to vote. In which, good luck, conservatives.
Is that how delayed the American census is?
I think it's every decade.
Oh, that's
I could be
every 10
wrong.
years, I think.
I've been in Canada too long because we do it I think every 5 years, so at least we get more. That's a W Canada, to be honest with you, because we get more accurate information. It might even be 4 years. I'm not sure, 4 or 5, but.
Well, to be fair, there's a lot of places in Canada where like someone could die and you won't hear about it for like 100 years.
That is very true. That is very true.
In America, there are places like that.
Accurate.
There in America, there's places like that, but it's not the same. Like, there's some places in Canada you need sled dogs to fucking go out there and get.
I was gonna say I know somebody who was employed to do. I don't know what the plural of census is. I don't know if it's censi or census is, but that was employed to do a census to the Inuit population, and they were like flown out, and god damn, apparently it was a brutal time to get census data from the people up there. It is let's just say the person I know, they came back after a couple of months because there was a few people that what's it called, brandished on them, you know, even though they're government employees, because there's absolutely no enforcement up in Canada, like in the northern parts at all. So a lawless country, and you can't get any data up there realistically, because they all hate the government. And if you hate the government and there's no government enforcement, then you really can't trust any of the census data. So, you know,
that's true.
We're probably in a worse situation in that sense.
Let me just ask one more question, and then I'll just drop down, because this is the real question. Why I think all this is happening. Okay, obviously the whole Palestine issue, right, put a dirty black eye on the left regarding the small hats thing, right?
Yeah,
and so they can't outright go and say, well, you know, we got to support one or the other. So what happens? Much like every single election cycle, some bullshit happens literally right before. There's this like gaslighting event that happens every time. And all of a sudden, months before this one, you have these two people who are propped up, and all of a sudden, small hat people are the enemy, right? It just seems a little convenient. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not excusing the PACs or anything like that, but it just seems to me like it's a little wildly overdrawn and you know, a little exaggerated in that regard, you know. And it's like, you know, the whole October 7th thing, and how it's like $8 million, right? But the Ukraine thing's completely different, but they're getting like 500 billion or whatever. You know, it doesn't look good. It looks like this is orchestrated, is what I'm saying. And
plus, Ukraine got all that in a period of like 3 years. Like I mean, I know Ukraine passed Israel in total amount of aid given to them. But if you think about it, it's only been 3 years for Ukraine.
Let me just give you an update about what just happened with the Russia thing, right? So they, the populace, the actual good guys, sent a peace deal to Russia, right? In January, people can look this up. January of 22, the Congress wanted a peace deal, and they sent it over there with Biden, who literally can't tie his own shoes. The UK leader stopped it then. What happened again?
Johnson.
Yeah. Now this new guy, Starmer or whatever, he tried to rewrite it with some of the other EU people, right? Mm-hmm. So then Russia looked at it and was like, no, we're not taking this deal. It's like, okay. So now we get a response, and what just happened, I think within the last day or two, is we pretty much said to them, F you, we're not playing around with this shit anymore, because January's coming up, and the continuing resolution, the debt bill that happened in October, it took them the longest time in history to finally, fix this shit temporarily, but they only kicked it to January, right? So basically, money, and he needs it by January, because that's when the new debt bill is. You know what the UK? They said, we're going to cash in all of our bonds that you owe us if you don't go along with the EU's plan for Ukraine. That's what they just said.
Jeez.
That means that it's gonna fuck up our economy. And I'm like, these assholes. We have to get the hell away from these dicks.
Well, think about it. That's suicide for themselves. And see, it's so ideologically driven that they're the same thing with Canada. They're willing to fuck themselves over just to prove their point.
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes. Wish I could deny that, but I can't. Just a side tangent that I have to say, because someone sent me this in the back chat. Not to drag it back into but the crypto thing that someone sent in the back chat, that applies to how the government can legally seize your crypto wallet if they can publicly access it. But if you have a proper crypto wallet that's not stored in a normal site, then they can't access it. That's how Bitcoin works.
You're assuming that he had a private, you're assuming that he had it, I guess, disconnected from the internet. Most people who have a crypto wallet usually have it through an app. Like, I don't know, crypto.com, Tether.
If you have your crypto stored in an actual site, then that's a skill issue. I'm just going to say that. If you have it.
Yeah, but you think Nick's that smart? I mean, he's probably not.
I guess not. Because that seems weird to. I'm not a huge tech bro, but I know enough not to put my stuff into an actual fucking .com site and store all my fucking crypto there. That's retarded.
Can we at least agree that's a little strange, right? The guy, they were crucifying people for J6, but a guy who's a right winger that they call racist on a bullhorn saying go up there and storm the Capitol, right? They don't do anything to him. They question him, but also the guy gets 250 grand in Bitcoin magically appear in one of his accounts. That's kind of strange. Just saying.
No.
Yeah,
I agree, and I don't think that's the only thing that's strange about the Nick Fuentes, and because there's a couple other stuff that I'd have to go back and get the full details. But before, let's see, after 2019, and I would say up until 2023, there's some things that I had learned about Nick that I also thought that he potentially could be a Fed, and I still think that today. But it's just kind of one of those things to where, to me, Candace is the much more obvious, I guess, example. And not so much that she's a Fed, but more so that there's something deeper.
Feds,
there's something deeper.
That would be, I guess that's the fucking American dream. I guess if both Nick and Candace are feds, and Milo as well, then it's just like we're all fucked. I guess everyone's fucked. Which
Well,
probably
not
is,
necessarily.
could be
I
true.
just think maybe, just kind of like how the Twitter files thing, right? We learned that like what happens is they have backdoor entrances into social media and stuff like that. So I don't think they're actual feds, but maybe they have handlers, like, and even Candace talked about that, and I'm like, that's interesting. This idea about handlers, right? Like people that so I don't know. It's very strange.
It's just as simple as someone guiding them. I mean, they could have someone they trust, someone who's been around, proven themselves, and they could be leading them down a certain path that is beneficial to an institution, beneficial to an agency, beneficial to who knows.
I mean, people say that about Rogan, right? There's like that one guy, I can't remember his fucking name. Any of you huge Rogan fans? There's like one guy that goes on and his kids have like, he gives them like retarded names that don't make any sense. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Big Soda.
I don't think so. I'm a huge Rogan fan though.
Do you not know what I'm talking about? It's like, oh God, what's his fucking name?
He gives his kids retarded names.
He's ex-CIA and he'll come on once in a while.
Oh, Mike Baker.
Yes, Mike Baker. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Mike Baker. And yeah, and everyone in the comments is always like, oh, Joe's handler is here. And like watching the podcast, I'm like, it's hard to disagree with because like that guy is, I mean, he's ex-CIA and I mean, ex in very loose quotations. Like it really does feel that way. And so, yeah, it's not saying Joe's a fed, but I do think the handler thing is probably true, where they probably do send people around to just like check up on you, make sure you're getting the proper message out, try to correct the record.
I saw a reaction video to when what's the comedian guy from Louisiana? I forgot the guy's name.
Theo Von.
But
Theo Von. Shout out Theo
Von.
Was on.
Yeah, he's cool as hell. He was on Rogan's podcast, right? And he kept alluding to the whole small hat thing, and Rogan would tell him to like stop. And it was like the guy that was reacting to this was like, this is kind of interesting. So there seems to be this other pattern of people that are like, I don't know. It's like I got this feeling like people are getting these messages, like either kind of like this thing of like, if you don't want to be involved in the mess, stay out of it. And the way to stay out of it is not to talk about these certain things. Kind of thing.
It's so hard for me to know if the motive is I guess like some type of governmental thing, or if it's just like fiscal. Because like I've told Big Soda many times. Okay, well, don't say more. It's not because I have handlers. It's because I'm just aware of like, I know what platform I'm on and I know what they, and so Rogan, right. He might be thinking the same thing between his Spotify and his YouTube and all that stuff. He might be thinking like, hey, if I talk too much, so it could be just he's like fiscally minded where he's like, I know where my bread is buttered. I know I'm going to get fucking nuked. Right.
Let's do the rounds. Candace doing well with money, right? Very well. Right. Then you go to who's the other one we were just talking about? Fuentes. Doing very well with money. Tucker buying a house in Doha in Qatar. Very strange.
Okay,
hold
on.
Tim Pool not doing so well, guys. But
even the people you mentioned, like Nick Fuentes, is not doing financially well compared to Tucker, like not even in the same universe of doing well fiscally, right?
Yeah.
Like Nick Fuentes still lives right in the, I think, unless he moved, he still lives in like just a normal house, probably worth like 300 to 500,000, right? Like it's not impressive.
You can't think there's no monetization for his views.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, I guess. Yeah. So like, I'm not suggesting anything, but I'm just saying we can't put those people in the same financial bracket. They're definitely not. And Rogan with his like 100 million deals. I mean, he's in a.
I get that. But here's a guy who we know got at least $250,000, right? He makes at least 50K every couple of months, right? So,
Wait, who are we talking about right now?
Fuentes.
Does
Oh,
he?
from
Is there a paid program on Rumble?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
make money on Rumble,
monetization
yeah.
program. Okay, so yeah, he's probably
But
making about that.
But it is way less than YouTube AdSense. I will say that it's way
Well, he
less.
said a couple of months, so it's not like monthly 50,000. But I mean, 3-4 months, I could see Nick Fuentes making
He's
about
making
50,000.
good money, but compared it to someone like Joe Rogan, who's like making absolute millions upon millions. Like,
Well, I
it's
think
not.
Tucker's a better example
yeah,
because I think
yeah.
Tucker's making
Yeah.
decent fucking money.
Yeah, Tucker
Well,
is like
let's
fucking
also
rich.
let's also remember the fact that he was at J6 and
That's
literally served no time.
That's a big
Yeah,
thing because
no.
who else didn't serve no time?
But okay.
Ray Epps.
The one,
And Ray Epps, I question him.
I do. Okay, look, I am Ray Epps pilled as well, or well, actually, I guess Big Soda pilled in the sense that I think Ray Epps is definitely a Fed. But like, okay, so the J6ers, right? Like Fuentes didn't actually egress, or I don't know what the word is, but he didn't go in, he didn't storm the Capitol, right? He just said the incitement to violence is like a pretty high bar, right? So like.
Well, let's put it to you this way, guys. Enrique Tarrio got 20 years, and he was never in D.C. Okay.
Yeah, but
so
he
now
was,
you got
okay. And look, okay, I'm a bit Proud Boy coded, so like I don't, I'm not coming at this from a place of bias, but Enrique did. I mean, he was kind of orchestrating stuff in many texts that were revealed.
Okay,
right? Like,
okay, I got
way
you.
more
How
than the
about
bullhorn thing.
How about this? The reporter for the Blaze, right, got charged with the next classification of a crime because it's very difficult to prove intent for insurrection. So it wasn't even trespass. It was whatever, I forget what the name of the lawsuit is, but a reporter
loitering or something like that.
Yeah, the reporter with a press pass gets prosecuted as well. Right?
Yeah,
but did he enter the Capitol grounds? Because then that probably would be like a sedition charge, right?
You have to listen. You have to prove intent for the crime they're charging, which is wild to say that a reporter who's just following a crowd has the intent of helping to overthrow the government.
I agree. I agree with you that that's a bullshit charge. But I'm saying I guess the difference with Fuentes is he didn't actually enter the grounds, and so you have to prove intent to incite without actually doing any seditious action.
Okay, very good.
Like that,
so
I would
then,
say that's
so then
harder.
by that logic, he is actually worse than Enrique Tarrio because he was there telling people to do it.
I don't think the physical Enrique Tarrio. I mean, I've read all the fucking court docs and all the stuff that was released. I mean, he was Enrique Torres, which I think wasn't he working with the FBI anyway? Wasn't he a fucking Fed? He was some type of informant, was he not?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm pretty sure. Am I Mr. Mister? Do you know about this? I'm pretty sure he was literally working with the feds.
No, that's ridiculous. The one lady that's still at the DOJ.
Source confluence.
I swear to God. Because
if he was working for the FBI, why would they have charged him with the illegal magazine that they caught him with and all that?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
No,
I'm just saying. You got people
guys,
there.
I'll find.
You have people there that weren't even near anybody that left, right, and went back to their homes, and they found these people's emails, months and even a year later, and went back and hunted them down, right? They didn't even enter the grounds, and they went after them. But this guy here,
I'm right about Enrique. I'm right.
Okay, read it.
2014 federal court hearing, and this is not AI. I'm like reading this like for real on a news site. I mean, I guess I could find the court thing if you guys don't believe me. But it was obtained by Reuters. Reuters is actual real news, not fake news. Reportedly revealed Mr. Tarrio repeatedly worked as an informer for investigators after he was arrested in 2012. So he's not a Fed in the sense that he was, but he was an informant. He was.
Okay. What does that have to do with what we're saying? So then every act after that means that he's working for the government?
I can't remember why that came up exactly. But I'm not. I don't. Yeah. The point is, he was
because of the Fuentes thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So damn near. What was that? 8 years later, that still stands, right? I don't see it. I don't see it. But a guy who's literally right in the middle of the Capitol when they're locking up people who don't go on the ground and then go home and they check their emails, hunt them down, bring them back. And you're going to tell me a guy who was there on camera saying the words, they're not going to put him away.
I don't know. Have you read the Enrique text? Like, I mean, he was planning. He was actively planning. Like that, that's different than someone on a blowhorn being like, "Hey, go enter the Capitol." Even if you're in a fucking hotel room, which I'm pretty sure he was in some. Yeah, he wasn't there. He's in some random hotel. But if he's texting all these plans, then yeah, that is seditious conspiracy, right? I mean, that is.
Okay, well, this is ridiculous. I mean, we're not talking about him. We're talking about Nick, not Enrique Tarrio. I was just saying.
No, but I mean, my point is just saying. I know, but I guess my point is saying. I mean, I think you brought him up to say that he was charged and Nick wasn't. But I'm saying,
right.
I think to be fair to Nick, I think just saying something on a blowhorn. I mean, again, this is something I've looked into, and I mean, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but the standard for incitement is an incredibly high standard. It's very difficult to prove incitement. So if Nick did not enter the ground, and I don't want to carry water for Nick, but if he didn't actually enter the grounds and he's just saying something on a blowhorn, that would be very hard to prosecute against. From what I know.
Well, let me just tell you this. Do you know who Tim Hale is?
Heard the name, but no idea who it is. Just recognize the name.
He's a friend. No. He's a friend and a YouTuber that Grid has had on plenty of times. And he's told us some stories and a couple other people about how they sent people to their roommates and stuff to get them to incriminate themselves. Okay, so again, this is ridiculous. That there has to be some other explanation than, oh, I guess they just left Nick alone. Like, I'm not buying it. There's no fucking way. No way.
Wait, so
after
is
all we've
your
heard,
conclusion do you think Nick is then, I guess, a Fed? Is that what you're saying?
I think he might have made a deal.
Why would they leave him alone? Like a plea deal, or like
I think
he's an informant?
I think they made a deal with him of some kind. That's what I think happened. I don't think he's a Fed. I just think they were like, look, you're gonna do what we tell you to do. You know, you're in the media sphere, you're influential, so. Then all of a sudden, the small hat thing comes, and I think they needed him, actually, like for the stuff that's happening now. That's what I think.
But as much as like I mean, I pointed this out. As much as Nick has flip flopped on like the Trump stuff, Nick has been remarkably consistent in his messaging beyond that, right? Like beyond like the Trump stuff, he's flip flopped on, but like. With everything he said about the tiny hats and all that stuff, I mean, he from way back when, pre J6, right? He's been consistent. It's not like he's like changed his messaging. So I guess like what's kind of the angle of like what are they getting him to do now that he didn't do before? You know, he's still going. He just went on Pierce and just said, a bunch of crazy shit and said he was, a bunch of stuff.
I get what
that he
you're saying.
always has been saying.
I can explain it. They didn't need to change anything he said because the narrative they needed was him, like the stuff that he's always said about the small hats. Because if you look at what happened, in the past couple of years with the Palestine thing at the colleges. By the way, most of those assholes that were protesting at those colleges, half of them weren't even American, and they proved it. They were, a lot of those Muslims were migrants. Okay.
Yeah.
So then now if you're the Democrat Party and you're like, fuck, we just lost an election, right? Also, on top of it, we have a small hat issue. We have to make it look like they hate them as much as we do to kind of balance it out, or switch it around, because they have the one guy in Pennsylvania, Shapiro. He's Jewish, right? He's one of their guys that they want. He's one of their guys that they want to run in 28, and they're looking at it and they're going, okay, well, who is it? Jeffries? Well, he was in the Epstein files. Who is it? Newscomb? That guy's. I mean, they could run him probably and cheat, but if you're smart about it, you're going, well, that leaves a very few people. Shapiro, maybe.
It's going to be AOC, 100%. 100% AOC.
Demon face Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of.
No. It's going to be AOC. Mister, you know it's going to be AOC. We all know it's going to be AOC. Yeah. It might be a bad decision. It will be AOC that they're going to run.
You do know Gretchen Whitmer's on the board of the DNC, right?
That's fine. But I mean, I guess if the DNC wants to lose, they'll run her. But if they want to have a hope of winning, they'll run AOC. I mean, to my chagrin, she polls surprisingly high in terms of how many people like her. I don't like that fact, but she does.
I'm not saying they're smart. In fact, I think they're quite stupid, actually. All of them. Their problem is they will not cede ground in certain areas to win, whereas we will, right? That's the way I see it. Like, if you were to be like saying to them, hey, I want you to denounce Islam in the party, because it's very unpopular now, and immigration is like a huge issue. There's no way. We both know there's no way in hell these libtards would do it, right? No way in hell.
But probably none of them would. Is I guess my point. Like,
yes, good. That's what I'm saying. So every little move that they have to make has to be some kind of gaslighting, has to be some kind of finger pointing, has to be like Israel bad, this, that. Epstein, this kind of shit is what I'm saying. That's what they do before every cycle. Every cycle they pull the same shit. They don't have policy, right? Because their policies suck. But it's like, look, that man bad.
Yeah. But I guess why do you think they would run Whitmer over someone like AOC then? Because they both are milk toast on the Islamic stuff, right? So I think AOC, do you not think she matches up more with like the democratic progressive movement that we're seeing?
Well,
than probably anyone else.
I know they can't count and they're pretty much retarded. So in that sense, I would agree, because they ran two females and they both lost. In that sense, I would say, hey, they're probably going to run Newscomb because the guy's a commie piece of shit, and California's got a 30% homeless rate, which they don't care about.
I hope they run him, because then they will fucking lose. So I hope you're right, because there's no way. There's no way fucking Gavin wins. There's no possibility. AOC is the dark horse I'm kind of worried about, because I think there are enough retarded people in America to vote for AOC. I truly do believe that. Okay.
I don't think so. I think there's a good amount of retarded people that we call Democrats, and they they are a large, majority of people. But if you take into account like the 300 and what is it, 27 billion, right? That doesn't account for like children. There's about 1 million more female than male. So in that sense, it's like they gotta gaslight these females into certain things like, hey, grab them by the pee, this and that. So that's why I'm saying it's all drama based with them, because they can't lose that demographic. And shame on us, because we're not reaching across the aisle saying, hey, ladies, come and hang out with us. Your alternative is you get the shit kicked out of you in the Olympics. You go in there and maybe you enter like a women's softball or whatever, and next thing you know, you got this fucking Nolan Ryan type guy with a lipstick on pitching like 180 miles an hour at you, because that's where we're heading.
But do you think? Okay, I feel like maybe this might make you annoyed with me, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Okay, so bear with me, give me some grace. Okay, but do you not think there's a segment, of the Republican Party that talks a certain way about women that will turn them off from voting GOP? Like a segment of kind of the red pill adjacent stuff, where it's like it's not helping. It's not.
Yeah, that's a mistake to me.
I thought that would make you really mad at me, so I'm glad it.
No, I don't do that. What I tell those people is I tell them, like, the people that come out and they're like, oh, fuck this bitch and fuck that bitch and that, and I'm, I get coming from with that because of how they failed us when we trusted them, but we have to take the middle ground, and to do that, there's 60% of the 60% of them versus 40 vote liberal. So what I would say is, if they say something retarded, just ignore them. Just be like, oh yeah, I expect that. I expect it, and just leave it alone. You don't have to go, well, you're a cunt, you're this or that. It's like, I don't expect them to understand all this other shit fully. So I'm not going to hold them to that. And that doesn't make me a feminist. I was married, so it's kind of like, I don't think, honestly, I need people in the middle trying to take the middle ground.
Okay, so I'm glad. So yeah, you at least you hear my concerns that like some of the ways that stuff gets expressed is going to turn off, like what you said, 60% of the population, and I think that is gonna. I don't think they're going to vote. They're not going to vote, and this is why as much as Nick Fuentes, was it was a joke with him, the my body or your body, my choice forever. It's like, I think it was a joke, but it's like that type of rhetoric, and I've seen that. It started with Fuentes, but I feel like I've seen that type of stuff expressed more and more, and even from like a real politique point of view, I feel like it's like I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it's gonna win us votes.
Yeah, no, I don't think we should do that. I think we should just be like, look, you guys don't understand fully. Help them understand it. That's my view. Like, help them understand, like, your future is, you guys are going to have your reproductive thingies mangled, and your choice of a mate is going to be some 48-year-old virgin in the basement singing I'm an Oscar Mayer wiener. Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think surprising Mr. and Confluence agreement. I think, on gender issues, no less. Crazy times we live in.
Yeah, see, I had a talk with somebody recently. I don't want to say who it is, but we aligned on almost everything except for this one thing. And I said to him, I was like, look, I get the feminist thing is an issue, right? But I don't think it's the most pressing issue. I think the political divide in terms of how violence is, it's going to get, and the way that we don't follow these laws and we just let shit slide. I think that's more of a problem. A week later, the Charlie Kirk thing happened. So, and it's gotten progressively worse,
Yeah. There's scales of concern, I guess, is the issue. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, why not say to the ladies, be like, look, I know I may not be the handsomest, all right, but at least I'm not gonna leave you hanging when some libtard with fucking, a beard and a dress comes out and tries to club you. I'm not gonna leave you hanging, okay? I'm gonna do something. I'm not gonna scream "F you, bitch," and it's like.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Okay, that's
I was gonna say I agree too.
Yeah, I'm Big Soda, Mr. and Confluence all agreeing. I think that's a rare W. I'm just gonna say that. I mean, I feel like usually we'd be bickering for ages, but we actually we're on the same page on this one.
Now, the gay thing, like this guy on the right, it's a different story.
Yeah.
I think we probably agree on him as well. Okay, I'm just gonna be real. I think we also agree
That's
on
fucking
it.
insane.
But we will. Oh wait. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I don't know how. Big Pickle is gay. In gay. Sorry, Topanga. I don't know. I think I maybe Mr.'d you. I don't know how long you were sitting back there. I was engrossed in the conversation.
Oh, sorry. Let me.
Did you just join, or were you there for a hot minute? Because
No, I just joined. You're good.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm fucking okay. I'm on the ball. Okay, never mind. Forget what I said. I'm watching everything. I'm watching everything at the same time. Okay.
You guys have a good night. I'm gonna get out of here.
All right.
You have a good night.
See ya.
Oh, sevens. I have to think of an emote for Ag. I have Frankie down. I got Marilyn down. I got to think of something for Ag.
Yeah.
We
Big
need
soda.
to get
Don't give a fucking pickle. Topanga's wig. Fuck you.
Topanga's wig. Hey, that's
need
what
to-
your own husband said. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't think he said wig though. I hope not because I don't fucking wear wigs. I should, but
Apparently,
I don't.
Frankie thinks you might. I mean, I don't know.
I should
He's
wear blonde
confirmed
wigs.
it. He's our inside source.
Apparently, he doesn't like
Yeah.
fucking gingers. So, ginger shaming.
Ginger shaming. Terrible.
He don't.
Terrible.
He doesn't like ginger shaming.
No, I'm saying because I'm ginger. I'm saying maybe he wants me in like a blonde wig or something.
But yeah. He
Oh yeah,
doesn't
maybe he's
believe you have a soul.
projecting. He maybe that's like his fantasy is you blow drying a blonde wig. That could be true. I'll have to. This will be like I know like because okay, so you and Topanga and Frankie, we all have our Facebook group chat, but Frankie has messaged me privately, so I'll ask him on there and really figure out what he wants.
I just want to say this, like, it's really saddening to me that what I look for, like, when I'm like, oh, that's a good woman, right? I'm like, wow, she's knitting, she's cooking, like, shit that happened years ago that we've been like, oh, that's a good, that's very nice that, she's a good woman, this and that. Now it's like finding a needle in a haystack to see someone doing that shit,
Yeah, well, I mean, Topanga's pulling her weight with her cooking. I mean, have you seen Topanga's cinnamon buns? I'm just gonna say.
Yeah, like
tasty.
If you don't know, Mr. Frankie is my husband, and I am a
I know.
wife for him.
Yeah,
I'm a stay-at-home wife, and I've been baking a lot of things from like scratch lately. Like even before that, I always cooked homemade meals. I don't like fast food. I don't like out food. It just disgusts me. So
I get it. I'm just saying, like, I forget who it was, but like knitting and that kind of thing, like, who does that stuff anymore? And I'm like, if I see someone doing that, that's a sign to me that's like, okay,
I don't
That's a
knit,
green
but
flag.
I sew. I don't knit, but I
Yeah.
sew. I sew a lot.
Are you guys gonna make
Yeah,
fun
that-
of me if I say that I went through a brief crocheting phase back in the
Oh
day?
my god.
That's
Dude,
so
your
fucking
man card. I
gay.
told you earlier I was going to take it away. I'm going to take away your man card permanently now.
Okay, but I was in university, and I'm a bit probably ADHD or something, some type of neurodivergent, so I need something to do with my hands, and so it's like crocheting just is like something you can do. I'm just saying. If you're stuck
Well,
in the
then play with your
class,
fucking dick. Don't play with the fucking needles and
I'll get
thread.
kicked out. I'll get kicked. Look, I've been kicked out of a lot of classes for that. I'm just kidding. Disavow. But I can play with the needles, and profs don't care. I'm just saying that. Okay.
I guess so.
Crocheting
How
is.
do you-
I do like crocheting. Crocheting is kind of fun, though. I'm just gonna say
How
that
do you
in a
I
guys
gay
think
way.
that makes you gayer than Milo.
No, in a normal way, Big Soda. In a normal way. Not
How do you
gay.
guys think that some of these lefties, how they smuggled in the Islamic thing, right, with the hijab and everything like that, and they're like, oh, that's just culture, right? But then they don't realize that, like, in these countries, women can't drive, they're beaten and shit like that, and I'm just like, you guys are cool with that, huh? And the gays and stuff, like, we're throwing them off rooftops, but gays for Palestine. It's like, I don't think maybe they're just retarded. I don't know. They have to be retarded.
I
They
mean,
are retarded. That's what I've been saying for fucking ever. Because if they actually went to the country that they're supporting, they would be unalived so fucking quick.
okay, the queer for Palestine is definitely retarded. Okay, I will say that, but I don't want to pull a France and like make a hijab ban at the same time. I think if a woman wants to wear a hijab, I mean, then okay, sound off.
Yeah,
I think
but
it's not a good
it's
thing,
not
but
just wearing it. That's the thing. It's not just wearing it. If you're actually going to go in their culture and wear it for a reason, and you're going to wear it even around, like, those women, they have to wear it around their immediate family members. They have to wear it around their fathers, their
I know,
brothers.
but do you want to legislate on that in America? Do you want to say they can't do that?
Honestly, yeah, if they're going to wear it for the reasoning that they have.
Well, the reason is
being the
modesty.
cultural,
It's
then yeah,
a
no.
modesty level that we don't agree with, but their reason would be modesty. I don't want to
And their
say
reasoning
I
is
know
fucking
some
fake.
again
Their
in
reasoning- that's the thing,
Canada,
their
Quebec
reasoning is
does
fake.
that. I think that's a violation of religious freedom, even if it's a religion I'm not like super fond of. I still think
is they're not doing it for religion. Like, they're not doing it for the religion. They're not doing it for the religion standards that they're for what it was created. They're doing it to be put out. They're doing it to show the world, like, we stand with them. You can stand with anybody, but you don't have to throw on hijab to support somebody.
if you're talking about like a kafiyeh or whatever, like the checkered Palestinian thing, I would agree with you. But just a normal hijab, I mean, that's been a part of the Islamic modesty for ages. Even if I don't agree with that standard of modesty, but I mean, that's what they would say. And I guess we could say they're lying.
If that's your actual true religion, I don't mind, because I've taken my kids to the doctors. Like, just here in Florida, I take my kids to the doctors, and we see a couple different doctors in the office because they rotate. And one of them does wear a hijab. I don't say anything. She doesn't say anything to me. She doesn't, she doesn't talk beliefs. I don't talk beliefs or whatever. We get our shit done. We go on about our way.
I care. Let me tell you why I care. Okay, because it's very convenient, again, that the number one migrated religion around the world seems to have this wild card where they can wear a mask and you don't know who they are. They can go anywhere, they can do anything. And I'm not saying, oh, we have to unmask them and we have to have this surveillance about them, but again, it just seems very strange. It's part of their culture.
I should correct myself there. Maybe it's not a full hijab, because she's not covering her face. It's her hair and her whole body that's covered. She
Well,
shows
there-
her
yeah,
face.
there's
She
a
shows her
difference
eyes,
between,
nose, face. She shows her face.
Yeah, there's
Where
a
the cover is from
burqa,
hair
a
and her.
burqa, a hijab, a niqab, and
Okay,
maybe
is that
something
a
I'm missing.
burqa? Is that a burqa for the hair?
I think burqa. I think burqa just covers just the hair.
Yeah.
I think a
I
hijab
sort of-
covers like
I
most of
sort
it.
of-
And I
yeah.
think a niqab is like basically everything except the eyes. I think.
Yeah.
So
I'm
we
saying
we
she covers her hair, like she covers her hair, like she covers her whole body, but like the center, like her face is shown.
But if this was like if this was Mr. if this was like a strategy, wouldn't it be the males that would have this in their religion? Because like how many
Well, how do you know?
females are
Confluence.
Well,
how do you know they're not male? How do you know they're not males in there?
you can look, I can look into I've seen many women. I can tell just from the eyes. I mean you can tell.
So you can tell just by looking at someone from a distance if they're wearing a full, ninja gear that they're male or female, right?
From a distance,
And
maybe
honestly,
not, but close
let me
up,
just
yes.
tell you, in their homeland where they are, where they have stationaries where they go and pray. These women in their own homeland, right? These men dress up just like the women. The only thing that's shown is the eyes, and they sneak in and then they grape these women in there. So you cannot tell who's under all that cloth. You really can't.
I mean, I'm not saying someone can't
even
sneak
in
by.
their own country, they are getting raped.
I'm saying if I put a hijab on, I walked in public, people would still recognize me as male. Just from just this region, they'd be able to tell. They just would. Right?
It's
so I'm
not
not
just
saying
that.
there's some maybe femme
it's
Islamist
literally the
boys
slit
that
of
can
your
like
eyes.
sneak by,
You're not
sure.
from your eyebrows. It's the slit of your eyes. Your
You-
eyebrows are even covered at that point.
Are you saying you can't look into someone's eyes and tell their gender?
Yeah, I'm fucking telling you that.
That's a skill issue. That's a skill issue. That's what I'm saying. Skill
All right.
issue.
Should we do a fun game then? Should we show up trans and not trans people and
No,
let
but
you
that's
guess?
because again, if you for maybe the Islamist femboys out there, I agree. Maybe
no,
that could
no,
be tricked.
No. Let's do that. Let's
The
force
average person,
trans and
no.
non-trans
Confluence.
people.
You know what they call doing butt stuff, men on men in the Middle East? They call it getting John-D'd. Just so you're aware. So don't get John-D'd, chat. We don't want to get John-D'd.
Have not heard that, but I do not want to get John D. Then I do not want that.
But anyway, yeah. So it's funny to me how we pick and choose which religions and which cultures get the the law of discrimination, right, and others don't. Meaning, okay, so and this very much happens in countries right now with free speech and other things. I can't say something about them, but they can say something about me. And if I do that, I get in trouble. They don't, right? We can at least agree to that. Okay, that's all I want. Because really, it's picking winners and losers. That's what it is.
It's a lot of favoritism at some point.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
And then why is it happening in the places where even Christianity is, like, even if you're not Christian, but Christianity is the main religion for this region?
Because I would say I think these countries are, even if they're majority Christian, they have still staked themselves on some type of secular, lawmaking, right?
Well,
Like
it's our leaders. Our leaders are selling us out. That's what the answer is. They're selling us out.
I don't know.
10 years ago. Okay, let me ask you this then. After 9/11, right? Do you think any Democrat even, mayor, governor, or whatever, would make any kind of real estate deal, any kind of whatever deal with the Qataris? Do you think they would do that and let it get out to the public?
No.
Right. So there's your answer. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with that. Section 230 says that if they look like Blair White, you couldn't tell even without the hijab. Look, I've been tricked before. Okay, not in real life. To be clear, not in real life. But yeah, you show a photo of someone. Sure, that's what I mean, though. Islamic femboy. Yeah, maybe they could hide. I'm saying, just like a normal. If you put Frankie,
you got them pretty blues.
I do have those pretty blues. That's why I hide them. I don't want to cause the ladies to stumble, Topanga. So that's why I have my aviators on. Okay, but yeah, if you put Frankie in a fucking niqab, and you put you Thumping Weevil in the same thing, I could say which one is male, which one's. I'm just saying I could. Yeah, and if you give Frankie enough cross-sex hormones, then maybe he'll confuse me. But that's the Islamic femboy thing I've been saying.
This is why we have a problem with, and there's no real good solution. We need to work it out, because now you have the J6 pipe boomer, right? Who they're saying is a black autistic guy who can't even, find his way around an area, who's some kind of desk clerk, right? And lives in his mama's basement. His grandma said, you know what his grandma said? I think it was yesterday. She's like, he doesn't have a girlfriend. There's no way he could have done it. She's like, he doesn't have a girlfriend. I'm like, oh my God.
I mean, that guy.
The reason why I brought that up, because the guy had face coverings. The guy was covered up and all this, and they could just pin it on anyone. That's the whole point. I'm not saying we have to outlaw it or anything like that, but if I'm a business owner, right, I should be able to post a sign that says, I don't want, or no masks. Like, they do that thing where it's like no shirt, no shoes, no service. Like, I put like no hijab, no mask, none of that shit. If I'm a business owner and I put that up, I should not be fined or anything like that for that.
Yeah, I'm unsure because I'm a big religious freedom guy, even if it's religions I don't like. But I also, like, from a security point of view, I also get that point. So I guess, yeah, I'm kind of divided. Like when it comes to like actual things, like when you go to an airport, yeah, I don't think it's at all wrong. Bring the woman into a private room if you have to, and have another woman look at her if you have to. She has to take off everything, not everything, but the face covering, and you have to be able to clearly identify her. In a store, I don't know. Like that's where I guess the two sides of me kind of meet up, where it's like if you're talking security, I understand. But yeah, I do really value religious freedom.
Okay, well, that's the point. Sure. So what if my religion says that your religion is wrong at that point? Like, if I'm going, well, my religion says that I don't have to deal with people that are wearing the burqa or whatever, right?
Well, yeah, that's where I guess two rights run up against each other. And I mean, Section 230, I guess, has a similar point. Should gun shops be allowed to say you can't go into the ski mask on? And I can probably see the argument maybe from there. If someone says, oh, it's part of my religion to wear a ski mask. But I mean, the U.S. does decide on this, right? They decide what is a valid religion. And if something is a brand new kind of like, cult-like thing that just popped up in 10 years, that's different than something that's been around for, 600 years, I think it just is, so I understand there's like a bit of arbitrariness, I don't know what that word is, arbitrary things, but I think there still is a legitimate point there.
I think if you're a private business owner, you should be allowed to dictate what happens in your place of business. That's it. So,
but do you extend? I'm afraid a bit to ask this, but do you extend this to other protected classes, like race, for example?
Well, let's look at the law. The law says, unless like you can't you know, you can't upside someone else's rights, and they do it all the time in the guise of the stupid equity bullshit, right? So it's like, well, okay, they're picking winners and losers. So the answer is that's why I picked a business, because I think that's the one place where it should be up to the person that owns it to make their own choice.
But do you like, I understand the hypocrisy argument, and I agree there is stuff that the law is not applied equally. But do you actually want it to go back to where it was, you know, in like the Jim Crow stuff, where it's like, oh, this person of this race can't enter my business? Like, is that what you want for the country? Because I would say that's like
that's not the same thing.
Topanga,
right?
you want that?
Why not?
I wouldn't
I
say
think that's a
we
worse
have,
America, I guess.
No.
Not really.
Really?
All I'm saying is if I'm going, hey, and I got to be real careful about this, because this is where you guys are dealing with this right now. But if I don't want to say certain words, right, that constitute a gender, I shouldn't have to, because that's against my religious beliefs, right? Or if I'm a business owner and I'm like, hey, I feel like I'm protecting my other customers by simply asking that you don't wear a face covering in here. I don't think that's discriminating against other people. You know, maybe from other people's point of view it is, but you're not taking into effect mine. That's where I'm like, this is a serious issue with this shit.
To me, the gender thing feels very different, though, I guess.
Even the gender thing, like set aside the gender thing. If you own a business, right? You own a business, you're a mom and pop shop. If you're not a mom and pop shop, you own a fucking business. You have every right to decline anybody that comes in your doors. If somebody comes in with a face covering, it doesn't matter religion or not.
Legally, you don't. You actually don't have that right, though, under the law.
You do.
No, you don't. You can't discriminate on a protected class. That is illegal.
You're going to treat it like your home, especially a mom and pop shop. You're going to treat it like your home.
I'm saying legally, that's not the case. You cannot say, I will not have black people in my business. That is actually against the law, right? That's what I'm saying.
No, I didn't say that.
It doesn't matter.
I know. I'm just saying that you can't.
You can decline any customer.
I'm just saying,
yes,
but you can't say
you can't say
no, it does. You can't say you can decline. It's the same as what we talked about with like the firing thing. You can fire someone in most states for like any reason.
Yeah, and there's ways around it, Confluent.
I know, but I'm just saying with this, I feel like we're repeating the same conversation. I'm saying you can't hang a sign saying no black people allowed in my business. That is illegal.
I'm not saying black people, but people that are going to come in covering their faces completely.
I know, but that's also like if we're dealing with protected classes.
If I can't see you, I can tell somebody. I don't care about your religion. If I see you and I don't see your face, I don't trust you.
K2 with the $5. K2 says no Blue Jays. I don't know what he means by Blue Jays. I guess he means the bird or the sports team, perhaps. And swords. Don't know what he means by that either. In my store, they can buy online. Thanks for the $5, K2. I don't know if I avow or disavow. You know, it depends how words mean.
A lot of people rob stores with covering their faces. If I owned a business and I saw anybody coming into my business covering their face, immediately I'm going to tell you to turn around and get the fuck out.
But I feel like we're moving. That is a more nuanced one. I will say that. But you have to grant me at least that you can't say no Somalis in my business. You can't put a sign up that you agree that is illegal.
Faces?
No, I'm just saying, but I'm just trying to establish a baseline. It's not like just because you own a business, you can do anything you fucking want. That's not how American law works.
I said, if you're coming into my business, covering your face completely, I'm going to tell you to turn around and get out.
That's not what you originally said. That might be what you're saying now. That's not what you originally said. You said for any reason. You can't do it for any reason.
If you go into any business, they can deny you. They can deny like any customer.
Not for any reason. Not for any reason. You can't deny them based on race or gender or other protected classes. If you say that, you are in violation of U.S. law.
Okay, go to a business here in America, a small business, and start talking shit to the customer, or start talking shit to the hostess or the person taking your order, and they tell you to get out, and then you're gonna be like, you can't kick me out. Yeah, that's not.
That's emphatically not what I said. I'm saying they can't say you can't shop here because you are black or because you're a woman. I'm saying there is protected classes, and you can't deny someone.
I'm not gonna kick them out just because they're black. That's what you're trying to say. I'm saying
you said you can kick them out for any reason. I'm sorry. I interpreted any reason to mean any reason. I'm sorry.
I mean, to be fair, you can kick them out for that reason.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. You just don't have to say it.
Then that's not.
You can because
that's what we're talking about, though. I'm saying you can't. The whole thing was you can't put a sign saying no Somali people allowed.
Let me finish what I was asking before. If I own a business and somebody comes in hijab or full face covering, and they come into my business and I tell them turn around and get out, am I wrong for that?
Are you wrong, or are you in violation of U.S. law? Those are different questions. Wrong? Morally?
Am I wrong? Either way that you
have to specify morally or legally.
Both.
Okay, both. I mean, well, morally, no, I don't. I think that's up to you. Morally, if you want to, if someone has a head cover on. Legally, I think then you get into the protected class issue, and I don't.
So that's the thing. If I kicked out like a colored person, or like even a white person that I didn't like, even if a white person came and I didn't like, and I turn them away, is that morally wrong? Because I knew they were gonna start shit.
I don't know. I don't think. I don't know if I would say it's morally. I don't think it's optimal. I don't know if I'd say you're definitely doing an immoral thing. I don't think it's optimal though. I don't think. As much as like Somalis are, there's been like a lot of like shit storms going on in the media. I don't think that a business probably should, just on the basis if they know nothing else and they just know, a Somali walked into my business. I don't think they should kick them out. I don't know if I would say it's for sure like immoral. Like, I don't know if I would use that language. I think it's not optimal.
They can shop online just like KT says.
Yeah, I mean, they can. I guess that's my. I'm not saying it's necessarily. I just don't think it's optimal. I think it's, if we can, it's better to treat people on an individual level when we can.
Maybe it's not for you, but you know what? As a business owner, you should be able to stand your ground. And
now you're going into the legal territory again. That's why I tried to separate it.
No,
hold on.
Standing your ground morally and legally. It's not just about legally.
I know, but they're completely, they're dichotomous issues. What is moral is not necessarily legal. What is legal is not necessarily moral. I can give probably 20 examples off the dome of both.
So you can do something you can do something that's not more like morality and like it, but it's legal, like in the legal stance. But it's not moral.
You can have. No, what I'm saying is that Milo, the guy on screen right now, he can have sex with like 6 men at the same time. I don't think that's moral. It is legal. They're different. They're different issues. It is legal for Milo to have sex with 6 gay men at the same time.
It depends on what country you're in.
In the country that we're in the United States of goddamn America.
You are too.
In Canada too. In Canada and the US, it is legal for Milo to have sex with as many men as he wants. Doesn't mean it's moral. Those are 2 completely different issues. And then morally, it's wrong to cheat on your spouse. It's not illegal to. Again, I could give an innumerable amount of examples, right?
Confluence.
Of things that are
I
moral
can't stay long. I was gonna help your case. There was a lady in Chicago that had a government food bank, and she wasn't giving it to whites, and the government made her shut down.
Yes.
Boom.
Thank you. It is.
All right.
Later. It's illegal. Thank you, K2.
But if it was the other way around, I'd be okay with it.
Oh well. So the
Okay,
wives can get their food. They can go somewhere else. Oh,
This is
fucking well,
this is a
there you go.
bad time for me to take a pee break, but you know,
Perfect
keep
time.
talking, but no TOS. And don't be mean to Confluence. Confluence is always,
You know what?
omni-goated.
Here's
Omni-goated.
more TOS.
He's omni bloated. Ooh.
Oh God.
You see what happened with Confluence's girl, Bonnie Blue?
Oh, that she's facing up to 15 years? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know why? Because she was in the fucking country that doesn't support that shit. That.
She fucked around and she found out.
Yep. You can't go everywhere and do that horror shit. Sorry.
I'm just shocked she wasn't prepared for that. Like, you think she'd be smart enough not to put herself in that position.
Smart enough? Are you kidding me? The woman who got banged by over 1,000 dudes in 24 hours? Smart enough?
That's true.
Like, come on. She's out there just flinging her pussy anywhere she goes. She's like, oh my gosh, I got money. I can go here because it looks pretty. She flings her pussy in the wrong place. She's going to learn.
Yeah, I was like, damn. I was like, poor Confluence.
You know?
I know he likes her so much.
I laughed at it so fucking hard. I know. He proposed to her and everything.
Once a simp, always a simp.
He simps hard for them OF girls.
And Marilyn.
You know, I think, coming to find out, I think Confluence has a thing for blondes. Am I wrong? Because that woman that was on the show that had like, he has like the book of that one woman, the other OF chick, I can't remember her name. She's blonde. Marilyn's blonde. Bonnie Blue's blonde. He has a thing for blondes.
I could see it.
Yep.
It explains the aviators all the time.
Yes, because they're too blinding.
That's interesting. I'm definitely about to question him when he gets back. He's been hiding secrets.
He's got a thing for fucking blondes.
Blondes and sexually promiscuous women.
Yeah, maybe he's like, you gotta teach me some things. I'm just kidding. I love Confluence. I love him. He's a great guy.
I mean, he's an okay guy. Sometimes he gets some W's. A lot of times he gets some L's.
He gets some L's, but he takes them. He takes them better
He
than...
does. That's a good point.
Yeah, he takes them better than a lot of other people. Like Confluence, he's one of the best guys that I know, like for arguments per se.
Yeah.
On this platform.
He surprised me when we were talking with Ryan and Alexander that one day, and his abortion takes. He definitely caught me off guard. And I was like, damn, okay, Confluence, no base. Keep going. Caught me through a loop. I wasn't prepared for so well thought out arguments.
Yeah. I've been kind of out of commission for like the last week dealing with fucking
Yeah. I take it you got the tail end of it.
Yeah, well, because my oldest kid got it. He just had he wasn't even sick. He just had this like cough. I gave him cough syrup. Like he was fine. Like ran around. Then my baby got it, and my baby got it. He got it for a week, and then then Frankie got it. Frankie got it for a few days, and I was good. I was taking care of everybody, whatever. And then as soon as everybody started to feel better, I got shit on.
Yep.
So.
Because I was going to say that's how it is in our household, since the missus is usually the one taking care of everybody. Usually she gets it at the end, and usually it's always the worst.
Oh, it is. But I still took care of everybody at my worst.
Oh, yeah. So, Confluence, you back?
What did I miss?
We've been grilling you.
Yeah, he's got something to say.
I said be nice. Be nice. That was my one thing.
Do you have a thing for blondes?
Sometimes, yeah.
Do you have a thing for sexually promiscuous women?
No, not a thing for sexual promiscuous women. Disavow
No,
that.
okay, but you
John
have a thing
Barrett,
for
good
blonde.
to see you.
Like Confluence, your type. When you think about your type, is she blonde?
No, she's usually like kind of like, you know, a bit emo coded, a bit alternative, you know.
On,
But but blondes like the Nordic, the Slavic woman especially. Yeah, I mean that's hitting a certain way. I'm not gonna lie to you about that.
So how did you take today's news about Bonnie Blue?
Wait, what happened with Bonnie Blue?
Oh, you didn't hear?
No, don't break its heart.
I mean, I hate to be the one to break your heart. I forget which country it was. She got arrested
Bali.
in
Bali.
Yep. And now she could potentially face up to 15 years in prison.
Yeah, if you isn't Bali in like fucking Indonesia, if you go to a Muslim majority fucking country as Bonnie Blue, yeah, play stupid games, win stupid fucking prizes. Jesus.
So how are you gonna save her?
That's your girl. You proposed to her.
No. Look,
you proposed to her.
You have me confused with Anson, okay? Besides the K2 fake news thing, you know.
I don't know what you talk about. That was real.
Anson thinks he can fix Bonnie. Me, no, absolutely not. That's a dead-eyed android. Well, okay, I can't. I was gonna say more, but I was about to say something that I don't think I can say. So yeah,
I think you can
disavow,
fix her.
disavow.
Confluence. I'm on Team Confluence.
No, I can. There's an amount that I can fix. Okay, there's an amount, and there's an amount I cannot. And Bonnie Blue is like off the fucking charts of fixability.
I don't know.
And it's
I heard
to the point where even if it's fixable, it's not something I would want to fix. Like you get to a point where it's like, you know, it's not even a desirable thing to fix. It's
this
just
all
too
sounds
far
like
gone.
coke.
That beeping sound.
That's my truck telling me to put it in neutral when I pull the air brakes.
I thought you had something in the oven, K2.
It's too hot. That reminds me.
My tandems froze last night. It was negative 4 out where I'm at.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I always forget you're both truckers.
It's gonna rain. It's gonna go east.
That cold. Where can I get that fucking cold? I fucking miss it.
Go north.
I want to. Trust me, I fucking want to.
Topanga, I'm assuming this comment from John Beard is about you. I have to. I mean, I was away for some of this, but I have to think. I mean, you're the only woman on the
As
panel.
women with children on ick. Oh my god. Yeah, I have kids. Fuck off.
I really should screen my panelists better. That is actually
funny
good advice,
because
John.
Every time I'm in another
Don't
live
screen me
stream-
better.
Okay, so when I'm in another chat, like on a different live, and John pulls up, he's always like, "Hey, thumping," like. So that's fucking hilarious.
Oh, thumping. Are you trying to slide into, I mean, not thumping. John, are you trying to slide into thumping's DMs? Because Frankie will beat you down, John. I mean, you know, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know what John looks like or what his training is. I would like to see that, you know, especially on my channel. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Could
Maybe
charge people
John's
so
really
much
a
for that
woman.
pay-per-view.
Can we think about that?
John versus Frankie?
No,
In the
I'm saying,
octagon?
is John a woman?
I assumed not, but I mean, I guess in today's day and age, anything is possible, really, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Milo. He is someone, I can't remember who said this, but they said something about him being frozen on frame for so long, and he's going to be stuck that way, and I think that is true. Oh, John is Kieran coded. I didn't even know that about you, John. Didn't even know that.
Yeah, I would. Australians are the most. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna hold my fucking.
We can. That's you know. This is kind of what Mr. was talking about before. You know, you can be as racist as you want against the Australian. That's totally fine. You know. And I don't know what the common denominator is of who you can and cannot be, but there seems to be some type of unspoken rule of who you can say stuff against and who you can't. Anyway, Milo time. Oh, that was not the right button.
True. because
go.
10 years ago, I had the same conversations with some of the same people.
And my response is, I'm not interested in that.
Good for you, man.
And so it's no surprise.
My faith in you was not misplaced.
It's no surprise that we
So he
get.
didn't phone it in. What are you saying?
Tim
You
looks
love saying
mad
that
right
people
now.
Phoned it in.
He
He
is.
didn't phone it in.
He's done with
Sorry, I
it.
forgot you were here. What are you saying?
Fuck you.
So let me put Milo. Let's
Sorry.
this is I'm actually I'm gonna be honest.
I'm really happy to hear that, bro.
I don't care about the cameras right now. I'm actually really enjoying this conversation with you.
Me too.
Yeah, this feels cathartic.
Me too. Yeah, I could tell this is a different tone from some of the frustration I've heard you express in the rest of the week, and me too, by the way, because nobody really knows what I think about anything. So
Let me burn every bridge I can and Elmo in the fire. How about that?
Well, don't do it just because I'm here, but
No, it's because this is my current emotional state. The first thing I'll say about what these producers and these CEOs come to me and they say, Tim, you say too much. Right? A year ago, I went on my show and said, I want to quit. I'm sick of this shit, blah, blah, blah. And they said, are you an idiot? They said, you're sitting on a company that brings in over 10 million every year. And
if you only just did this, we could make it 100. And then if
let us take it over, give us the button. So when you start farting on stream like a moron, we kill the show, bring you back. And so I said, you know, if I want to go on my show and have an emotional meltdown, that's who I am. And you know what? Maybe my show.
Okay, I have to correct the record thumping. I will say, maybe this hits different from a male brain, but if I hear a chick with an Australian or a New Zealand accent,
No, you can't do that. No.
Yeah, that gets me. I mean, even just you saying that, right? Not in a weird way or anything. Don't tell Frankie, but just it does a certain thing. I'm just gonna say that.
It would be bigger
so
if I went more mainline.
maybe it's different from women to male, but
Australians, like, yes, all accents are beautiful. Australians are like if I had an attraction to any kind of accent, Australian would be at the very bottom. I'm sorry.
really at the very bottom.
Yes.
At the very bottom.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Confluence.
No, I know. I'm just saying there's a lot of accents in the world. At the very think of the whole world.
I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about Canada. Fuck Canada. I'm saying the whole world. A lot of countries. You're saying it's at the very bottom?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. As long as you're thinking of every country.
Dude, if
crazy.
I'm laughing with somebody and they're like joking, they're like, no, I'm just gonna I'm gonna laugh at them.
That must hit different. Women to men. I don't know. If I hear like a cute New Zealand chick say that, I'm like, okay, what's good? I don't know. It's just it's different.
How they say no and like stuff like that. I don't know why, but it's just it rubs me the wrong way. It's not the good way.
Something.
It rubs
me. It rubs me in the good way. You know what I'm saying?
It rubs me in the wrong way, not the good way.
Oh, Cat Lady, love to Milo. We got some love to Milo in the chat. And look who is back. It is Marilyn in the chat. Marilyn is back from her incredibly long shower. I can't remember if she came back from that or left, but Marilyn is back nonetheless.
And I'm sorry, John. No hate towards you, John. I don't hate Australians. I really don't. It's just I'm not attracted to that accent with what you said in that comment. So
don't worry, John. If you were a female, there would be so many men that are attracted to that.
Confluence would be attracted to you so fast.
Yeah, John. If you ever become a woman, but like actually become a woman, not in a gay kind of way, but like
it's in a gay way.
It's always in a gay way.
It's never in a gay way.
My job in
I try to make that so clear.
And I know who some of them are, and I'm not going to name their names. It's up to you to do what you want to do. But I have spoken to people who spoke to you, and I'll be honest with you, I heard the same thing from them, and I thought, that's my guy.
Right.
To be honest with you.
So I'll tell you exactly what they would have told me. Tim, don't say anything about Candace. They would have said, I don't care how you feel.
Disavow.
What is the upside for your business? And my response is, I didn't start doing this to make a business.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of just complain about things.
You're not malleable, so you're not of value to them after you tell them that. No?
Indeed, absolutely. Right. So there are personalities out there that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw some shade. How about we do that? Brandon Tatum.
Don't do it. Oh, please. Please feed it directly into my brain.
He canceled on us. He once canceled
like
on us
what's
because
happening.
we were actually at Turning Point. And I bumped
names I can't even say on this show.
I bumped in,
and I love all of them.
So
his truck's not paid off.
Okay.
Tim,
So-
how
so
about you
look,
push
money
back
from Israel
against
and he
the
still
guy
doesn't pay
in
his truck
front
off.
of you?
So let me tell you the story.
Fucking hell.
And these are the things they say don't say, because there's no reason to say it. You're going to burn bridges and people are fans. So I bumped into him backstage at Turning Point, and he said something like, "Hey man, I'll see you tomorrow." And I was like, "Oh, are you coming on the show?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Awesome, dude. It'll be great to have you." So he canceled right away. And apparently I was told that he was offended that I didn't know he was booked. And I said,
Cat lady, you talking about Milo? Milo doesn't have family, does he? Are you talking about Tim?
I have a
Say
booker
more.
who does this. I
Say
don't know
more.
who's booked.
That
Specify your prayers, cat lady. 6532.
The reason I bring this up is I'm now just kind of throwing shade because I am, and I don't really have that much to say about him other than like that was a bad experience. But the overt pro-Israel stuff that he posts,
it's so crazy. It's so counterproductive.
Agreed. And there's a lot of people doing this.
It reminds me, doesn't it remind you of the DeSantis supporters who lost
Yes.
the nomination?
So Milo, let's have a therapy session, and
I feel
I'll tell you.
personally
what I'm thinking.
called out by
We've
that
got a handful
comment.
of right-wing influencers who were caught getting paid to promote India, sugary drinks, and gambling websites.
Elijah,
There are
India.
Indeed. And there are people like Brandon Tatum who make the most. When people say 7K, I'm just like, bro, with all due respect, his posts are so over the top, pro-Israel, and ineffective.
Yeah.
Well, no, he should be like
getting
he's being
nothing,
paid less. They're terrible.
John, you're baiting me. You're baiting me.
It's funny he came out to support Candace. I didn't see that coming actually.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was interesting, an interesting alliance or temporary alliance, because he's like inverse Candace, like where she is a genius, like media, like mastermind. He is the dumbest. I'm not going to say the word. I've never seen anybody like get.
I don't want to get too specific on a person, on an individual.
Excuse me. Some of the behavior that I have.
No. I'm not trying to. I'm saying I want to have a broader idea conversation and not just.
We can move on.
We can complain about people, but basically what I'm seeing is tons of people. that are
Where was
clearly getting
that
paid
when
to
he was
promote
saying
Israel.
shit about Erica and Charlie,
vomitous.
Tim?
Tons of people who are getting busted doing these cringe campaigns they're not disclosing.
Come
vomitous.
on.
People who are chasing the dragon on the anti-Israel stuff, largely irrational. And Candace is a component of this. The vagaries of her show is demoralizing. And when I look at the field of conservatives and I say, I am putting myself at risk with death threats, with having to hire security for everything I do. My wife can't go to the grocery store with having a security guard with her.
And this was the day before his place was shot up. So, I will say, Tim was not wrong on that.
For these people? Now, for the regular people, I'd crawl over broken glass.
Yeah.
But this space is dominated by wealthy individuals
who don't pay their trucks off.
Indeed, but who they have disdain for the regular person,
and they're pushing things that people don't believe in. George, you actually were a politician. I know that you don't agree with what Candace
Technically.
says. I know that you don't like a lot of her opinions. What's the actual cephalogical?
Sorry, guys, I'm going to drop off of here.
Of this,
all right.
People
Thumping nerd. Don't drop
Nerd.
off. Nerd.
You say like going wild.
Y'all have a good night, all right?
Highly,
Take care.
tightly,
Bye.
sinisterly, that's not a word, like controlled cabal moving like a shoal of fish over here. What's it going to do if it's not checked? Because my argument is we should have that meltdown now. What happens if we do and what happens if we don't?
So I disagree with you. Oh, I'm back in the conversation now.
No, well, that's because I thought you left.
No,
I was so glad when he came out of the bathroom because I was like, that's another friendship gone. At least I'll get to eat. I'll tweet all these tweets I've got in my notes.
No. So to answer your question, look, you guys are having a great conversation. I want to first clear this out. I don't hate Candace. I disagree with what she's doing.
I didn't say that.
And it's important to distinguish that. I think she's, as Tim said, very highly intelligent. I think she's genius status. But on your question is very
I expect
simple.
I expect a retard like George Santos to say that Candace is genius status. That actually checks out. Actually, my worldview makes perfect sense now. So thank you, George Santos, for saying that.
We need
That actually, yeah, that
rogues
actually
of
that makes my
world in
life so
politics.
so
They
much more
are a
simpler.
there is a strategicness to having people outliers like Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor
We
Greene,
both in that category.
like myself, Matt Gaetz when he was there. There is a benefit to them because they disrupt the school of fish that you the analogy you use, right? So I look at it in a two-pronged situation. I think Candace hurts everyone. Candace puts everyone. Hear me out. People like Candace who are doing what Candace is doing on an election year that is absolutely vital to the control of government. Hold on, Milo.
We heard that every year.
Milo,
Since, like,
no. I'm not saying this is the most important campaign
not, is it?
election because it's bullshit, right? I'm not going to sit here
I say it because
to respect to you, Tim. We hear that every 2 years.
Doesn't matter that
My
much.
point is, what she's doing is fracturing the base in a time where it's very sensitive because
Is
what
she
happens
fracturing the base, or is she fracturing it, or is she taking it?
She's fractured the base because we're having an example here. I consider myself to be part of the base. I know you do too. You're on her side. I'm not. And Tim too, and like you're in a room. I don't know where everybody stands, but
former congressman, you can't call yourself part of the vote.
She's absolutely fractured.
Marilyn, no.
This is definitely not helping anything.
Marilyn, listen to John. Be John Beard coded.
And the conversation is no longer around the issues that Americans care about. Regular people are no longer talking about how we are going to win and make this country better, but they're talking about the dumbest shit in the world. Like I get some guy being like,
"It is
what
not,
about the bush in front of Charlie?" And
not dumb. And the reason it's not dumb is that this is now occupying the place that Trump made with the Epstein bull BS. Right? Trump made this void with Epstein. This void.
That's true. That's true.
The need for a grand unifying theory that explains all the mysteries of the political universe, that explains the sinister nature of our lived reality. They say a theory that explains that. Trump trashed it. Instead,
I disagree.
No, I agree with that.
You agree with that? I disagree.
Totally disagree.
A massive blunder
by shoving.
I actually think Milo's kind of cooking.
Voters who need something
Hate
like
to
that
say
in
it.
their life.
No, he's gaslit.
Women,
Americans that want
women. He by getting rid of Trump, people don't understand this.
But that's the only woman in the room if she agrees with that. Come on.
Oh,
You're
cute
absolutely making
woman.
the correct point in what is happening.
I'm back. I'm
but
locked
not in what is
in.
morally correct in the end. I think because
I wish Thumping was here
get back to the
to understand. Oh, I paused on the wrong thing. I wish Thumping was here to at least appreciate this
Epstein
accent.
point.
Okay,
Get back
there
to
we
the
go.
Epstein point.
I mean, damn.
One major reason a few years ago, 2019, 2020, why the Epstein files and this whole
Disavow.
controversy around pedophilia and Epstein was
If I could
was because
super
QAnon.
dislike this comment, I would.
not
Section
say that QAnon
230.
was a net
Mid.
positive for the movement, even though a lot of people they were motivated.
Right, but if
to-
they're not on QAnon, they're on something worse. And QAnon.
What is worse?
Well.
Oh
what is
shit.
worse? I don't think QAnon had any negative consequences.
So look.
Okay, John says one of my oldest internet friends works at the studio and other Timcast properties. A friend's husband was around for a prior break-in. Yeah, and again, everything Tim's saying, this is before the shooting up of the place. So, look, I don't judge a woman on her bob size. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. Disavow Section 230. Disavow. Your flyer should be, look, I guess we're judging different things, brother, which is fine,
Nobody died. But
more flat-chested German woman for me. Okay, fine.
Massive voter drive initiatives, and she is trying to burn it down.
I'm glad that she is, because although that organization did a lot of good, it also did a lot of damage.
Are you just trying to square out your petty grievances? And by the way, I'm sorry, I take that back. Hold on, they're not petty because they did fundamentally affect you as a person. But are you allowing?
But they didn't just affect me.
Let me ask this: are you allowing your own personal experience based on what you just? 100%. But that's not fair. That's 100%. Selfish.
But because it's not just about me. It's about the hundreds of influences that they threw off a boat.
At what expense? At what cost? At what expense? At what cost?
I'm telling you,
to get President Trump elected.
I'm about to tell you, for short-term electoral gain, the IQ level, IQ level of the debate on the right-wing side in this country has dropped 20 points in 15 years.
Oh wow, and I agree with you currently. Yes,
It is
thanks to
so
Candace.
That is
dumb.
true.
When it became
And
about
it is
winning.
not thanks to Candace. It precedes Candace by a decade.
I agree with that, but
Charlie
right
did
now-
it. Charlie did it. Charlie did it. He
Lay
got me
down.
out. And whatever you think about me, I talk at a certain level because I'm really fucking smart. And he got everybody like me out too. Everybody. And
You're not
who else
smart
did he
just
get out?
because you say you are. That's a fucking
Everybody.
idiot.
Literally everyone you
Yeah.
like on the internet was banned by Turning Point at some point.
Okay, no, hold on. Time out. You're saying you're I do believe
All
you
of
are
us.
very intelligent. Don't get I'm not knocking you because I do find you to be one of the most intelligent people out there. But
Yeah,
at the same
okay.
time,
Good. Thank you, George Santos. The most intelligent people out there, Candace and Milo. Okay. Yeah.
One more
Where you
thing.
listen to
I just
a
want to point
retard
out.
on Who's Smart. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it was Candace and Fuentes who both said, and I quote, "I do not give a shit about the elections. I don't give a shit about the elections." Both of them have said that recently.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They both, which, yeah, I mean, just at least politically brain dead. At least politically. It's because it makes no sense.
Therefore, we shouldn't even be talking about this, right? Because what does it matter?
Okay, John is saying, yeah, he's smart in one kind of way. He's smart in one kind of way. Okay, MC Nemesis, I thought you banned me on Discord, brother. I thought you friggin' banned me, okay? Or you muted me, okay? Don't make me mute you. Okay, fine. I will have to. Didn't want to have to do that, MC Nemesis, but you forced my hand, brother. Why do I have your chat on screen? You forced my hand, brother. Sorry, Mr. What were you saying? I got sidetracked.
They're all no, you're good. They're all talking about how it affects the landscape when they're now essentially drama farmers. That's what they are. Because they said it themselves. They're like, we don't give a shit about the cycle. I'm like, okay, well then you're just drama. That's it.
Yeah. So do we agree with John that Milo is intelligent? I mean, I'm going to steel man John because I don't think Milo is very intelligent, but intelligent in some capacity. Because he knows how to stir people up. So he has like some social intelligence. Do we agree with that? Do we disagree?
I agree.
Disagree.
You disagree.
Throwing jazz hands up and saying I'm smart and I'm a flamer. It really doesn't make you intelligent.
I'm not saying he's like from a normal point of view, I don't think he is intelligent, but from like a social engineering point of view, I mean, he is there. I mean, there's got to be a reason why he's entertaining to watch, right? Why he ends up on these shows. Why? I mean, hell, if Milo is on a show, yeah, and it's like someone, I'll probably watch it. And it's like, so he's got to be doing something right in that extent. I don't think he has like great takes or anything like that. I don't think he's like a super high IQ or anything. But yeah, Section 230, he can be intelligent and wrong at the same time. Yeah, I think he's very misguided. And I don't think he's traditionally intelligent, but he knows how to play the game. He knows how to play the game.
I think he's more in the Zerka crowd where you just, are a lolcow and you are a character.
Well, I think he is in the Zerka, but I would say Zerka is kind of the same way. Like from a normal point of view, Zerka's like dumb as a stump, but then from like a kind of, trying to stir up controversy and knowing like when to do it and when not to and how to gain attention, then like Zerka is intelligent in that sense, right? Like Zerka does know how to do that, Zerka, he didn't just like fly into the media sphere in the way that Zerka did. I mean, Zerka, I don't know what he's up to now, so maybe he's lost the plot. But it's like he knew what to say and what shows to get on and how to get. I mean, like I guess look, I mean, if I had the opportunity to be on like Fresh and Fit, I would take that, right? I don't know what to do. Like I don't like Fresh and Fit really. I nothing against them, but I'm not like a fan. But if I was invited on, yeah, I'd obviously go on. And I don't. If you ask me what is the path to get yourself invited onto these shows, I wouldn't know what the path would be. Zerka apparently knew the path. He did enough, insane shit to like make it.
Go to sleep.
Oh, fuck it. Button in the chat. We are still on this episode. Yes, we still are. Okay. Look, I pause a lot. It's a vice of mine. Okay. It's a vice. We're going to try. I think we're getting close to being done with probably the interesting stuff. I think so. I don't think there will be a part 3. I don't think there will be. So I think this is the last part, Yeah, legendary pauses. Yeah, always be pausing. Yeah. What Section 230 said? We sat here for 30 minutes looking at Milo and talking about who knows what. Yeah, that is the Confluence 358 YouTube channel. Okay, everyone like and subscribe if you're not. Okay, we come here for the chaos. Okay, or at least I guess I come here for the chaos. I don't know anyone else comes here, but
I take that as a
all about
slide,
that
and
chaos.
I'm going to stand here because I find Jack to be brilliant, and I find him brilliant. I find him to be brilliant.
But Jack has taken a very.
Jack is very tight, and then Ashley St. Clair's another one. You mentioned her earlier. I find her to be brilliant. With her ups and downs or whatever you want to bring out there, she's also brilliant too.
Yeah, but she was never really in the political activist.
Yeah, she was. I've known Ashley for years.
The two smart people.
She produced my political ads.
The two smart people who are Turning Point adjacent and not.
How is
Turning
that
Point
smart,
people,
George
him and
Santos?
both have something in common.
You landed in prison.
Proceeded in their careers extremely delicately.
Fucking Button, are you not subbed already, brother?
Tent rather than
brother, not subbed already?
Over and over and over again.
Crazy.
Jack does it behind closed doors and is a very effective operator, networker, and a journalist as a result of it.
What about Alex?
And he does it. I just wish Alex would tell the truth about his sexuality. But there's something about.
You gotta stop saying that. Everybody is not gay just because
in conservative media. Yes, they are.
No, stop.
Yes, they are.
Strangely, a lot of them are. Though.
No, they are.
But the ones
Milo wants everyone to be gay. Reminder that not to prove everyone's point about me pausing, but just a brief reminder that Milo just a long time ago in my timeline, but I think 10 minutes ago in his podcast, called Charlie Kirk gay. So he calls fucking everybody gay. Everyone in the conservative sphere gay.
One of the most distinctive characteristics.
I have a gift for you.
It was an accident, fucking Button. It was an accident.
You need this. You need this back.
And I'm giving.
I've repented.
You need this back here.
No, I'm not.
Take it. Look, Milo needs this back because it's his reality. He just Milo. I love you.
I love you.
I want to get back to what you were saying.
I love you, but we're gonna fall out if you carry on like that.
You're still a queen. I don't care how much you say you're straight.
There is one of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones. Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men, younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with
Milo
boys.
going after other people.
Come on.
Yeah.
Go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on, Milo.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say something crazy. I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
Audacity.
There's no teapots in this room right now to express how I feel.
George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I need to say this.
Because I'm right.
The most terrifying thing about Milo is that he knows all your secrets.
Oh no, he knows everybody's lore. Trust me. I am terrified of Milo. I will never cross Milo. Milo is the one person that people say like, "Why are you friends with him?" Bitch knows too much.
I can't afford not to be.
You want to be his
He knows too.
I did say this yesterday, but I'll repeat it again. If you are in a position where you have shared your secrets with Milo Yiannopoulos, you have fucked up so much that there is nothing you can do that is not a sin. Okay. I'll say that.
Nobody wants to be his enemy.
Let me
It's
just
not
No,
safe.
do not cross this dude. It's not worth it.
I was gonna say, I like Benny told you what? Did he get the dick out of his mouth long enough?
Oh my God, Milo! You
Oh,
can't say
oh,
these
what's that?
things.
Section
It's
230?
weird, it's true.
Oh,
Stop.
what's that?
You can't say
What's
it
good?
because you want to
What's
make
good?
your
Section
friendships. I
230.
can
What's
say
good
that
now?
I
Like
like
you've
him
never
about
met
what's real.
Milo. This
You know,
you
you know,
can't
I
say this.
know. No,
Unless you're talking about a different chick.
I'm not helping.
wait,
I
hold
think
on,
you'll be
hold on.
fine.
Guys.
You can't even help you.
Crank-
You just came out of jail. I don't
Okay,
need.
wait.
I don't need tips from you about life.
Let's turn the
Dude.
volume from 11 to at least 10.
Yes.
But I want to say this.
I will just
when we were talking about how there's people who come to me and they say, Tim, we'll be the guardrails for you and you'll be the biggest.
Fags, faggotized.
They're what
Stop
they're really
saying that.
saying is,
Milo.
Tim, when you
Stop.
catch someone
Milo, stop.
at a
please.
convention doing blow,
Don't say the
say
drugs.
anything.
Don't say the gay sex. Don't say
Yes.
the bad stuff because we've made an investment in that. That's an asset of ours.
Agreed.
And we want to protect it.
Yep.
Benny Johnson.
Psyops.
well, I'm not saying anything about that.
Agree.
I'm just
Crown
saying.
back on, Queen.
It's a king crown, actually. A queen crown has a completely different shape. If you look at a queen crown, it has more of a gentle slope that goes over and overlaps. This is a king crown, and I'll take it.
okay.
And I will say the word on an airplane, but not here.
I think if everybody just literally said the truth,
and the fact they don't is the reason we have Candace Owens. And what I hear from you is I hear a nascent Club Candace subscriber. You're not there yet. You're not there. You're not there yet. But your grievances are her grievances. Your grievances are my grievances.
Oh, you know what?
And I believe the problem for you, the problem for you.
I would
is
be
that you-
everything Milo's doing right now. I'd be big chilling with it if he didn't say all the morally insane stuff he said before. Milo in a Burger King crown, just talking flamboyantly. Yeah, okay, I'm down. I'm down to listen. I'm down to. It's entertainment. It's fucking cinema. Okay, but not with the lines he's crossed. So I'm like divided in that way. Like you can't cross those moral lines and then also be the jester. Just be the jester. Don't cross egregious moral
she's going about it
boundaries.
the wrong way and with the wrong tactics and whatever and so on and so forth. And you also believe that she's deliberately
casting a spell.
speaking untruth, which I don't agree
He
with,
is casting
but-
a spell.
because I think her faith is real. I think her faith is
But
real.
Milo,
I got to tell you, if you know, if you,
yeah,
Oh.
there goes the crown. Well, Tim, I'll say
King
this.
with no
in the
crown.
vein,
Crazy.
listen, I believe that her faith is real, and I believe that she takes seriously the consequences of knowingly lying. I believe that. I mean, does she have the fake New York Times meticulously dishonest habit of elaborate corrections that don't actually explain why the story was a lie in the first place? No, she doesn't do all that nonsense. And sometimes it would be nice if she said, "I'm not sure if that panned out or not." Maybe it would. But
Good to see you, John.
she knows what she's doing, and I don't.
W to John. 07,
because-
brother.
I'm gonna let her cook because
Milo.
it sounds to me like you have all the same grievances as us. You have all the same priorities as us. You have all of the same, I don't want to say enemies, but like a lot of the same kind of like antagonists in your head as us. You agree on who the bad guys are. Turning Point has treated you as bad as it's treated everybody else. But there's something about Candace you just can't stomach. And I
Yeah, it's the
I
napalm.
don't believe it's her. Well, I don't know what it is.
let me
I don't know.
you know my origin story, Milo.
I don't know what it is.
When I worked for these nonprofits, I got a job doing fundraising when I was in my early 20s, working for Greenpeace, the PERG groups, ACLU, etc. And I ended up moving to California, and I worked for a group called Environment California. It is, you're on the street, you're waving, you're saying, "Hey, come talk to me about the environment. We're going to sign you up." And what had happened was I was a nation's best fundraiser for Greenpeace, the PERG groups, a bunch of these nonprofits.
Believe it.
And so my job was, I'm going to go out and I'm going to say words to you that convince you to give me your credit card in exchange for nothing. And so,
So you believe that you see the same strategies, the same tactics, the same
identical, 100%. It's a lie. So here's why I quit. Because one day I was on a street corner when the Deepwater Horizon accident happened. They printed out these papers and said, "This is your pitch. Use this to sign people up."
Do you?
And so let me finish. Sorry. So I said, "Awesome, let's go do it." And here I am thinking, I'm actually convincing people to do right. And I went on the street, 23-year-old me, and I signed some people up, and I was at nation's best. My buddy Mark, who works here, also, he was better than me. And so I'm in California, and one guy goes,
"What was he nation's best?"
I was number 5, he was number 3.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty crazy. And so
there's a lot of those guys out on the street.
To be fair, it fluctuates. Like 1 week you're.
I was just teasing.
But so this guy comes up to me and I said, "Hey, come over here. Let's talk about the environment, blah, blah, blah." I gave him the pitch and he goes, "You're full of shit." And then I was like, I'm sorry. And he goes, that's not how much oil is being spilled. Substantially less than that. And then I was like, this is the reporting that they give us.
Did you believe that you were being told things that were directionally correct for a greater moral higher purpose?
Purpose?
He said, you're trying to lie to me. That's fraud. Screw off. And I said, okay, sorry. Immediately took my old candy bar Nokia, because I'm 23, and I called the office and said,
good phones.
I said, hey, we got a problem. Some guy just told me that our pitch is wrong, and that this is not correct.
Were they heartbroken and devastated and quick to rush out corrections?
Oh, quite the inverse, which is what you can expect. They said, don't worry, Tim, just keep using it. It's fine. And I said, are you telling me to lie to people to convince them to give me money? And they said, no, of course not. Of course not. And so that was the end of me working in nonprofits. Well, so actually, to be fair,
I do like you. My question is, I believe all of that 100%. Do you discount the possibility that those same tactics could be used for good?
I do not
don't mean
believe
deliberate lying, but I mean
I do not believe the ends justify the means, because we never meet the ends. If you decide to create
that a little bit.
Yes, if you think I'm going to make a better world by deceiving the people, you're only creating a world of deceit. That's evil.
No, it's fair.
And so when I look at these scumbags in the corporate press and the
100% agree.
lie to people to trick them into doing, it's tricking them into giving up their labor to them, the value they produce.
The proper source of value in the economy, yes. Every single one of them vastly more dishonest than anything George has ever done.
And so someone comes to me and says, we're going to topple those evil people.
Disagree with that.
We're going to be them. I say, not interested.
No.
Well, let me ask you this,
and
you
you
bring a valid point. Hold on, seriously.
We found out later those evil people weren't doing it.
but
well, they were. They're all doing it, and Candace is doing the same thing.
But I think that's exactly so. She's a symptom of the same problem that you experienced when you were 23. I don't know how many years ago that is. I don't know how old you are.
39.
So there you go. So when we look at it, 16 years ago, people were implying the same exact tactics.
Well, I'm not.
Let me tell you a little bit more.
I'm not granting you that. What I'm asking is not the deliberate lying, because I don't believe she does that. But I think that
intentional. It's not deliberate. It's intentional.
Okay, so you have a bit of a difference.
Milo with the fucking crown and the hat on.
I'm not persuadable
Too
to your
much.
position. I am persuadable to yours. Unless like I witness her lying.
There's a lot of henpecking.
Let me put it like this.
But what you
really
describe, like the
Wow, I actually just got him to concede he's persuadable to my imply. I'm actually.
Do you need a hug?
Okay.
Do you need a hug?
Let me
come down eventually.
Let me
Again, as all the comments say on this YouTube video, they told him one gay guy on at a time. Okay, not two, not two.
Well, apparently Ian's loving this, so.
System.
Yeah, he looks
deception,
happy. He's not really saying much,
describing.
but he looks pretty happy.
It sounds
a little
like
too happy.
You're seeing, you're getting spooked by an intricate pattern that you've seen that gets people to a particular place that requires dishonesty or lies or whatever on the way, and you see the same thing with Candace. Is that accurate?
Say that again.
So it's more complicated than just we're going to lie to people to get their credit cards. It seems to me that you're saying there's a schema, there are psychological tricks, there's like a whole system that I saw there that I believe Candace is using too.
Not that I believe. She's using basic techniques like assumptive reasoning. It's in the book. It's 101.
Is it impossible to use those tactics for good? You say yes because the use of them is self-disqualifying because the kind of
No.
That is the Catholic position. If you're right about that, and I'm not granting you that because I don't believe it, but if you are right about the dishonest elements of that, then you're right.
So let me hold on. I want to explain something, right?
I think
so. I'll give you some examples.
No, well, not lies, but like lies by omission.
I think
lies by omission are perfectly permissible.
Sometimes
lies by omission are permissible. What you can't do is knowingly say something that you know is not true.
I think that
hold on.
If the evil authorities come to take your stuff and you say it's not there, that's
the point. Is this that if you are lying by omission with the intent to make someone draw the false conclusion?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying for good reasons.
No.
Lying by omission for a correct conclusion.
I'm lying by omission for correct conclusion.
Yeah. So so if you have failed in all of your attempts to persuade somebody that they should not cut their child's penis off, right? And it gets to the stage where you think you might be able to persuade them to hold it at least, if you give them a correct but incomplete picture of the facts. Is that wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
And so
that's we differ on that
because there's other techniques in persuasion,
and I don't think that's what Candace is doing. But
rapport being one of them is you meet your enemies as allies.
But I said you've extinguished all other options.
This is like some Kantian categorical imperative.
I think the problem is you're talking about. So I'll put it like this.
No,
It is wrong
I
that
think
people are
it's
giving their kids sex
a huge
changes.
problem
It
we
is
have
wrong.
lately.
Of authority to manipulate people to your whims.
Is it?
You what?
I think it's a huge problem we have lately. I had an argument with someone about the immigration thing, and it's on the same basis of what they're saying, because he was like, "Oh, well, you know, these people come in, we need jobs and stuff," and I'm like, "That's no excuse. Like you're just adding more fuel to the fire, more bad. Like you're compiling bad shit." That's what Tim's saying.
I agree with that, though. I'm trying to figure out what he's saying.
He's saying exactly what I just said. Because he said to him, he's like, "Well, if you're going to tell, what Milo's saying is, if you're trying to prevent something bad from happening and you do it in a way that's is disingenuous, but you're doing it to do something good, then I think that's okay." And Tim's like, "No, it's not, because what you're doing is you're compiling a problem. It's like two wrongs make a right. It's bullshit."
I agree with that, and maybe I'm mishearing Tim, but I thought he's also saying that there's like no circumstance where you could ever lie where it's like okay.
No, I think that I don't think that's what he said. In the context of what Candace is doing, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's true. In that context, then yes, I agree. Fuck it button says Confluence. You might be offended by this, and you probably should be. Okay, preloading it. But sometimes you are Ian, i.e., I am a prophet, and we're all prophets. Yeah, maybe I should be offended, but I'm not offended by that. Okay, because I am Marilyn Pill. Okay, sometimes prophet Confluence.
Yeah, sure.
So
is it always wrong to achieve a goal by any means necessary? Maybe it is.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well then now you seem to be saying the opposite, because
no, it's not the opposite.
Well, what is Candace Owens' goal? Because that's a
her goal is to find out the truth about how and why Charlie Kirk was killed, and I don't believe we know that.
Then she wouldn't go about it this way, because I feel like she's.
How do you know that?
Because
you can't know what's in her mind. You don't know that, and let me tell you,
you're speaking as if you do.
I will happily.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You've said that many times.
Hold on.
Milo,
you know more about Charlie than she does.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You think she knows more than you?
That's right. Do you understand? Don't you remember how close they were? They used to go everywhere together for years. I met Charlie 3 times.
I'm talking about right now with the murder. I'm saying in this.
I met Charlie 3 times.
I'm not talking. Hold on. I'm not talking about.
He drifted.
Met Charlie 3 times, but Milo has claimed, and I don't think Candace has claimed this, that Charlie is both gay and that he was about to divorce his wife Erica. So met the guy 3 times, but somehow has all this privileged information. Crazy, Milo. Crazy. 3 times.
No,
I mean,
stop.
I'm not buying that.
I'm not talking about his life.
Yeah,
I'm saying
that's a lot to confide in someone. You meet them 3
times. Let me tell you something.
Ridiculous.
That man loved his daughter. You can't hide that. You can't hide that kind of stuff in front of a camera.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think Milo is full of absolute shit with what he's been saying.
Yeah.
And I think, and it's like, and I was thinking maybe Milo will claim to have talked to Charlie a bunch of, but then him admitting, I've met the guy 3 times, but yet you have all this privileged knowledge that even Candace herself, with all her insanity, is not coming out and saying. It's like, cool story. Fuck it button says I met him 3 times and I only tried to offer his blow and sex 4 times for him to ban me. Yeah.
She knows.
I gotta do some work. I'll be back up later.
All right. 07's brother.
Right on.
That is funny. It's funny,
but it
is funny. I'm not gonna lie, it is funny, and
Mr.
and
always a good time.
To be the case
always a good time to have
maybe
him
she
around.
had like a brain. Have you never had a brain fart in your life? I mean, come on.
No, I think she just didn't know what UTC was.
She also made
It's just you and me, Big Soda.
I don't know.
Just you and me, as it always is at the end of the night. Me and Big Soda. That's what's
I'm
up.
not even exactly sure that I know.
That's what's
UTC
up.
Is.
Let me.
I'm a very smart. I don't know. I would want to check. Is UTC is
Universal?
I didn't know that.
Okay.
Now I wouldn't have said it's Utah time.
Greenwich Mean Time. Same thing.
Well, I know.
But the woke people changed it.
Oh, I forgot.
Yes, they stole it from the British.
Okay,
Let me. I want to.
I
explain
know what Greenwich Mean Time is. Fine, but I didn't know that name. I didn't know Tim. did not know.
You didn't know
without
Universal
checking
Central Time?
what UTC was.
Okay, that's fine.
Blame it on
So let me. Okay.
I don't think I wouldn't leap to saying Utah.
Here's what I want to say.
It's an understandable mistake.
It's not an understandable mistake. Okay, that's a nitpick. It's not an understandable mistake to think that every state has their own time zone, which is what Candace mistakenly did. Okay, small nitpick, but it's retarded for Candace to think that. It's retarded to think that any state, a specific state, is just their own time zone. That's just like, that's Candace showing her retardedness, which, I mean, sometimes I show my retardedness and that's fine. I get called out, which is why I'm calling Candace out.
A lot.
It's retarded. It's retarded. And yeah, I'll claim my retardism sometimes. Sometimes I'll, cope and seethe and stuff, but
Well, it's kind of the point to where, like, once she realized she was wrong, where was the statement saying, "Oh, okay, my bad, guys. I was a little too quick with this one."
Yeah. That's what. Again, I don't know if Candace is accustomed to ever doing that, and I would love to see.
I don't think
if
so.
She does this here. I would love to see.
Like, even when she was on top of her thing, like when she was more trustworthy. I don't remember ever her backtracking when she ever got something wrong.
Yeah, I don't. To my memory, I don't know, and this will be the biggest thing. I don't know if she. Well, me and Indian Jesus were talking about this. That probably the sad truth is that even if Candace is provably wrong, like she has all this evidence, it never comes out. And the TPUSA, I think, is supposed to happen on the 15th, which is like, what fucking day is it right now? Yeah, that's like 6 days away. It's like, yeah, it won't change anything is a sad thing, and that's, I mean, that goes for, I guess, probably every political talking head ever. It's like Candace can be completely wrong and it doesn't matter. Someone will find a way to be like still in support of her, which is fine. And as Fuck It Button says, it's not a bug in her logic. And he goes on to clarify, she's not retarded, she's evil. She knows exactly what she's doing by throwing 100 things at a time. It takes longer to debunk than to move on to 100 more. Yes, and I pulled this up and I can't remember what it was. It was Brandon. Brandon, that there's like a name for that, but I can't remember what it is now. And Brandon was the one who gave it to me. I can't remember.
The Brandlini Fallacy.
Oh yeah, it was like named after him, right? Or
yeah,
something?
Brandolini fallacy.
Yeah, Brandolini's law. Yes. The bullshit asymmetry principle. And it is the thing. The amount of energy needed to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than that needed to produce it. And that is true. For every one claim Candace says, takes a hell of a lot fucking more to debunk it all. And that's, I don't know, feels like grifting to me.
I want to say, right?
Feels like that.
One of the
Which did
components,
not change the
one of
material
the
facts,
functions of our business is our memberships of our Discord server. Without it, we can't exist. And that's usually how I pitch it because it's true.
Yep.
One of the things they teach you when you work for these nonprofits is that urgency is key. After I left this environmental group, Jaded, I went to work for a smaller homeless shelter. And I was told as a fundraiser that their homeless shelters are at capacity. And if they can't get more money, they will have to turn people away. You know what the truth was?
Yeah. They're probably empty.
Completely empty because homeless people don't want to be in shelters.
No, they don't. They don't. They're there because they're crazy. They want to be on the streets.
It's not even, it's a variety of issues.
Yeah,
Drug addict, crazy.
But if they wanted to live indoors in comfort.
Okay. I might lose you, Big Soda. I might lose my whole chat. Okay. But I don't think what they just said is true. And this is a side tangent to what they're talking about. I understand that. But
is there truth to it?
There is truth to it. Some of our unhoused neighbors, do just want to live on the street. That is true. Okay. But I will say, at least in the metropolitan areas I've lived in, the homeless shelters are all like, people line up outside and they reach maximum capacity and they're like, sorry, not many. So to say they don't want to be in homeless shelters, they're always maxed out every single night I've lived in, I think, 5 metropolitan areas. They're always, I mean, I've never tried to go to one, but I know how this stuff works. I've been involved in this stuff. They're always maxed out. There's not enough beds ever. So to say that, that homeless people don't want to be in shelters, that's crazy.
I would say
disagree?
in your homeless shelters, they probably let them do drugs. I know in American homeless shelters, we don't let them do drugs. And that's kind of a big, I guess, deal breaker for them.
I mean, I will say I have, lived in America as well, as you might remember.
And you were able to verify the homeless shelters when you were in America?
No, I mean, well, obviously not every. The city I lived in, which I mean, I feel like I don't. Yeah, I mean, people can figure out if they want, but I've lived in one of my metropolitan areas was in the United States of America, and yeah, I didn't check all of them, but yes, there was still lineups. Yeah, I mean, there was capacity issues, and that goes for all of them. So. And it probably depends, and maybe it could be. I agree. It probably does tie into, if the specific shelter, what their drug policy is, and all this stuff.
And it's not just a drug policy; it's usually deal breakers. It's usually aspects that the shelter cracks down on, and it's usually a deal breaker for them. It's not just drugs; it could be other things, but you see drugs be the most overwhelming.
And also, most of the metropolitan areas I've lived in have been in Canada, and then obviously the cold is a factor. So at a certain point, at a certain level of bad temperature, then people probably will, be like, hey, just let me inside, right? That has to.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong when you're sniffing bullshit. I think there is still a percentage of homeless people that is probably enough to fill up shelters that are looking for an escape and that aren't quite as deep as other homeless people. But I think there's a large majority of homeless people that do not give a fuck about being saved.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, I've met them. I met them when I lived in Vancouver. That's where I met the most amount of homeless people, because I would just because Vancouver is very. Like you walk like one block in one direction and you're in like a rich neighborhood. You walk one block in the other direction and you're in like the fucking slums. And so I would walk around and talk to people, met like dozens and dozens of homeless people. And yeah, especially because the temperature is better in Vancouver. Most of them, they had they didn't really give a fuck, as long as they were given access, to like free needles and stuff and, all that. So then they were chilling, they were fine on the street, and they didn't want help. And they were but it does depend. I mean, a side tangent, I know, but the homeless people in every city I've been in have been like very different. Like in Vancouver, I think because the climate's good, and I don't know if a lot of people maybe just come into addiction but don't have the mental health stuff. Because I think most homeless people I met in Vancouver, I could talk to them normally. Like they were like fun to hang out with, which is like where I live now. Absolutely not. I mean, where I live now, never fucking to talk to a homeless person. I mean, it's going to be a schizo conversation. But in Vancouver, it would be like a 23-year-old person who's just like, they're just addicted to heroin. But besides that, they're like a normal guy. And it's it's very different depending on, it seems, the city you live in. So I guess, there's probably a lot of like, And even in Vancouver, I think it can, obviously there's both types. But yeah, there was a shocking amount of people where it's like, you seem just like me, but like, some of them were like college educated, like you could actually have like full out conversations, and they were just like, there was one guy who was like fucking, it's not a speedball, I don't remember what it's called, but when you like mix like meth and heroin in like the same syringe, and I'm just like chilling with this guy on the street, because Vancouver has like, they decriminalized at the time, like you could use drugs in public and like the police couldn't do anything. So he's like mixing meth and heroin and he's injecting it. And we're just like talking about like the same type of stuff we're talking about now. Well, motherfucker is like injecting meth and heroin into his arm. And I'm just like talking to him and he's like having a normal conversation. It's like, it's weird, which is like, very where I am now. Most homeless people are like, fucking like you can't have a coherent sentence with them, let alone a conversation. So all that's to say, it probably depends. And some amount of homeless people want shelters, but a great deal of them don't.
Yeah.
So I agree. Yeah.
Many of
Another
them
big
have
third page.
This was the final straw for me in the nonprofit sector.
Right.
When I realized even the small ones are lying.
So you went from a big bad guy to a little guy, thinking that maybe that plucky.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, same situation.
And all of it's the same. And so here's example. We have security threats. What if I said, And I did this whole bit on the show the other day. I said, what if I said, Milo, we're going to be off the air this weekend. I'm going to be off the air this weekend.
I will,
I've got
K2.
a credible assassination threat against me from someone that may be involved with the
And
government.
stop talking to drug addict.
And I've encountered the FBI who have confirmed this is a credible threat.
You know if they tell you they're coming, they're not coming. You've had as many
The
conversations. with
FBI has
as I have.
confirmed that this is a credible threat against my life.
They're drama queens.
Milo, my wife is terrified.
That's a different
the
issue.
Only
That's a
thing that
different
I
issue.
can do.
That's a different issue.
The only thing that I can do to make it through
That's a different issue.
is if people
Fuck up,
sign up at
man.
timcast.com and become members to say, we will not let you down, Tim. We stand with you.
Yes.
And
Tim is
guys, if you don't
always
do this-
plugging.
You got. Well, I mean, he learned it from the
if you
best.
believe in the work that I do and you care about my family, then you need to go to timcast.com and click join us.
Guys, if you believe in the work that I do, you will super chat the Confluence YouTube channel. If you believe in the work that I do and the people I care about, you will subscribe and like and do all those things. Just trying to learn my grift.
You gotta work. Oh my gosh.
I got to work on it.
You gotta work on it.
Fed.
Fully.
I don't do that.
You don't.
No.
You do not.
Neither do you or anyone else.
Neither do I. Sorry. You don't do that, and neither do I. But every political podcast in the country does.
Indeed, they do.
And I'm not saying that it's a
I call everybody out.
It's
This
just-
is the ridiculous thing.
I mean, I'm British, so we don't
I
even.
rag
we don't
on
even like
David
doing.
Pakman, Cenk Uygur, Sam Cedar.
We don't even like doing ad reads because we think it's like there should be a Chinese wall between ads, grubby. I can't believe you read your own ads, and the editorial content, right? So when I do ads, you will always see me. You can see me for 10 years getting like a little bit, or trying to make the ads more fun, or making a joke out of it. Which I just did it on the show, right? Sort of, because for me it's like it's completely against my nature to do it because we're taught like Chinese wall between commercial and editorial, right? So when I do it in America, I'm kind of like not sure what to do with my hands, you know. So that for me has always been horrifying.
Yeah, we know you don't know what to do with your hands.
Does
Yeah.
Candace Owens do something?
Thank you for clarifying that.
Does that something like that put her in the minority or the majority? Makes her. It's standard operating procedure. I don't like it, but it's standard operating procedure.
Agreed. And so this is the important thing. When people are like, Tim, why rag on Candace? I had messages from people being like, you sure are attacking a lot. I'm like,
although I will say this.
Listen, the point is, when I rag on the left all day, every day, nonstop, nobody says, oh, Tim, why are you criticizing these people?
No, I get it. I will just say you made a very specific chain kind of allegation about what she has said in relation to her subscribers that I don't personally know to be true.
This is what everybody does.
No,
Megan Kelly did the same thing, and it's just like,
no, but I didn't see that, and I watched her show, and I didn't see.
Didn't see which one.
Well, you said that she said if you don't give me money.
No. I never said she said that.
Oh, what are you saying? That's the implication behind the.
What I'm saying is the delivery I gave you would be substantially more effective in raising money, and it's dishonest.
Yeah, but most of them say if you don't give me money, bad things will happen to me. She doesn't do that.
I'm not saying she says that.
Okay.
I'm saying
fine.
The example I'm giving is
Okay, I don't want to. I feel like this is a dick thing to say, but so this episode happens, and then Tim has his incident, right? Which I believe is a real incident, but then he spends an hour not saying the quiet part out loud, but just saying endlessly, I don't know if Timcast IRL has enough money to afford the security, so we might have to cancel the show, guys. I don't know if we have enough money to do it. I just don't know if we can make ends meet. That's the same thing. Like it's just being a little more like subtle about it. But if I was like, guys, I don't know if I can stream anymore. I mean, unless I get donos, I just don't know. I just can't. That's the same as being like, hey, give me money. It's the same thing, right? One's a subtle form of the other. And so Tim is no stranger to this. And it's not just obviously after the event. Tim, so it feels a little disingenuous. Disagree, Big Soda?
I mean, well, would I say I disagree fully? No, I don't think I disagree with that. I mean, because there's been a couple times in like the last 2 years where he's made statements similar to those, to where he's like done, he's like completely done with it, or he's financially can't do it, or this, that, and the third, and it strikes me as odd. I will say that.
I
give
like
as
Tim,
much
but
credit to him as possible. It's odd.
yeah. It's like I don't no hate against Tim. You know, I enjoy Tim, but the amount of times brother has threatened to go live in a van down by the river, it's like, and for fiscal reasons, and that they can't make ends meet. It's just like, which is, I don't have any problem with that. But then it's weird to like come out and be like, oh, all these other conservative people trying to get you to donate. It's like, okay, just different ways to, I don't know. It's all the same
almost
fucking
like
shit.
you're trying to make it not as bad when you do it by saying everybody else does it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, instead of just being like honest and being, and this is, I guess this is what Andrew Wilson does, where he's just like, I'm grifting. And that's a different strategy. It's all the same
Just come
strategy.
on out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, at least he's being honest, and it's like, yeah, it's like, Tim, it's like, obviously you want people to fund your show, right? Of course. I mean, who doesn't, right? You have a podcast, you want people to fund it, just like Daily Wire, just like Tucker, just like all these people, right? It's like, it's not, you're
It's
not
like
different
McDonald's,
in
just
that
like any
way.
other
Why
company.
people need to support
Yeah.
him. So when the delivery method
But
she
isn't
uses,
that- I mean, come on. I mean, you start getting rid of that. It's like, can we even advertise?
I want to.
I mean, urgency.
that's-
You want to get rid of urgency in advertising?
No, I'm talking about.
Come on.
I'm talking about
Milo
the
kind of goaded.
basics,
Milo kind of
of
goaded with that comment. Yeah.
lying through assumption, assumptive manipulation, where
you're saying you leave people with the
Milo?
impression that
I'm
if
gonna
they don't sign up, that something.
No. I'm not talking about her specifically.
No,
doing
I'm
that. just an example for
I'm
me.
just trying to understand what you're trying to say.
So I'll give you an example.
Well, then shut the fuck up.
If I said to you, Milo, if you come on my show, I'm going to take you to the finest steakhouse for the most delicious ribeye you've ever had.
Well, that's never happened.
And all of the accoutrement.
Yep.
And then, if you do, would you come on my show? And then hold on. So I make you this promise, right?
Right.
Then you say, okay, I'll come.
Mhm.
When you show up, I say, here's what I'm gonna do for you, Milo. I'm gonna get you dinner. Look, remember when I talked about dinner? I'm gonna get you dinner. And then after the show, I got you a hot dog. And you say, hold on. You said a great. No. I never said that. You assumed that I told you I could get it for you. And when you came, I said to get you dinner. I didn't say I was taking you to the steakhouse. You assume that's your
No,
fault.
I see what you mean. And let me just clarify that you've been enormously generous and accommodating of some last minute.
Conference, where's my hot dog?
You haven't been good to me.
Hot steak.
It's in the mail. It's in the mail.
Plenty of other stuff, so I don't want to imply otherwise. I don't want to leave people the impression otherwise. I try to be like boringly scrupulously honest with you because you're like one of 4 friends I have left in media. But so I don't want to leave anyone with that impression. I understand that would feel like a letdown and probably dishonest.
The point I'm making is
what is it?
I have a viral post.
Plug it into Candace.
Yes, it says Candace Owens. Let me just pull it up for you. I'll pull it on the show.
All right.
Because I tweeted about this. When I bump into young men and they say Candace Owens is in hiding because there's an assassination plot against her, and I'm like, that's not true. Okay. Developing story. Candace Owens pulls her show after claiming the White House acknowledged her assassination warning. She didn't pull her show. She was off for Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is a lot longer than a week. Excuse me, a lot shorter than a week. And most people don't take a whole week off for Thanksgiving. It may have.
Oh, come on.
All right.
Come on, Milo.
All right.
Milo,
no,
Thanksgiving, maybe Thursday, Friday. We can see that.
Let me know.
I like that they're all
Am
mad
I allowed
at
to
everyone
think on the
else
spot
on
about
the
something and give an
show.
honest answer, a considered answer? I know I'm normally quick, but let me just.
It's no. It's okay to just say, okay. So she embellished it and she was full of shit. That's okay.
What if what she said about the White House was true?
That they confirmed receipt. So what? She got to read on her Apple message.
No, she said
iMessage.
That would be enough.
What? So why say they've confirmed receipt of the plot against me instead of being like I've reached out to them?
Because
one is manipulative language.
Because she got calls from the president saying stop doing this with Macron, and she probably can't call him up like that anymore, like she used to. So she's going through third parties.
I bet she didn't get a call from the president. You know what I think happened? I think she got a spoof call.
No.
I think she got a spoof call.
No, I think. Look, because of the people who called her prior to that, who have confirmed they did.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I mean, sorry, excuse me. I don't agree with you because the people have confirmed that there were 3 calls in escalating seniority, and the first 2 people have confirmed that those calls existed. And the
okay, I'll take it. That's fine.
So I can't buy that. I can't buy that.
So
I just like
you confirm with 2 senior White House officials.
No, that's not what I said.
So please clarify that because that's what I understood.
Okay, so there's an escalating seniority. One person was not White House staff.
Okay.
Then White House staff. Then the president. that person and that person.
So you're
one
saying
and
that
two,
one
confirmed
non-White House person
and one
escalated to a White House
We
person?
know that those calls. We know those calls occur.
Okay, that's fine.
So there is.
I actually want a weird thing. I actually want George Santos to keep pushing him on this because like George Santos is the only one that's like, well, okay, so exactly who called Candace? What do you exactly mean? Just a rare George.
To be fair, I don't think he knows much about it, and I think he's trying his best to.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, like I look, I don't like. I have no fucking idea. But if I was sitting with Milo, then I'd be like, yeah, okay, wait, what exactly are you saying? Like, or at least I hope I would be. Yeah, I've never heard this either.
It's got 192,000 likes, and this is what she's intentionally doing. If
isn't she entitled?
To lie to people?
No. If she believes there's a threat against her life, she's informed the White House. If she's surrounded by sinister liars, and she sincerely believes whether or not
Informed the White House is different than the White House acknowledged. Did the White House acknowledge? I guess is the key. Is the key thing.
Yeah.
You think that that's correct?
You can just send an email and then check the read receipt and say, "Oh, well."
Right, and Milo said that when Tim said, "Wait, that could just be like a read receipt," and Milo was like, "That's enough." It's like that. In what sense is that enough? I don't know. Like, I'm not saying this didn't happen, but I'm just saying Milo's standard is like that. Acknowledging is not just them. Okay, we received your message. It's not. As usual, Milo needs to fucking say more, which has been the whole theme of the past,
She said, Milo,
hour and 45 minutes of this podcast.
Happy to accept you as an update. The White House has confirmed receipt of the assassination plot against me. And this resulted in, as predicted, for anyone who knows Social Engineering 101, viral stories like this, and then me bumping into 3 young men who say Candace Owens is in hiding because Israel's trying to kill her.
Yeah, but
Milo, let me just put it this
Yeah, I thought it
way.
was brand.
You've been under death threat before. I was in Congress.
Never taken one seriously, and nothing's ever happened.
I
because it's
did. There's
ridiculous.
actually a man in
and I
prison.
do understand if your wife is different.
No,
fine, sure.
just
I've had
under
stalkers, which are different. Sure,
I understand, but just listen to this real
specific,
quick.
intentional.
I have a man in Florida in prison for threatening and plotting to kill me and my husband. He's actually currently serving time, right?
Oh, he's
I was
married
in
and
Congress
gay?
for 11 months, and then
did he threaten?
There's no hope.
He just flunked you.
Yeah, there's never been hope for George Santos.
If they tell you they're coming, they're not coming.
My point, no, he was planning and had an active plan.
but he
to
didn't
kill
tell
you.
you he was coming.
Yes, he did. No, he notified us. He notified us.
George
and left a
Santos should be
voicemail with
arrested
detail of
again.
how he would kill
Okay.
me and my husband.
For his
hear
gayness.
me out on this, so you understand. I was in Congress for 11 months, short months, okay, and I was royally
No
kicked out.
comment.
But in that short period, I had over 200 death threats that were considered serious by Capitol Police. I never once went to social media and posted this.
They advise you not to do.
No, they did not.
Well,
they did not. They did not. I never once exploited it. I know Matt Gates, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie just recently did it.
Law enforcement typically.
What I'm
advise you
trying
not
to tell you
This is not the point.
the point that I'm trying to make is when you're under death threat, you don't have time for this meandering bullshit.
But that's not even the point.
Don't you think you're a somewhat distinctive case that might well have?
See, that is a I know George is saying this, but that is doesn't age well because Tim immediately the next day after he thinks he's under threat then has time to talk for like an hour and a half. And I mean I know George Santos is saying not Tim, but I know it's those two things are not true at the same time, but maybe Tim disagrees with that. Because like if it's fair for Candace to if this did happen to Candace and she can go on and explain it, then to be fair to Candace, right? Then it's like if Tim does the same thing, then it's like you're both doing the same thing. Now Tim to steelman Tim, right? It's like Tim actually had people shoot up his place, right?
Yeah.
From what he says, and if we believe that, then it's like and I don't think he's lying about it. And Candace, like a threat is different than someone shooting up your property. Okay, that's just a different thing. So. Yeah,
produced angry reactions in people who believe that you deceived your way into
I understand
a governing
that.
body.
Let me make this.
Wasn't he sort of right?
Okay, guys.
So you think it's okay to threaten people to kill them?
No. Wasn't he sort of right that you shouldn't be in Congress?
No,
guys. This is not the point.
I got elected.
The point is this.
On the basis
I don't think that proves anything.
Guys, instead of us taking
You don't have to
off
go to prison.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for Thanksgiving, I announced that the threat against us has escalated and I have no choice but to go dark for the time being. I'm in contact with the FBI. Pray for us. And then go offline, leave for a week to go on vacation and go skiing and get 50 million views. My phone's blowing up with.
Pray for us pissed you off, didn't it?
Come on.
That's a good point there that Tim's making.
Why? Because
no one said pray for us. Who said pray for us?
Well, Candace says it a lot.
She didn't say it on her tweet. I'm saying
not on that tweet, but
why don't I just do that?
If you didn't say it on the tweet, then why did you say it? So I believe that in order to see,
I'm saying it because
I know I'm just
my point.
I'm being difficult, but I'm look.
We can't both talk at the same time.
In order to see what is substantially sick and wrong about Erica and Turning Point, and to
sick and
give
wrong
Candace
about
the benefit of the
Erica.
doubt and to support her, I think it requires religious discernment. I think it requires.
Sure, if Candace was serious, she'd come out and call it Erica personally.
I think it requires.
Do it, Candace.
Who knows what that Scottsdale gold digger would say or has done? Nobody.
So
Oh my
Candace is
God.
scared to call it
Gold
Erica?
digger.
I didn't say she was scared. I said
Why
why
won't she do it?
What she might have. We don't know. We don't know what the results were. We don't know what's going
What
on.
do you mean? On her show, she has never explicitly insinuated Erica. Like she's never explicitly stated.
She said
insinuated. Yes.
Well, isn't a bigger question why Erica hasn't called her? Because she said if Erica asked me to stop, I will. Erica hasn't. That's a bigger question for me.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Well,
it
this
is.
is what you said,
Because
right, Big
because of
Soda?
course it is. Because everything,
Yep.
if everything she's saying is wrong, and Erica, the CEO of Turning Point, can stop it with a phone call, why didn't she?
Because she can't.
Why didn't she say it? But
Because Erica can't stop it with a phone
think
call.
think about the fallout. Okay. Pitter patter off to a state single party consent law.
What is
But this easily could have been handled by a phone call between Candace and Erica.
Because you told me with
Assuming we trust Candace is
including
being
people who don't
honest,
like
that
you.
she
Yeah.
would stop. Yeah.
Candace, you said that if I call you and ask you to stop talking about my husband's death and the theories around it, that you would. I'm calling to ask you to stop.
Agreed.
Why did you do that?
Because Candace would win, as you have stated correctly, but not because she's right, but because that's the public perception.
What is PR 101, Milo?
know that.
What is the first thing every PR professional person, like in PR 101, what is the first thing they tell you?
Yeah, don't repeat the libel, obviously. But okay. So what if it was done privately? Because what I'm saying is when I say
You would then go
That's
on
why
the
I can't
show.
take
when I
gay
say
people
tape it, right, when I
serious.
say tape it,
Uh-huh.
I don't mean tape and release it.
I know, I'm saying.
I just
if-
mean tape it.
So the thought process literally from Turning Point, and I'm telling you this as I literally
I know you've heard from directly. I know you have.
directly, they
I know you have.
said,
I know you have.
when we tried addressing it, it got worse. We don't, we and PR 101 is say nothing.
It got worse because they bungled it. In addition to the fact that
There's no not bungling it.
so you're saying she wins regardless?
When you are,
Candace,
let me put it like this.
I'd
I
like
think-
to.
I think
point out-
Candace-
Why aren't Turning Point better at lying?
I'd
I think
like
Candace
to,
does win regardless until
Sweetie
further
Pumpkin, Ms.
notice.
Owens.
Yeah.
Ms.
do
Owens
think
is
that.
inevitable. Tim Pool. Like that's what you
Perhaps.
just said. That's what you just said.
Okay, and
At least
on board,
at least if Candace wants to win. Because if Erica did call her privately, right? If Candace, let's say, is dishonest, then she could spin it. She could just say the phone
Yep.
call didn't happen,
That's
right?
true.
She could like there. So, and it's the same with the Turning Point thing. I mean, Candace was right about the text, but then Turning Point, it's like, yeah, they're in a tough spot. Did they release these text messages ahead of time while an investigation is going on? Like it's a lose-lose situation for Turning Point, in my opinion. I don't think they can do anything. I think the only person who can win, because they're not bound by any active investigation, is Candace in the situation until everything comes crashing down, in which no one will care who still loves Candace, because they'll find some reason and they'll say Charlie Kirk is still alive, as we have seen happen in this very stream. And I like your name change, and I agree with your name change.
Well, see, the thing is, they probably have the point that Turning Point should have never addressed it to begin with.
They
It's
should have,
just
but then-
something they
but
should
then
have.
Candace forced their hand by releasing the text, and then Turning Point. I think that's what they mean by bungled, where it's like Candace was the one that released the text saying that Charlie didn't want to take the Israel lobby money, right? And then it's like, and then Turning Point, they're like, well, okay, these have been leaked from the group chat. So they either lie and say it's not real, or they don't comment, or they say, yes, those are real.
Yeah.
All three of those are a loss, right? Like because one, you're lying and it could come out eventually. One, you're just like being silent. Everyone's like, why are you being silent? And one, you're like, oh, Candace was right. And everyone's like, well, why didn't you release this ahead of time? But it's an active investigation. And it's also a personal group chat. If I was Turning Point, I don't like if we put ourselves in their shoes and we know that Charlie Kirk was being offered, or being pressured by some Israel adjacent lobbying group, right? Like, and Charlie Kirk gets offed I don't know if I would release that publicly at this moment, right? Like I don't know. I don't know what the fucking right call is in that case. I don't know what that jeopardizes. Like, so I just think, yeah, I feel like it's, I don't know. It feels like sketchy either way. Okay, Big Soda, we got like 15 minutes left, but I gotta pee. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hold down the fort? Because like only 15 minutes. We're gonna plow through this. Good. Okay. I'm in good hands. Okay.
I think they're both gay. You know what? For a 3-hour fucking interview, that man's drunk. It's like a whole 2, maybe 3 bottles of water. He's got that pool water. I don't know if it's open or closed. He's got the liquid death that's open. He's got whatever the fuck, like coconut pouch. And then he's got an open Miller Lite. Where's that Miller Ultra? That's a fucking wild combo. I must have like diabetes or something. I guess it could be the cancer. That's kind of fucked up. Confluence piece sitting down. Having inside doors.
All right, Conflu back.
Do I think Sanders will run in 2028? What you think by that, Confluence?
Will he be in the primaries? I
actually don't think so. I don't think so. I think he'll probably sit this one out.
I mean, well, okay. Do you think he could run as an independent? Because yeah, the DNC has probably shafted Sanders enough that Sanders is probably, not gonna.
But it's a big movement. And like, is he ready for that type of investment? And it's like after losing twice,
yeah,
he's not as popular as he used to be.
No, but he has been recently. I mean, he has been recently doing some of the rounds. Like, I feel like I've seen him on a few podcasts. Well, I haven't watched them, but I've seen him pop up in my YouTube recommended, which I have not clicked. But I don't know. I mean, maybe. I mean, I've also seen. I was Diary of a CEO. I think had Kamala on for like 2.5 hours, which I also did not watch, but. I don't know if you saw that or saw that.
No, I did not.
Yeah, it's like I think it's like the first like actual like long form like real interview that Kamala's done, but no one gives a shit about her anymore. So, I mean, I still think my shoe-in I think is AOC. It's going to be AOC probably against Donald Trump when he runs for his 3rd term. Maybe not, but we'll see.
I'm gonna be honest. I know who the establishment Democrats are going to push, and that's going to be Gavin Newsom.
I mean, I hope they do because he will never win. He will never win. There's no world. I don't think there's too much dirt. There's too much mismanagement of California. Don't think it's going to happen.
Said he's trying to push Schumer out. I mean, I could see that.
I mean, they might run him because the DNC's retarded. I mean, that's why they ran Kamala. But there's no way he's going to win.
But where's all the media attention? I mean, you would think there would be some media attention behind it, like because Democrats usually like to trot out their, person they want to win.
Oh, I think they're
And they'll be
waiting. I
on it.
mean, I think it's going to be. I mean, look, I think Kamala benefited from the last minute kind of switcheroo that happened. Right? It was like it was no primaries. It was just like she's the one. And I think she benefited from that. So I think if they try to push someone too soon and everyone knows who it's going to be, then I think that gives Republicans the chance to kind of really dig in and start all their campaigns, and in some ways I was thinking about this with Kamala because there was a series that that the Daily Wire ran like way before Biden dropped out. I don't know, I can't quantify way before, but it was definitely before, and it was all about Kamala, and it was like, and I was like, why do I really care about this? I'm like, it's like a multi-part series about like Kamala's backstory and everything. And I watched it because at the time I was always be watching what Ben Shapiro has to say, and this was all before that. And then when Kamala became the person who was going to be going against Trump, then I was like, the Daily Wire, they must have had like some kind of ear to the ground to do that, because it was like, obviously she was vice president for like 3 years. They didn't really talk much about her. And then all of a sudden it's like they do this whole giant, multi-part series on her before there was any talk of Biden stepping down. So someone must have knew something, I think.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think there's some pretty smart political campaigns out there who are thinking way ahead of time about how to kind of start their official campaign.
Yeah.
And I think Gavin Newsom podcast is kind of an idea to do that.
And I think I hope that's true, because I know that I know that the Dems are not known for their best voting behavior, but I can't see how Gavin, I can't see how he would win. I can't see it. AOC, I'm worried about. I know that I can't remember who it was that said, the last time the Dems have ran 2 women, right? They failed and stuff. But AOC, I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of AOC. Not that she is perspicacious or not that she is, but I just think she can probably play that kind of, young person card better than anyone. I mean, maybe I have more faith in the average leftist voter, because when I watch Gavin, I mean, I just see a reptilian. I'm like Maryland coded. I'm going to pull up an old message. This is all I see when I see Gavin is I see a fucking fad. I see a fucking reptilian person. Okay. I don't see life behind those eyes. And I feel like, are people going to vote for that? At least AOC. I mean, she's a bimbo and stuff, and but she's at least like, okay, I can at least see why, if I was like a retarded Zoomer, why I might vote for her, But like Gavin, it's like, I can't even imagine the kind of person I'd have to be to vote for Gavin fucking Newsom. I can't even imagine.
It's just another old white man.
I kind of weirdly agree with this. Sanders, AOC. I think AOC would be the front runner and Sanders would be, the vice, I think. Because I don't know if Sanders' electability is that high, but yeah, those two together, I think, because it's not going to be like the other people of the so-called squad, right? I don't think it's going to be like Rashida Tlaib and Johan Omar and Johan Omar couldn't even, because she wasn't even born. And wait, was Rashida Tlaib even born in America? I'm actually not even sure. I don't think so.
I'm not sure either. I don't think so.
I don't think so. So I don't think either of those are a concern, actually. So. Yeah, I think America saw DeSantis destroy Newsom, and he has no shot. That's what I hope. So in some ways, it's a weird thing. It's like, yeah, the best strategy is probably, I think, to run AOC, in my opinion. But I hope they don't. I hope they do run Newsom, because I think Newsom is far more beatable. I hope, and in a real outcome, I can't tell who would be worse for the country between Newsom and AOC. Probably AOC would be worse, I think, but that's just because I don't know if AOC really knows what she's doing at all. Although maybe that would make Newsom more dangerous. It's hard to say.
It could turn into another kind of like where the agencies run the show, where it's more about the institutions.
Yeah.
It kind of leans on them and they kind of do their own thing. And
yeah, that
which is what we got with Biden.
Exactly. Yeah. The kind of establishment and, don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like we've been doing this. We were doing this last campaign. We'll just keep doing it
Yeah.
this campaign. Don't you worry about this. You've got bigger things to focus on.
That's why if Sanders did somehow win, maybe that could be the scariest, because
Yeah.
I don't like Bernie, but I don't think he is one of the, establishment type people. I think he would be pushing back. And if Bernie got his way, I think then welcome to a fucking hell world,
Yeah. I mean, I could definitely see that. The only problem I see with it is, I mean, these people are smart. They even played Trump. It's like Bernie might end up having people that talk him into some stuff that we would be doing now. They're like, you go focus on your economic policies. You go do your cultural stuff. Let us focus on the foreign policy.
I mean, yeah, to what you're saying, there's a ton of people that I don't know what happened with, like Kash Patel, where it's like, I thought he was like a straight shooter and like, and then it's like, I don't know what happens when you get appointed. Like, I don't know if someone talks to you and threatens your family. I don't know what happens, or they just convince you to focus on other things, but somehow it's like, yeah, all these people or a lot of these people that I respected end up getting into these positions and end up kind of doing what everyone has always done. And it's like, okay, what the fuck has happened? And I don't fucking know. I don't know.
Milo,
it's so confusing.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that if you were in charge in the world? Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you were in charge of all communications at Turning Point, from the moment Charlie died, do you think you would have beaten Candace in the communication sphere?
No, I don't.
You think that she would have maligned you and you would have?
I don't know that
That
she
could
would
be
have
true.
Me, although we were not friends for a very long time, and
she's barely
she
at the age. I think we looked this up last stream. I think she's like 36 or something. She's like just past. I think
I could do
bar or whatever.
Turning Point.
You'd be if he was that would be like what 36 is when you're allowed to, correct?
I think 35. I think
she would be the youngest president in history.
I think so. Let me check her age again.
The left would love that.
I was like shocked by this. I googled this. I can't remember how many streams ago. I feel like it was recent. But yeah, I thought she was younger. I didn't even think she could run. But then, she's 36 right now. So I guess So then in 2028, I don't know. I can't fucking do math.
38, like 38, 39.
Yeah, so I think that would be the youngest president ever, right?
I think so, because I think JFK is in his early 40s.
So I think so. Yeah, Eric could be right. Where maybe, I don't know if the older generations would vote for someone not young. I don't know, but I've seen a lot of older Dems be like, "Oh, AOC is so smart, so brilliant." And I'm like, okay.
Oh, and plus, I mean, if the institutions start pushing AOC, then I could see the old guard getting on board, especially if you put Sanders as a VP or put Newsom as a VP.
Yeah, there's an unfortunate amount of unholy permutations that can be done with all these people.
Yeah.
And I'm not excited about any of them.
You know what I think about Turning Point? I think there's two big things happening.
I don't think anybody can beat her. I think she is a once in a generation media genius.
I agree with
like
that.
what the winning.
So can I finish the point I was going to? I'm sorry. I know we're talking a lot, but I was saying.
Sorry, this is horrible for everyone.
I was literally saying something.
Sorry, go on.
Ian said like 2 words this like whole
Charlie's
show.
death meant a gigantic vacuum appeared in management, and they immediately have to figure out who's doing what.
So they came up with a lie that he told his wife that she was going to be the CEO.
What do you mean? She is the CEO.
Well, they came up with a lie that it was his intention she would be the CEO, and then she ascended to CEO.
How's that a lie?
I don't know. How's what Candace Owens is saying a lie? We don't know, do we?
Candace said that was a lie?
No, I'm asserting that is a lie in the same way that you assert that things that Candace is saying is a lie. We can't know, can we?
Who said?
We can't know, can we?
We can't know what.
If
Erica is the CEO.
If that was Charlie's intention.
Why would Charlie want to give his company to somebody else?
Why would he want to give it to his wife?
Because she's the next
I
of
think he's
kin,
got
and
a
the company
point.
reverts to the next of kin.
I'm sorry.
Whether he wanted to happen or not, she gets it.
How many times has Charlie talked about women in leadership? Like, stop. Why would
what husband is going to be like, my wife can't have my money?
That he would give it to the wife who,
because it's next to his wife. Whether he wants to have
barely saw his children.
Whether he wants it to
He
or not,
barely
she
saw his
gets it.
children. He clearly did not enjoy his wife's company when they are on stage together. I mean, don't you remember?
Come on, Milo.
Don't
This
you
is
remember
this
these
is
assertions
fun.
of a
God.
dead man.
It's just
Don't you
insanity.
cannot prove.
Yeah.
Don't you remember
Why would
her
you say
face?
this stuff?
It's
That
just immoral.
telegraphed
It's
I'm
just
bored
is
as hell
immoral.
every time he was talking on stage with her.
Come on,
Milo,
sorry.
It's true.
I-
You are making assertions
Yes, I'm
about
making assertions
her
based on my read of
but
what
you're-
happened. 100%.
But you're saying that Tim can't make assertions about what he believes.
About Candace.
No, I'm saying
You're
that
here-
Tim,
you're
I'm
literally-
saying that Tim does not present the caveat that this is his.
But you're not presenting the caveat
He's
on Erica.
stating-
Come on.
Because I'm not stating it as a fact.
You
I'm
literally
saying,
just did. You said she hated
Okay,
him.
guys.
I'm
Let's
not
stop.
saying-
I'm gonna do some
saying
logic.
I'm
I'm gonna do some math.
I'm
Milo is legit worse
inferential
than
reasoning,
Santos here.
is leading me to conclude.
I think
which
throughout
is
the whole
my
podcast on
conclusion based
average, which is
inferential reasoning.
mental.
I'm okay with that. And now let me do some math.
But I believe that
you
you
say
are
math?
making more. I believe that the statements you make have a higher truth standard. I think you're making absolute factual claims about Candace Owens' interior state, which you cannot know.
So
That's
I'm going to do this.
What it sounds like.
When Candace tweeted, we're going off the air. As an update, the White House has confirmed receipt, right? I recognize that instantly. It's not an accident. It's called assumptive reasoning. It's a basic social engineering trick that people are taught to do. Now,
I mean, what
I will accept.
What should you have done?
Hold on,
What should you have done in that circumstance?
We're off for Thanksgiving. Hey guys, we're taking the week off for Thanksgiving.
At the apex of a story about how her best friend was murdered, when her whole life is consumed by this in a way that could very well have, it didn't, but the massively high risk decision that she made to turn her entire media career into a crusade to discover Charlie's.
You're right. So from this point forward, I am going to be a thespian.
Okay.
All of my stories will be conveyed through the dramatic and insincere.
No,
if it
can
makes
I
me more
wait for
money.
you? Can I just
And
write the episodes for you?
I can't believe
you have no idea.
I can't believe, first of all, I cannot believe that Tim Paul just alluded to me as theatrical and insincere, and I would like.
No, I'm talking about Candace.
Oh, okay.
And to be fair, Milo, you're definitely sincere, but you're also theatrical. Come on.
My point is,
come on.
So good.
You know what I'll stop
I heard your
doing?
new album's good.
That is
You know what
great.
I will accept?
Shame no one's going to hear it.
I will accept this. The world that I want to live in doesn't exist. Every major corporation, every major personality, and anyone who wishes they had the talent would do it in 2 seconds. And I have the talent, and I refuse to do it because I'm a fucking idiot. So I say, let's go, baby. I will lie, cheat, and steal all the way to the top.
Stop it.
Two things. It
doesn't work. It doesn't pay off. I tried it.
There's a difference.
I tried it.
Listen,
Don't do it, Tim.
Let me tell you, from George Santos to Milo Yiannopoulos, this ain't your thing.
I'm not. No.
And here comes the greatness.
As I already pointed out, I was a nation's best fundraiser for.
There
What's
has
the
been
Top.
enough
I'm not
already.
Done
though.
it. You could do it now.
So just
Yes.
Okay, I want
The point is,
no, hang on. I want to know from Phil. That was a bit of an escalation. That joke. I apologize. That was a bit too much.
Oh, I don't think.
Oh no, we love it. We're clipping it, and I'm promoting it that way.
You're like, that's gonna go. That's gonna go at the very beginning of the next All That Remains record.
Yeah. No, because I already. It's hot. All right.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, sorry. When you said it's a hard act to follow, I thought to myself, don't you only warm up for people?
I have a question.
Surely you've never had that experience.
Hey, I want you guys.
So no, but that was a bit much. But
Are you gonna say I'm sorry? Can I hear you say I'm sorry?
hell no.
Okay.
But tell me, what does Dark Tim look like?
Dark Tim.
Dark Tim. What does Dark Tim Paul look like? Because he just kind of like painted a little picture of himself.
I've done it on the show before.
I think Trump is going to run, Eric.
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, it's.
Oh, bro.
Yeah,
You want to see me cry and
Trump's third term can't hurt nothing.
I absolutely can just fucking. I'd win an Oscar.
What do? You conjure a sad.
I've never seen a crack.
Let me tell you something.
Oh yeah, I don't.
I don't
cry,
want to see
right?
Ted
And so,
Cruz.
I told.
I want to see DeSantis. I know he failed last time, but I still believe in DeSantis. I still believe he can turn it around.
I wouldn't say it's
okay?
right here. I can literally just.
I can't
But
do
besides
that.
that, yeah, I don't know.
That's why
Probably
we
gonna be
never- we were
banned.
never
I don't think I like that
Can I
though.
tell you a story?
I will tell you. I get my book of pictures of Troy out.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about bans, to be honest with you.
Floods of tears, weeping. So I
No.
can fake it, but I can't do what you
Let me-
scary, sinister motherfuckers can do.
Let me do this to you.
Okay, we have a
It's my most-
DeSantis
really
partial
hurtful.
my
believer.
most proud sales that I've ever done. For a
I
homeless
fucking
shelter.
hope. I just hope
Resulted in a woman
DeSantis. I
crying
think he could
in
do
front of me on
good.
the street, and she gave $700 per month because She wanted to help.
The homeless people would not be.
So I did the type
I,
of thing.
I think
not at the same
DeSantis
level.
would fuck it up again.
George was in Hermes.
My pitch
He
was
probably
this.
would fuck up the
My
campaign.
pitch,
But if he became
George,
the president,
I'm gonna convince you.
I think he could do
I'm
it.
going to turn the theatrics.
He could probably be a good
They give us a
president.
script, and everybody knows it.
I just think he
Especially
must
around the
suck at
cultural
campaigns.
side of it.
Wide, and you say,
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah, I don't
you wanna
know.
talk
Yeah,
about the homeless
I don't
problem
know
in this,
about his
in the city. We need your help.
stuff, but
Something like that, right?
if he
Well,
could just govern all of
that doesn't work.
America, how he's governing Florida.
So what
then
I did,
mean,
because
It'd be simple.
and
yeah.
anybody who's good at this and good at sales knows these stupid scripts don't work.
They don't.
So what I did was
But most of
I
the
was
employee idiots are not people like you, so they have.
indeed. So what they tell the entry level people who don't have the talent, ask everyone and read this verbatim, and you will get 2 people to sign up. Well, I was doing like 10 people, every couple of hours. So I see a woman walking.
I don't
towards me.
even
She's
know who
older,
this is, Eric.
And I'm on the balls of my feet. I'm holding my clipboard, and I wave to her, and she
Chris
gets close to say,
Sununu? I don't even know who
"Hey,
that is.
Would you like to talk to me about the homeless crisis? and
I'm
how
out
you
of
can
touch.
help?"
Sounds Samoan.
She goes,
Yeah,
"Sure,
that
what's
doesn't
going on?"
sound
I said,
like.
well, first of all,
Doesn't sound
my
like
name is
someone
Tim,
looks like me.
and I work
Just
with
kidding.
Insert Shelter. Now, every
I avow that statement.
That fast, right into it.
I can't do it.
I
they
think I
give us
even
the script we're
derailed
supposed to read.
Tim back in
And,
time. I think I just
I'm trying
derailed
really,
him.
really hard.
You're frightening.
Like, why would you say that?
Ma'am, you know there's a homeless problem in this city. I mean, Los Angeles is
Oh, the
homeless
former
capital
governor of
the
New
developed world.
Hampshire. Okay.
And you've seen it, right? And she goes, yes. And I say, okay, I am out here because every day when I walk to work, I see people sleeping under bridges. I see people sleeping on the sidewalk. And I see politicians who don't care. But you stop to talk to me because I think you do care. I want you to do something for me. I want you to close your eyes. Close your eyes. I want you to imagine what it's like to sleep under a bridge. I want you to imagine what it's like. You're cold. And the worst thing is,
I
nobody
like that
cares.
I like that they're both
walk by
closing
you.
their eyes. They're playing along.
They have disdain for you. They insult you. It's not your fault.
I hope
It's not
your
your
eyes are
fault that they
closed,
don't
Big
listen.
Soda, right now.
No
My
one-
eyes are closed. You can't tell, but they're
Open your
definitely
eyes.
closed.
My eyes are not closed because that's
In the
this
sunlight,
is.
you see a hand reach out.
You tell me to close my eyes in
And
the
you hear a voice
conversation,
say,
I'm not gonna give a fuck.
I care. I love you. For the first time in a long time,
Fuck
someone
that homeless
actually tells
person.
you that they care about you. And you take their hand and they lift you up. And this is where it gets better. I want you to be that hand right now. Will you do that? Will you be the person who finally says,
Okay,
I care?
Tim. Tim, settle
And she started
down.
crying.
You're frightening
Settle down,
me.
Jim.
I'm the one. I'm like, what?
You're
That's
the
how-
most frightening person.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
how you
think-
used to trick people back when you worked for NGOs.
But because you're cold, but you're very cold-blooded in Germany. It's different.
No, that was frightening because, and you know why it was frightening?
Yeah, Milo is
I've
not.
heard that from so many pulpits,
Not liking
by,
it.
by so many preachers, because that's the
And the funniest thing is,
effective.
I can actually
yeah. And these people, these people build churches of tens of thousands of people.
I think
I don't
that
do it.
was
I don't-
just
I don't come on the
terrifying.
show
I
and
don't
I
think
don't
that
go on the
was.
camera and
You know,
tell people to give me
That
money.
was really good, by the
Timothy,
way.
you are frightening.
That was very, very good.
I don't think that was good. That was terrifying,
I would-
Tim.
you want to hear what me and my buddy? It's funny because Mark is probably here somewhere too, and we would go out with these nonprofits, and they would expect within 8 hours you could sign up 2 people. Me, Mark, and another one of our friends would go out for 15 minutes, sign up the people at the quota, and then go home. Then we'd be like, "What time do we got to be back at work to check in?" And then we'd be playing GTA, and we'd take the train back to work, be like, "Yeah, we got 2 today. That's quota," and we took us 15 minutes to do.
And you know the frightening thing about it is it hits people with the best hearts the hardest.
Indeed, and this
Because
is why.
let me tell you one thing.
No, let me
I
tell
would have
you
laughed
why.
that off when I was gay.
Oh no!
When I was
because I mean
gay.
maybe
You
that,
think I would
When
pitch
I
you to that
was
if I
gay.
saw you in West Hollywood?
no, but I'm saying since I care what happens to me now spiritually, I've started to care what happens to other people in a way that opens me up to that kind of manipulation. I feel it now. I wouldn't have felt that 5 years ago.
The first thing you understand in psychological manipulation, social engineering is rapport. It's the most important thing.
I get that you wouldn't do that with me because I'm ridiculous looking, but
And so I would approach you and I would try to, as soon as I see you walking, I would start to imitate your mannerisms.
yeah.
I would hear how you
Oh.
talk and I would start to talk like you.
Fucking terrifying.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Tim would become gay to
for a
get that
while I
sale.
thought-
Okay.
Isn't that a lot? That was the Very.
Wasn't it?
very.
I mean, I didn't. I'm not saying I didn't get there, but if he kept going, I would have got there.
And I gotta say, it reminds me of Candace. It does. It
Oh, base German girl.
It's Candace's
Based.
playbook. You're not wrong.
Based.
And she's right.
What the correlation
She
is
would
that
be losing if she did not have a predominantly female and extremely feminized audience. It's true. Somebody that I respect
Well, not
way
just
more
that.
than Candace, besides both of
Yeah,
you
the true
here,
crime
especially because you
audience,
just
we
showed what you're
established
capable
this.
of, which apparently he's not using for a good reason, is Tucker Carlson. I appreciate a lot what
Could
he's
you
doing, and it
imagine?
seems
Oh my
like he's friends with.
I would like to
Candace,
retract.
but
I would like to retract my earlier statements that I was mad that you did not give me the chance to date you.
But wait. Are you saying Tucker's bad?
I still love you.
Wait. Are you saying Tucker's bad? Is that your opinion?
Yeah, she is.
So I'm just going to do this from now on.
I'm going to the restaurant.
Oh, actually, we're wrapping
I'm
up.
going to the restaurant.
We're going to wrap up now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know we didn't get to super chats, guys, but this was kind of a therapy session. And
This was a very important show for me and for you, and you're fucking frightening. But you know, people talk so much shit about
He's
this
about
guy.
to cry.
But the fact that you're not doing that when you could is people will have noticed that.
I will say this,
Still
and
wrong
I,
about
and
Candace,
I
but I
do.
love
I
you, man.
did start watching your podcast over the last year. I was not a listener, and I've come to like a lot of your platform and the guests and what the conversations you have. I love that. I was so excited to talk about airplanes today. And I was so excited to talk about Supreme Court. Hold on, Milo. You hogged up all the fucking air. Relax.
I guess that answers the question in the pre-show about who was going to dominate the show now.
So that's fine. So at least I got the green room bit because Jesus. But my
Oh
point
my
is,
God.
I
Both of these
appreciate
two.
it.
duplicated the OG, the queen, that bitch.
Won't shut up.
Thank you for giving me the crown because this ain't never coming on.
Okay, great. Your paper crown's very deserved. So my point is, I just want
It's
to
getting
thank you
gayer
for
by the
your candor because
as they're
what
winding
you just
down.
displayed is what you could be doing, and you choose every single day to come on
Really
here
frightening.
and not do it, right? Which takes a lot more. And trust me, as somebody who's been the king of bullshit at one point myself, and I have the wherewithal to say,
Not anymore.
I have the wherewithal to sit here and tell you that I appreciate you for being an honest broker when so many people are choosing dishonesty, so many people are choosing sensationalism, and so many people are fracturing the base.
We've
that
almost
we
made a
need
big
to keep
soda.
unified.
We're like
more
5
so
minutes
now than
out.
ever
Well, the gay
before.
people
I'm not
compliment
saying
each
it's the most
other.
consequential
Yeah, I was
election.
gonna say they
I just
gotta.
want to say, Tim,
They gotta
thank
finish
you.
glazing
Literally,
each other.
thank you. And I
Yeah.
know I say that on behalf
This
of
is
a
what
lot
I've
of
always
people.
seen in him. People say, Tim Pool, really? I'm like, I'm telling you. That's
You could be Candace
That's
Owens, and
why.
you're not.
That's
Oh,
why. Because people talk mad shit about you.
Well, I could
crazy, and I'm like, no. That's my go. Thank you for that.
I could
I
have.
feel the same way. I feel the same way. But you know what?
He endorsed every word I just said. You heard that, right?
Well, my own original idea that you must have seen on my phone and repeated then was, I agree
Yeah,
with my
sure.
own.
Okay.
I kind of already said, but anyway. No, thank you for that. It was well expressed and correct. There you go. You can have that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do final thoughts. We'll wrap up and.
You're uncomfortable with compliments, aren't you?
No. I want to make sure everybody can shout everything out because we're over.
Are you really not?
I'm uncomfortable with how gay
uncomfortable
this is
compliments?
getting.
Because
Okay.
the moment after, if you keep
So
looking
Tim
at
must
him, he's
be.
like, do you want something from me? Like,
what?
Walk away, dude. Give me the compliment.
Everybody, I apologize that we didn't get to chats and rants and all that stuff. But the point is, when it got into when Milo and I started having this conversation, it actually the cameras melted away.
We changed,
and I hope people listened to what we said. I think it was a very important conversation.
So I guess
what
Big
has
Soda, I
changed
guess he
is that
doesn't.
Two people
He
going at
he
each other's
had
throats on the
Milo.
internet, I now see as two
He
well-intentioned
didn't
people.
push. He didn't push
I
him
can't
on
tell
that.
if he likes him more
Different
after.
visions of how to
I
go,
know, yeah,
maybe with
I'm-
incorrect ideas about one another. But
Tim just started talking about his like fucking
you are a
sales
profoundly
and
good
his
person.
charity
I'm
work
mad
and
at
whatever
good
his
moral
NGOs.
I think you are too,
believe,
Milo.
I believe that she is a woman of good.
And it's
Why does
homeless
Tim
people.
What we've
dress
done-
like a
we've turned-
convict? Is because he wants to
in a way,
George
it's
join George
it's an
Santos
evolution
in
from a
prison.
conflict
Okay.
to a tragedy in a way.
When they came for you and they canceled you, it didn't the words of these people mean nothing to me. I knew who you are. I knew you represented. Sometimes I've had some criticisms. Sometimes I think you've done great. I think you've largely done great. And we brought you on the show because I don't care what anyone else thinks. We bring on the people that we think have something to say. and are
He did
important.
it. He did it when it wasn't easy. I don't want to. Okay, I don't want to shit on anybody who's done it recently, but he did it when it wasn't easy.
So, my friend, smash the like
You're
button.
gonna
Share the
cry.
show with everyone you
You're
know.
gonna
Follow me on X and
cry.
Instagram at
Actually, a
TimCast.
nice guy. How about that?
Where can people find you or follow you?
You can find me on Twitter.
Yeah, we don't need to hear the plugs.
Yeah, I never want to follow them anywhere.
If you're gonna follow anyone, follow Confluence 358. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. And thank you, Big Soda. I'm
Of
gonna
course, it's been
send
fun.
everyone over to Emmett's, and yeah, for real. I don't want to like glaze you, Big Soda, in that kind of way, but like you're always trucking with me. You're always here till the end. I appreciate that, brother. Not in a gay way, not in a George Santos way, not in a Milo Yiannopoulos way. Okay, subscribe to the Conflict 358 YouTube channel. Hit that. Well, actually, don't hit the like button now. It doesn't fucking matter, But subscribe because that does matter. And okay, 07s. Let's raid Emmett's. Thank you, Big Soda. God bless.